season. Come on, you want to win?
Among the tacklers for the Browns.
The notable player downfield, offense, penalty, secondary.
It's Connor McGovern, Jets center. And that'll push the Jets back.
Flush here, he just kind of
Test.
the plays developing. It's too far downfield. Here he goes right there out front.
Second and 15 after the penalty. Flacco again from the shotgun. Flacco puts his back into it and completes. Near side of the field to Elijah Moore on his first target of the day. Aerial coverage of today's game being provided by Goodyear back inside First Energy Stadium.
Give me a second.
Nice play call by Michael Moore. Really important conversion for this Jets and this Jets offense coming back after that big drive by the Browns. Speaking of coming back, Paul had a fumble last week. But a bounce back so far. Here comes the rookie looking for more. Against what was a top 5 Browns defense in the NFL last season. Sort of pushed. From the left side of that Cleveland front as the Jets trying to punch it in here on 2nd and goal. There's Joe Woods, their defensive coordinator. So much familiarity with Robert Saleh. This Jets coaching staff, as Jay alluded to earlier, spent time on that 2019 49ers defensive staff in San Francisco. Team that went all the way to the Super Bowl. 2nd and goal. Flacco. This is Wilson. Reached back as he went to the ground. And the Jets getting a little bit closer. 3rd and goal.
There's a lot of conversation last week about why the Jets didn't use their first rounder, Garrett Wilson, more in the first half. But they just wanted to continue to learn all 3 positions. Really, he gained a lot of confidence in that staff. In the second half, you can see the increase. In that staff in the second half, you can see the increased usage this week already.
Wilson, the 10th overall pick. One of 3 first-round selections made by Joe Douglas and the Jets last April. Flacco, near side, it's caught. Wilson, touchdown.
Well, I'm watching the game, so probably going to
pass by Flacco.
play some games.
They like the matchup. You had rookie on rookie. Wilson on Emerson. Emerson had a pretty good first game last week. Stems him inside and catches him one too far inside. But that's just an easy completion. Garrett Wilson with the touchdown. Good throw by Joe Flacco. Excellent drive by this Jets offense. Key by that fourth down conversion. Going for it. Having their punter throw the conversion. Continuing this drive.
Weird.
Garrett Wilson, a 22-year-old rookie, with his first NFL touchdown. And he has tied this game for the Jets. Point after by Zerline is perfect. So Robert Saleh rolling the dice on a fake punt. And then it's Flacco to the rookie. We're tied on CBS.
No echo. Echo. It's echoing because I have two mics on here. Mic off, so you turn it down right over and get rid of the echo.
Finished with fresh lime and cilantro. All new garlic guajillo steak. It's a whole new dimension of flavor.
Hey guys, this is just my workout stuff.
I got rid of the echo. Great. I'm gonna test this out a little bit more. I'm probably tired. Hello.
Check out our most innovative products.
Alright, let's see how this one works. This is the other microphone on.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Lowe's. Let's tackle home together this year. And by Geico for bundling made easy.
Hello, test.
Geico.com.
Aerial coverage of today's game being
I like this one better.
Goodyear.
Well, let's see how it sounds.
First Energy Stadium. There was 68,000 here in Cleveland. Home opener for the Browns. So much excitement, one of the great fan bases in the sport. And we are tied at 7 as we play early stages.
So getting some feedback somewhere.
Greg Zerline after his point after. Will boot it away from the 35. Jerome Ford stands back deep in his own end zone for Cleveland. And Ford is going to play it. A couple of yards deep out across the 15. Ford finding some open green grass. Ford! Breaking one open.
Got buzzing in the background.
Finally forces him out of bounds as we throw it downstairs to Aditi.
Spiro, let's talk about Jacoby Brissett a little, who was 5 for 5 on that opening drive. As level and even as he is, as good of a decision maker as he is, he was emotional last week, and he opened up about that to us this weekend. He said that, you know, he gets a start, and he gets to start today, and he is content with that. That there was a period in his time he didn't know that he even wanted to play anymore. So he's not thinking of himself as a placeholder, Spiro. He's just counting on today.
What a start for him last week, with the exception of a couple of missed throws. We're very pleased with how he played. This is Kareem Hunt, where you saw him get yanked from the back as Hunt is brought down just shy of the 45-yard line. And you just think of all the different scenarios that Jacoby Brissett has been thrown into. New England with the Deflategate, as the fans are reacting to the replay. No penalty flag was thrown.
Oh no.
Let's take another look here. Was there a potential face mask?
Yeah. The hand is up there. It doesn't grasp the face mask, though. It comes across. Quentin Williams comes across. It's really his forearm on the face mask and then his hands on the. So it was a tough call.
Second down pass. This is Dimitri Felton. Able to break away from that Jets defense. Sheldon Rankins leading the charge as we go to New York, get our first NFL Today update. Here's JB.
I'm on Ross St. Brown, big first half.
Yeah, this is a 13-yard pass from Jared Goff. He already has 4 receptions for 71 yards, and the Detroit Lions lead the Washington Commanders 12-0.
Back to Spiro, Jay, and Aditi.
All right, you see what the Lions did last week. Trying to keep some of their warm vibes going in Detroit. Not far from where we are here in Cleveland. Third down.
We have a couple games on here. I nearly won this one.
And a first time he targets Amari Cooper.
Guess I
Who
should
was
probably
quiet last week
look
in
up
terms of the
for
numbers against the Panthers.
Well, for a guy who had 3 catches for 17 yards, I don't think I've ever been more impressed with the game.
I guess my camera's a little blurry. Probably gotta do one of those.
Jacoby Brissett talked about that. It's a free play here.
Play action from Brissett. Completes. Right back in the direction of Cooper. Now, this is going to be a first down for Cleveland.
There's a flag. The Jets didn't get. They're going to have 12 men on the field. They didn't get their defender off. He's running off the field. Didn't get off in time. That's why it was a free play.
Defense, come in here. More than 11 players on the field during the play. That penalty is declined. Go to play for the first down.
It's one thing that the Browns wanted to do, get to the line of scrimmage quickly and put the pressure on Robert Saleh's defense, and already it results in a defensive penalty. Kevin Stefanski again goes 3 tight ends here, 1st and 10. As Amari Cooper gets a blow. Browns back to the ground with Hunt spinning inside of the 30. Tackled on the play by C.J. Mosley.
Spiro, you and I talked about it in the open, but how good the 2 backs are together. Both Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt, and how they make each other better, because they can be fresh throughout the game, because you can bring a Kareem Hunt in and not worry that Nick Chubb isn't on the field because he's such a good back as well. And they foster this great atmosphere of competitiveness and then performance on the field.
They're just a complete nightmare for opposing defenses. Here's Hunt. What a push by the Jets. And once again, got that nice little push from the secondary. Jordan Whitehead, who was actually a question mark with an ankle injury today, coming up and putting the pressure on him. Solomon Thomas on the tackle.
Yeah, he's been a big pickup for them, and you saw him come in and set the edge with a physical tackle in there.
I think it sounds alright. Let me know if it does it.
Excellent play by Jordan Whitehead coming up in support from his safety position. Always got to watch whenever they bring Kareem Hunt out wide. You saw him last split out wide. Now he comes back.
I lost this round, but barely, as you can see here.
Brissett's 3rd down pass. Wide open, it's Cooper. Inside the 10. It'll be 1st and goal for the Browns.
Let's see.
Boy, they got Cooper isolated against the safety,
really,
Tony Adams. They pick up 20.
Now that's the matchup they wanted right there on 22. Yeah. Tony Adams. That's who made the mistake on the kickoff return as well. You can see Cooper just knows it's too easy for me. I can set you up. I know exactly where to go. He's one of the best route runners in the game. And Jacoby Brissett said it when he went back and looked at the film. He was like, "Oh wow, you're that open."
I just want to know that, like, if I stream at 3 in the morning, like, will you be there?
Here's Hunt. It's close to the 6-yard line. Kevin Stefanski said, "Look, point blank. I know what the stats said last week. The Panthers could not defend Amari Cooper. He was basically open on every play."
And there was 3 penalties. You know, he had the big PI penalty that took it down to the 1. They cashed it in for a touchdown, and a couple other times where they just had to grab him because they couldn't cover him. And he's physical. He can run through if you try to jam him. He can run through that. Now at the bottom of the screen, DJ Reed.
What a matchup between those two. 2nd and goal from the 6. We're set. Little fade, back corner.
Ooh.
It was caught, but what is he in? Donovan Peoples-Jones, and the official's going to say, I believe, incomplete. No, touchdown!
Nice.
Donovan Peoples-Jones, back corner of the end zone against the rookie Gardner.
They went kind of a double move.
DPJ, man. What a dog.
Perfect ball by Reset. Drifting away. There's the catch. Are his feet inbounds? Oh, that ball's moving right there. I don't think this is going to stand. That ball, he had it. He had control. He has his feet. But then the ball begins to move as he's drifting out of bounds.
Jay, it appeared as though they were going to motion incomplete. Boy, this is close. But you can see the movement there. Did he have possession of the football? And I'll just hit right here. We have
I don't know. We'll
seen
probably listen to music later on today, but I don't know.
be overturned in catches like that, as they will take a closer look here in Cleveland.
Meet Google Pixel 6a, a smarter phone for a smarter price, powered by the Google Tensor chip, so your camera can see in the dark with night sight. Fix your photos with Magic Eraser. Photograph all skin tones accurately with real time, and last up to 72 hours with extreme battery saver. It's all in one phone. Google Pixel 6a. Save up to $150 on an unlocked Pixel 6a with qualified activation.
You know you want those Wingstop classic wings. Crispy, juicy, sauce, toss, zesty, peppery, straight up heavenly. I can't just keep looking at them like this. I need them delivered.
A rebel took to the streets. He recruited others to join. They roamed the hood and challenged authority. Community leaders feared them. Religious leaders abhorred them. We have to get them off the streets, they said.
Matter of fact, I probably
They weren't one of the gangs spreading hate or terror. They were spreading love.
Well, kind of like the
Does your antiperspirant keep you dry all day?
over here, I guess.
Dry straight to the test. With Nelson, a volunteer who puts care.
3rd and 2. Jets on the ground. This is Hall. First down and more. Hall breaking free. Inside the 5.
Which means more fathers are switching to RAM. Your body's changing. And more sons.
Let's zero down.
More men with a lot of confidence. And more with not so much. More people who have it all. And don't have it at all. And more guys.
I probably put that in the wrong spot.
Are switching to RAM.
CBS is the home of the beloved comedy Ghosts. And Ghosts is the home of this wonderfully quirky group of Ghosts. Ghosts on CBS.
So leave some feet here. Oh, we're gonna in the sky.
FBI International and FBI Most Wanted. Tuesday's hit dramas return. The FBI's new season starting Tuesday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus. What a picturesque free afternoon here in Cleveland. Jacoby Brissett had his touchdown pass to Donovan Peoples-Jones overturned. But they go right back and didn't waste much time as they get Amari Cooper after his quiet statistical Browns debut last week. Gets his first touchdown with his new team. Here's Braxton Berrios, the All-Pro return man.
Sitting on the bench.
Showing that outside burst. So Flacco back onto the field. Meantime, we go to New York, get another NFL Today update with JB and Coach.
Tua to Waddle.
Yeah, Tua Tagovailoa to right here to Jalen Waddle. It's a 94-yard drive after Baltimore stopped at the 1-yard line. They tied up 7-7. Doing the Waddle.
Back to Spiro Davis.
I like that. You can do the Waddle, Jay.
Can't do much dancing, Spiro.
How do the Jets respond now?
Welcome.
The Browns again are able to punch it into the end zone. 14-7. Flacco and company begin at the 30. And Flacco is lit up. It's guess who? Myles Garrett. Football came loose. And the officials say that the Jets have recovered.
Somehow to find some.
Spiro, you might want to block Myles Garrett. I know you're going away from it, but you have to focus on. They told me he was never going to be single blocked right here. He doesn't get blocked at all. It just comes through free.
I mean, probably.
I don't know how you can allow that to happen if you're the New York Jets.
We need an arrow down somewhere.
Myles Garrett is now half a sack away from tying the Browns legend Clay Matthews for the career sack record here with the Browns. Here he comes again. Flacco steps up over the middle, completes. Corey Davis. Beautifully thrown pass by Flacco as they pick up 17.
Corey Davis, physical receiver, a guy they like to go to. Hasn't performed as well as they hoped when they went out and got him in free agency. But a guy that's so important, really the only veteran presence in that receiver room.
Signed that big free agent contract before last season after his first 4 years in Nashville. Pitch play, Hall. Good tackle and hit by Jacob Phillips. A run of a half dozen for the rookie Hall. Now, the psychology, Jay, of a young player is such a decorated collegiate career for this kid, Breece Hall, but the fumble in your very first NFL game, Robert Saleh, the floor, the entire coaching staff trying to encourage the young man, and a good start for him so far here in week 2.
Well, they talked about learning to run in an NFL style.
A little end around action. Here's Berrios, gets into some space. Berrios finding some green grass inside Cleveland territory. The ball came loose after he hit the turf.
Yeah, that's not going to be a fumble. Nice play call, getting Berrios the ball in space, basically like he's on a return. He's one of the fastest guys on this team. He's explosive, powerful runner. Had a phenomenal year last year returning kicks. And this is just like he's in a kickoff return, punt return there. Nice play call. You can see he was certainly down before that ball came out.
Berrios' career year last season, not only as a return man, but as a pass catcher. Joe Douglas did a 2-year extension. They pick up 20 on the legs of Berrios. First and 10 inside the Cleveland 35. Carter, but making Garrett miss. What a maneuver by Carter, who was one of the surprise rookie running backs in the NFL last season. We'll see a late flag thrown here towards that Jets sideline just beyond the line of scrimmage.
Going to go against Cleveland.
Personal foul. Face mask. Defense number 22. Ball play after the goal. Automatic first down.
All right, where do we want to
So had the interception
spy?
last week in Charlotte.
Well, it's at the end right there. I don't think they call it if he doesn't grab the face mask and rip the helmet off.
Oh, wow.
You know, his forearm was
So
on
much
it like
space
Quentin Williams
inside,
was
yeah.
when they didn't call it. But then because of what he did at the end, that's certainly a penalty.
So Garrett to the sideline here.
So at one point
After
in
the penalty,
time,
the officials mark it
I've lost all my friends.
inside that Cleveland 15-yard line. Hall and Carter now both on the field together. You see the rookie lineup at the top of your picture. All kinds of confusion. The for
I
the
have
snap.
lost all my friends.
As we wait the
Nice.
call from Trey Blake.
False start. Offense. Number 61.
So that doesn't make any sense. For sure, just the one who won.
It's the rookie Mitchell making his second straight start at right tackle. Mention the injuries that the Jets have on their offensive line. Of course, they lose Mekhi Becton for the season, a fractured kneecap. Such a devastating injury. They sign Dwayne Brown. They lose him, the All-Pro.
Let's see.
Mitchell in the
Who's
starting
asking
role.
America?
Carter is blown up. So the penalty, and then they lose 2 more here.
In South America is mostly free cities.
On the tackle for the Browns.
Yeah, great job by Cormora.
So I guess like
Seeing it and then
barbarians.
shooting his gap. You see 28 right in the middle of the
cities.
field, and then just watch him
So,
fly right through there. Sees it, explodes, makes a great tackle. That's what you want from that linebacker position.
So Iron
Be
Man Samus
recognized and then fire and go
starts in
there
West
and make a play.
Africa. I expanded out to South Africa in the air exchange. I lost Sagu.
Tight end
I
Tyler Conklin.
I don't know what I want to do. This is over, right? It's like way past turn 250.
They desperately try to shore up that tight end
Should
spot.
be a little rank.
That has
I
been a
almost
huge
won.
question mark forever for the Jets.
And that was the struggle there.
I think we're going to start another one before I lost this
Fumble
game.
on third down, it became fourth down. They didn't make the plays when they needed to. Right here on third down.
Play down. Yeah, I'll probably stay right now. Just practicing, trying to win, man. Trying to win.
Ty Johnson, long setback, 3rd and 8. Flacco, football is loose. Who's got it?
So,
Jadeveon Clowney.
might start as Nubia, and I just hope that
Egypt
might start as Egypt.
And disaster for the Jets.
Yeah, I'll start as Egypt.
Here's the problem. Clowney
Yeah, let's take all of Africa.
outside on the rookie, around the edge, makes the
That's
big play.
probably what the next game's going to be. Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now. I think let's go tech trade before. So pretty much, I'm about to probably kick some butt this next one. So I came around this way. I did stealth attack before these. So we need mostly the bottom 2. Not like these 4, of course, all 4 of those. So we can get uranium and nanotech. So really just gotta go. Yeah, I kicked butt this one. I would continue this, but I just want to win. You know? Like, it's annoying to be in a losing realm. I'd rather just win the game and then take the realm.
No matter where I am, NFL Plus is how I football. This is live, local, and primetime games on your phone or tablet. This is how you football. NFL Plus. Start your free trial today.
Here we go. Welcome back. Same old place.
My video card sometimes has trouble with this game. Alright.
The new season of The Neighborhood and
There we are.
begin tomorrow on CBS.
I just love it.
You really don't want me to do that.
The NCIS.
So, let's see. Rising Falls fun. I like Gathering Storm. Immortals, Impossible, and Deity. Maybe we'll get to that eventually, but I usually just play an Emperor because it's kind of hard, but still kind of really fun.
To the schoolyard, strip sack and recovery by ball back to Brissett, and it's Cleveland offense as they begin just outside the 20. Here's Chubb. And a good push by the Jets' defensive front. C.J. Mosley, Jay takes back.
Well, you know what's tough is when you launch Myles Garrett up inside, and they start thinking about him. Your rookie, oh, he's over the top of me. I know I got somebody outside, but I'm thinking about him, and you're slow off the ball. And Clowney's too good. He'll get around the corner and make that play as well. And, you know, Mitchell knows that he made the mistake, and he's a young rookie getting on-the-job training right now, Spiro.
True start, location Matthews. So start wherever the here is. Sometimes I do have to say I'm there. It's probably like my favorite character. This we're gonna be Egypt, Cleopatra.
As we get a second marker thrown, Solomon Thomas finally chases him down. It's a run of 32.
Somewhere in there.
So we wait the call here from Trey Blake.
There she is.
I think the first flag.
City stage probably turns up to like 20. That's huge. No apocalypse or zombies, that's just ridiculous.
Second down.
It is on the Pro Bowler Teller. Jay, they got their money's worth on that play.
Yeah, Teller kind of got on an edge, and then he takes him down to the ground when he was out on the edge. Second 24 now.
Teller not playing with his usual offensive mate on the right side. We mentioned no Jack Conklin for the second straight week. And it looks like now the officials will send Brissett and the offense back to the huddle as Kevin Stefanski asking for some further explanation. Second and 24 after the penalty as they mark him back just outside their own 8.
Empty backfield.
Hunt in the slot, top of your screen. That's where Brissett goes here. Hunt breaks the first tackle, and then Sauce Gardner forced out of bounds. Officials will start the clock here. This will likely take us to the 2-minute warning, as the Browns will be faced with a 3rd and long when we come back. And what an open field tackle by the rookie Gardner. Tough set of circumstances for this Browns offense. When we come back, they're up 7 on the Jets.
All right.
You're watching the NFL
this is
on
a
CBS.
great starting spot. This is right where the pyramids are.
This resume is getting seen. Just not by who you
Right in Cairo.
You need a better plan.
Capital Egypt.
Indeed you do. And indeed,
All right.
is more than a resume.
So, if you've been watching the series, you know that I love starting with Magnus as a groundbreaker.
And it gets you seen by the right
But
people.
I changed
All
since
without having to do one dance move.
because I kept losing.
With an Invisalign smile,
So,
everything clicks. And that class
I've been using
reunion
Liang as a guild master and the zoning
Invis is the
commissioner.
#1 doctor recommended clear aligner.
I'm going
and
to
more
continue
predictable results.
to be
Invisalign.
using Liang as the guild master and zoning commissioner. Hopefully we can bring some cool heroes along the way as well. Cool. So this is a great first move anyway. So I'm gonna come see.
Bubbles.
We're gonna have these guys start exploring.
So many bubbles. As an Expedia member, you earn points on your travels.
Alright, so we have both animals and food. So we don't have any mining.
Absolutely nothing with all those bubbles.
Mining's like literally right here. And like right here. So as we explore, we'll do some mining. For now, we'll keep it as for animals. Even though there are no animals.
It's been a long wait.
Of course, ideally, we probably would want to build a monument first. Pretty quick as anything.
When it comes to fun and excitement, nothing can top the energy of NFL.
But There's
Catch it all.
Egyptians.
Best Buy, the official home entertainment retailer of the NFL.
Power.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Verizon.
CBS gonna keep
The
exploring.
network America
Gonna find
relies
some
on.
comments here and try to
And
find somebody
by
else out here.
Expedia.
These guys should be
Made
done
to
right
travel.
around a military area next to us.
Coming up on the Verizon Halftime Report, we will send you to New York. JP, Phil, Nate Boomer, and Coach Cowher will get you caught up around the league. Latest scores and highlights. It's all coming up on the Verizon Halftime Report.
Making sure it wasn't already a free
Final
city.
2
I was
minutes
like, oh
before
man.
halftime. 7-point Cleveland lead. Browns looking to
So,
start the season
where's
2-0
Vlad
for the
at?
first time since 1993.
That's a
Hard to
barbarian.
believe.
Bill Belichick is the coach.
Sorry, we only have 3 turns.
It's going back a long time. Browns are 5 of 5 on third down so far, but
That's just
tough one
a
here.
nice. We
You can certainly
found
see a
someone.
screen here, Spiro. Try to get Damari Cooper in space.
It's always better to
Set
find
quick
someone
strike
than it
near
is
side,
to
and
be
what a
found.
pop. DJ Reed with a smack.
So this guy's not gonna do anything anyway because he's just a scout. So he, I mean,
Not allowing the run down, getting the ball
so
back.
I both of these guys.
Robert Saleh decided not to. Another
Another
40
one.
seconds are going to
You
run off
find
that
another
play
one, or
clock.
did you
They're going
find
to
us?
bring this all the way down before they punt it.
So David Bell just
Who's
lit up
this?
by DJ Reed.
Kaiser.
Nice job by that Jets defense.
Bajorquez
Oh, he
has a
found
big
us.
leg, and this is an opportunity
Yeah.
backed up where Barrios can make a big return.
Oh, nice. We found Rome. Cool.
Bajorquez, the fifth-year punter.
Where's
He's got a
Valletta?
bomb for a left leg. Here's Barrios. Gonna field it at his
Oh
own
man, this
30.
could be a really
Barrios
cool round.
makes the first guy miss, weaves his way through. An excellent field position here for Flacco and the Jets as they'll start outside the 45. 16 yards in the return by Barrios. Jets will have one timeout left.
New iPhone 14 Pro.
And I'm being denounced by Kaiser.
Nice. But
By
everyone,
the Kaiser.
Everyone can get it.
every new customer,
And every existing customer.
every iPhone.
Every iPhone.
Oh, you're
Every
out on
Every
that.
iPhone.
Every-
The Kaiser of the
My work
Island.
is done.
I can't even see the Kaiser of the Island. But always better. He's somewhere in here because he's out of it. Oh, there he is.
Everyone gets AT&T's best deals on every iPhone. Get the new iPhone 14 Pro on us.
Are you coming for my job?
Because he's Kaiser. Yes, Spain.
Boneless wings on pizza. TVs. Wings on pizza. Sauce. Right.
Oh, Spain.
Pizza. Wings. Beer. And now pizza. B-Dubs is the only place for football.
Does your plug-in fade too fast? Try Febreze Fade to 5 plug. It has built-in technology to digitally control how much scent is released. to smell first
We haven't
toothbrush
found
for
any
50
mining
days.
yet. There's our slingers.
Buying a home? Then you've got a lot on your mind. Now, rising rates? Phew, it's a lot. But with Rocket, you have an advantage. You can lock your rate for 90 days while you search for a home. If rates rise, yours is safe. But if they fall within 3 years of buying, you can refinance to a new, lower rate with exclusive savings. We'll help you lock it and drop it so you can buy today.
Let's
That's
see.
the Rocket Advantage. Lock your rate today. Call 83336
So irrigation would help with this. It's always nice to get the boosts on those though.
Fight to be a full-time fan. There'll be early check-ins, then late shifts, good days,
Pottery.
bad ones. But you'll never quit because you're in this together. It won't always be easy, but when you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life.
Alright, and
Root for those with a fighting
I
spirit.
actually want a builder now. So we're gonna
The
have these
NFL on
guys explore up here.
CBS is sponsored by AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure. Modelo, brewed for full-time fans with a fighting spirit. And by Rocket Mortgage. Need to finance a home like a pro? Rocket can.
Another reminder, the Verizon Halftime Report comes your way next. JP and fellows standing by. We'll get you to New York momentarily.
Oh man, I think he It's freezing.
The pocket that Flacco has to stand firm and step up and deliver, and a really good route by Elijah Moore. Now you're in field goal range. Now we
Alright,
start to get aggressive.
we're
Now
gonna
we
have
think
to
about
go
trying to get a
back.
touchdown and score and tie this game.
Greg Zuerlein beat out their incumbent starter, Eric Pinheiro, for the kicking job in camp. Had a rough outing last week, getting that right leg warmed up. 1st and 10. Flacco, it was hit from the back. And again, it's Myles Garrett coming from the blind side.
You just cannot block him one-on-one. He's too tough. We've talked about it this week and last week. Watch how much depth he gets quickly, and then he has the dip to rip and get around. And Joe Flacco's got to know, I have to get rid of this ball quickly. I have to have that clock, that internal clock in my mind, and to know that Myles Garrett's going to come, especially if he's one-on-one.
Myles Garrett already 3 sacks in the young season, 2 last week, 1 earlier here.
Okay.
2nd and 10.
Oh, we don't have any recon yet.
With 38 seconds. They still have those 2 timeouts. Flacco goes underneath.
Pretty good goal already, so.
The backfield, this is Ty Johnson. First time we've called his number.
Alright. So
quick
you're
whistle.
gonna have to.
As Jacob
Oh, yeah.
Phillips on the
So.
tackle.
It almost
And
be
Robert Saleh
worthless
takes
to
his
start
second
going that
timeout.
way.
So we'll
Unless
break
I go
back to Cleveland
south
in
to see if
30
anything-
seconds
okay,
after this.
Before the Barbarians take over.
This book has helped me reach so many young homeowners who have become their parents.
Hey, what's the lowest you'll go on one of these books?
Well, remember, no haggling.
So we're gonna have these guys go around here, come up, make our
They may have read the
slingers
book,
straight
but
to
they
the
still
south.
have a long way to go.
Hoping to get your John Hancock on there.
Let's just call it a signature.
I noticed there weren't any refreshments, so I'm just gonna leave a couple of snacks.
This guy's gonna go more in the center here. There's a lay lines in here. So.
Okay.
Oh, right.
Progressive can
Get some
protect you from
decent
becoming
here.
embarrassed,
Points.
but we can't protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Okay, we don't need a line monitor.
Just down to their final timeout.
So,
Reminder that the
where's
Browns will
Florida?
receive the football to begin the second half.
Why are they
Okay, what
hiding?
does Michael LaFleur dial up here?
Well, he's trying to get the first down. You're thinking about the first down. The whole field's
We're
open
seeing
because you
such
have that
graphics
timeout.
out.
Trying to find Flacco,
Alright,
empty
just
backfield, knows he's got to
Barbarian
be
been
quick,
standing on
getting
our
rid of this ball.
Fisher.
Joe Flacco, the 37-year-old, 15-year vet.
So I
Protecting
went
over
to
the middle,
Barbarians.
completes. First down and more, it's the rookie
How
Wilson.
many mining at? So there's
What a
definitely mining
first half
somewhere
he's putting
here.
together. Had a touchdown
We'll
catch
probably
early,
get settled
picks up
in here.
18.
With the satellite.
First down for the Jets.
Excellent job by the offensive line, passing off the pressure, keeping the pocket clean, and Flacco able to find his rookie, get the nice completion in the first down. Good route there
So we're probably gonna
by
take
Wilson, a
money
perfect throw by Flacco.
Unfortunately.
Now you're in business to try and get this touchdown.
And I know there's some mining in
Jay, one thing about Flacco, even going back to his first stint with the Jets a couple of years ago, when they had protected him, he has had some nice games for this Jets offense.
What do we want to
Offense
do?
in general let
We're
him
gonna
down
want
last
some
week. They lose
mining.
because of Joe Flacco. A lot of drop passes and inability to make plays when they
Seattle,
needed it most, and then the
Cities.
offensive line struggled.
Think back to the New England game last year, the game against
So
the
3
Chargers.
turns.
Played efficient offensive football. See his numbers till this point. Jets are now out of timeouts. 23 seconds left. Trying to punch it in and potentially tie this game. Flacco throws incomplete. Off the hands of
Well, maybe we
Wilson.
keep my issue, you know, and we work with
Pressure
them a little
applied
bit.
that time again by Clowney.
Yeah, he was lucky that ball wasn't
They
intercepted.
seem to
Watch
be the
22
only
right here at the
ones
end. Delvin
pulling
get his
in.
hands on this ball
That's
after
where
it's
we might have to
deflected.
take this place.
Here he comes. He had a
Anyways.
chance to make the interception, wasn't able to pull it in.
So like I said, we're gonna work our way back
So
around
with the
here.
former second-round pick,
You know,
year
Molly's
3
right
for
over
him
here.
at LSU.
See the
Mentioned his interception last week in Charlotte.
Border.
Nearly had
Also
another one.
geographically, we know that West Africa.
Second and goal, 19 ticks left on the clock. Flacco winds up to the end zone, broken up. What a play by John Johnson, the old KT vet.
You're right on our geothermal fissure there, buddy.
And once again, it was Wilson the intended target.
I think if Flacco puts some heat on this ball, it's complete. But he has a little bit of loft on it, and Johnson's able to get in there and knock it away.
Where is
Remember the last third down, Spiro. You have the strip sack by Clowney. You can't afford any type of turnover. You got to get 3 points for sure. Trying to find a way to get the touchdown, but don't put this ball in jeopardy.
We haven't traversed too far.
Now it looks like Kevin Stefanski is going to take a timeout.
And honestly, these are times of peace. Right?
He and Joe Woods want to make sure they get their defense set. And the conversation now will get charged up. And that Jets timeout huddle. So 15 seconds. What a big early season moment here for a young team in the Jets. Trying to tie this game. Late stages first half on CBS.
That's really so, right down here. So looking at city state down here. Alright, so we want these. Not quite ready for a settler, unfortunately.
Get you unlimited minutes, data, and text.
Consumer selling. Get the same coverage as the major carriers at half the cost. Save up to $250 a year on all the talk, text, and data you need. Consumer selling. Meet Zach. His work-life balance is anything but balanced. But when he gets on the bike, he becomes Zen-Zach. Zen-Zach exists outside of time. His heartbeat sounds like a note from a circle. The ultimate vacation.
That's no wonder. I'm in the gyro.
So if you want to reach home, talk to the ocean. And Zen-Zach rides with Geico.
Oh man, someone's just getting a lot of heroes. How much so many heroes? These guys being claimed?
At Duracell, we're obsessed with bringing a better battery to life. Your life. New Duracell with power boost ingredients to power more when it matters. More life in your controller, so it's game over for him.
Alright, so we're probably gonna keep Zanzibar before we keep Mogadishu.
More from your headlamp and its
They
brightest.
have much more growth, and they're going to be facing Mount Kilimanjaro.
Engineered for you. Engineered for more.
So that's Molly. I'm not entirely sure what's down there.
My daughter's life is in your hands. The prosecution is playing dirty.
We got it. So
let's explore Zanzibar a little bit while Kilimanjaro's still. I always like to just explore these city-states myself. And like I said, we're taking this guy directly south all the way down the coast.
15 seconds, no timeouts for the Jets. Jay, what are we looking for?
Can't take a sack, can't complete a ball inbounds. You don't have enough time to run the field goal. Team has to go to the end zone or throw it away.
Where does Flacco go here? Near center of the field, wide open is hole. Touchdown. And the Jets strike back on the verge of tying this game.
We might want to do Browns Hurricane.
They just line them up right here in the backfield. Nothing simple.
So if we remember, we want all four of these. We don't really want red handed. We know that we have projects up
wide
here.
open, easy completion for Flacco, and a very good drive for the New York Jets to come and tie this game before halftime.
We really just want to. We're going to all these bases.
Veteran quarterback Flacco, even after the negative plays, just so even-keeled and keep the Jets on the move as Zerline's point after is good.
This thing goes to war pretty fast.
What a difference a week makes for this Jets offense. Another slow start today. Flacco and company have tied this game at 14.
Archery. I think this one's the least needed one here, right?
We want to take a moment here to send our condolences and love to our Vice President of Remote Production, Steve Karasik, and his family on the passing of Steve's beloved father.
That is, that there is a
Bob
military
was
state.
a lifelong Jets fan. He was a season ticket holder
So we don't want,
for 30 years.
these guys to go too far down
Steve,
here.
the entire CBS Sports family is thinking about you. We are thinking about you here. Your mom, Irene, your wife, Melissa.
Now, when these guys come out,
children, Eli
they're both going
and
to be
Ben.
here. And that's how we're going to be able to defend.
There's your score, 14-14, with 11:06 of the clock remaining. First half.
Here.
Second straight start for Joe Flacco. With injured Zach Wilson, who, by the way, has returned to practice for the Jets. They are hopeful that he will be able to return potentially in week 4. That would give him right around 6 weeks since the surgery, the torn meniscus and the bone bruise in his knee. But at least for the moment, so far so good with Flacco against this vaunted Cleveland defense.
All right, maybe we should not get a shield. No, because we're going to Dunbar, you know, that's not a bad quality to have.
They ruled it incomplete, and other than that, they've moved the ball every time they've had it. You know, they had a strip sack that ended the third drive, and you know, a couple of touchdowns. So, you know, both of these offenses have been successful moving the ball. But quarterback's pretty good.
So,
Flacco 10 for 16 for 100 yards, and Jacoby 11 for 12 for almost 100 yards.
Browns will take no chances here, and the final seconds are going to come off the clock. So the New York Jets, a team that has not won a game in the month of September in 13 straight tries, go all the way back to September of that 2018 season. A nice final drive orchestrated by Flacco to tie this one at 14. As we reach halftime in Cleveland, halftime is next after these first half highlights from Verizon and a word from your local station.
Adam, look at what I got.
Is that the new iPhone 14 Pro?
Yep, this amazing new camera. Smile.
And you got it on Verizon.
Even better. I got Verizon's new plan. It's Apple One. That's Apple Music, Apple TV Plus, Apple Arcade, iCloud Plus.
I hear the iPhone's pretty good on that one.
So it's the deal I got from Verizon. iPhone 14 Pro on now. You should get one. Selfie time. Wow, you can hustle when you need to.
Get a new iPhone 14 Pro on us. And get it with one unlimited for iPhone. Only on the network America relies on. Verizon.
Welcome aboard the Real Love Boat.
Wednesday
So two of these guys, this guy's gonna go on the other side of our builder. Take this little part right here for our farm. These things are going around. All right, and now we have 2 worries here. We're gonna start getting into it. Hopefully. All right. So out of these guys, oh man, we went Sun Wukong definitely. So hopefully we get lucky. And these guys are gonna go back into the city center. You don't have to worry about that because we're pretty much probably gonna settle probably somewhere here, or well, we'll probably take this northern border to keep these guys down. Probably gonna have to be good friends with Molly. Probably all 3 or 4 of these guys here. We're gonna take the northern border because I don't see anyone in the south yet. So, probably gonna settle from where this thing
Sports presents the Verizon Halftime Report, the network America relies on and the official 5G network of the NFL.
Probably right there.
Back here on the Verizon Halftime Report, letting you know that late today we've got 3 big games coming your way, highlighted by the Cincinnati Bengals at the Dallas Cowboys.
2 nervous teams, JV. When you're 0-1 in the NFL, it's a sleepless week. You feel the pressure. And for the Cincinnati Bengals, last week their offensive line did not play well, but I cannot understand it. They put it together, 4 new starters, and they played a Pittsburgh defense that was doing a lot of different stuff and caught them by surprise. For the Dallas Cowboys, I look at the game in just one spot. Can they make Cooper rush or get him in a position where he can make some plays, make it easy on him, give him confidence? If they do that, they have a good chance to win.
There you have it. Phil has set the table for you. That'll be coming up later today. The Verizon Halftime Report continues.
This isn't just a helmet. It's used in research and continuous innovation. Today, players wear helmets customized like 3D printing to get better fitting options that meet the demands of their position. It's all driven by the NFL's advanced data collection and testing, which led to more options and increasingly safer helmets. And it's working. Last season, concussions were
There's one day bigger than Sunday, Election Day. A day we all
There we are.
as a country and vote. It's your fundamental right. The issues that matter most to you will be decided this election. In some states, you must be registered a month before election day. So register.
Did you find us?
All 32 NFL teams are making their stadiums available for election-related activities.
Congo.
Go to NFL.com/vote and get registered today.
Oh man, you're right in the middle. All right. That's we have some decision making here.
Like Lennon and McCarthy, all the notes, Wheeler and how do you say your last name?
Oh, Zulu. So I think Zulu. I think it's South Africa. So.
You are watching the NFL on CBS. CBS Sports presents the Verizon Halftime Report.
There's Zulu. So there's South Africa. So I can turn back.
And welcome back to our New York studio and the Verizon halftime.
So we know these guys are down here. Oh man, I have to take one.
Full house, and to the highlights we go.
Mac Jones was on the injury list early in the week, had to loosen up his back and everything else. Looks like his back is just fine. Look at his throw right here. He's going to find Nelson Aguilar 44 yards out, up and over the defender, and he leads 10-3 at the half.
The Miami Dolphins, Baltimore Ravens, Tua Tagovailoa in scoring distance. He gets the ball to Jalen Waddle right now for the screen, and then he gets it to the end zone. But the Baltimore Ravens will answer back. Check out this sort of stuff on the bottom of your screen. Tom Brady catches it, and then he shoots right out of the back door. Teenager trying to get out after curfew, and boom, he gets in for number 7 for 7. Now, Lamar Jackson's looking for a guy who helps him get down there. Big play by Mark Andrews before, gives him the pass. They scored a touchdown there, up 21-7.
New York Jets and the Cleveland Browns. Jacoby Brissett connects with Amari Cooper, the great offseason signing for them for a 6-yard touchdown. 14-7 at that time. Cleveland Browns and Joe Flacco on 3rd and 10. Hits Brees Hall out of the backfield uncovered for the touchdown, 14-14.
All right, the Colts and the Jaguars. Colts another poor first half. 17-0 Jaguars. Starts off by this young man right here, James Robinson. He's going to take it 34 yards in the first half. Trevor Lawrence, 14 of 17, 137 yards, 1 TD. Totally out of play. Matt Ryan threw an interception.
Real quick.
Down in New Orleans, not much happening here between these two quarterbacks, Jameis Winston and Tom Brady. Decent numbers for sure, but the one thing that we have seen on both sides is that the defenses are controlling this football game. Coach loves this stuff.
Yeah, Panthers at the Giants on the game's opening kickoff. Carolina running back Chuba Hubbard fumbles, recovered by Giant safety Dane Belton, led to a Giant field goal to put them up 3-0. Then on Carolina's next possession, the Giants Darnay Holmes strips the ball from the Panthers. Robbie Anderson, recovered by Dory Jackson, led to another Giant field goal at 6-6.
Now it's pretty much just a sprint.
Washington Commanders, Detroit Lions. Jared Goff steps up in the pocket, slides right. Who's he finding back in the end zone? That is Amon-Ra St. Brown. That's 2 weeks in a row this young man has got the end zone. The Lions all over the Commanders, 22-0 just before halftime. All right, Mac Jones, we've seen a little bit of good. We've seen some bad. How about this? Over the middle, we're crossing route by Jacoby Myers. Then he steps up and then lets this one float a little bit. He gets away from him. He knows he's going to intercept that. Minka Fitzpatrick, who has his second interception of the season thus far. But Mac Jones, he's still going to grip it a little bit. Takes this shot downfield, trusting his wide receiver. How about Nelson Aguilar going up and over the top of the DB? And you can see the DB comparisons here. Mac Jones, 143, 1 TD in that interception. And Mitch Trubisky has not thrown a TD thus far.
You know, the one thing, again, going into this game, we were talking about
any sorts of
yeah, let's do it. Jacoby Brissett, he's on fire too. Sideline route, Amari Cooper, the best route runner, one of the best in the league. Corner route, wide open, good throw by Jacoby Brissett. And then, let's just don't even cover it. Let's not even go in the end zone and get wide open. Dallas misses him, but really a great job by Amari Cooper. 4 targets, 4 receptions, 48 yards. 1 touchdown. What a great addition to the Browns.
All right, the 2 things I want to talk about. One is the New England defense.
defense. The New England defense played really well last week in Miami, and they're doing it again
especially while
today.
their arm
And that's
walls,
one of the
we're
reasons why
probably
I
going to
think they're
take
going to win. The other
this
thing
place
is,
with
I said it
some
before
of
in
the
the pregame
calls.
show about Joe Flacco, whether or not he was going to show something and be the player that Rob Saleh has been seeing in practice.
Just a little too close, you know. I mean, we probably won't generate any grievances.
Which is not his fault. I will tell you this, that he is playing great, he's accurate, and he's running the team like I thought he should have been able to run the team last week against Baltimore.
You know, I was looking at the Pittsburgh offense, and I know that they're throwing the ball a little bit.
Now
They
we
got to
could
start
probably
taking some shots
use a
down.
spearman or two
To me, it's
to
again,
help him
I
out.
just would take the reins a little bit off of me.
You believe he's playing a little too safe?
I think he is. He's more worried about turning the ball over instead of play. So I think, again, open this offense up a little bit.
Minka Fitzpatrick, when you see him down the field, he reminds me of another Steeler, Troy Polamalu. Always know where he's at. He just has a great sense to make plays. And for Mac Jones, he goes through reads as fast as any quarterback in the NFL, and he found Nelson Aguilar.
I say Troy Polamalu with a little Ed Reed, and he's a playmaker with the balls in the air.
Great.
Is there a third point on our way out?
No,
You're all good?
I just say Daddy was
Right? Good. And the runs in there.
Because next he's probably going to be right here, so that camera's going to be
CBS
like
Sports
right
presents the
there.
Verizon
That'd
Halftime
be perfect.
Report. The network America relies on.
Egypt is really nice. It's my first time using it.
Sky's the limit, baby girl.
I felt like it'd probably be a cheat code.
We need the run to be homeless. I got a lot on the line right now. And that's exactly what you need. Use that as fuel.
And I am being down to my Molly. Cool.
We just see you. It's all the special you need.
So, we can even have these guys be scouts out here and send this copper for a while. So we're probably gonna take this military state. What are you thinking? I'm not seeing any other reinforcements. Oh, yeah, they are. Just the one. Well, we're making an encampment, so I'm just gonna take the place. Oh no, I'm generating grievances. That's alright. It's military state. I hope I don't catch any griff for this. Oh wow. So this is health pretty fast. Hold on.
Want to stay focused on the action? Just tell Siri. Turn on Do Not Disturb.
These are the last ones.
Well, just minutes ago here at First Energy Stadium in Cleveland, Joe Thomas, the all-time great Cleveland Brown, inducted into their Hall of Fame club here.
So we're gonna fortify.
Future Hall
Let
of
these guys
Famer.
come to us.
Nice moment for old buddy Joe Thomas as we welcome you back to the booth. Spiro and Jay will hear from Aditi in just a couple of minutes. Quite impressive close to the first half of the Jets after the Browns retook the lead 14-7. You thought maybe the momentum swing was turning in their favor. But Joe Flacco leads the Jets down the field.
I thought both offenses were effective moving the ball when there wasn't a lot of possessions. Cleveland basically only had 3 possessions, the Jets 4. And they moved down. Big drive by the Jets there at the end to go down, to continue to get third downs, cash it in with the touchdown.
Take a look at some of the highlights over the first 2 quarters. Another good start for this ground game and the Browns. Nick Chubb putting all kinds of strain on that Jet defense, and then Brissett to the air, finding Cooper. And the strip sack by Clowney. Also the recovery But the response by the Jets, orchestrated by Joe Flacco, Jay, as we take a look at some of the first half numbers.
Well, I think if you're New York, you cannot allow Cloudy or Myles Garrett to wreck this game. You go max protection when you're going to throw it. If you're Cleveland, just keep doing what you were doing. You can run the ball well. You've been doing it effectively. Jacoby Brissett, 12.
Alright,
very efficient.
now we have to defend. Oh man, he only lost like 2 turns.
Browns will have the football to begin the second half. Again, looking for their first 2-0 start here in almost 30 years after all the way back to the 93 season. Jets, meantime, have tied the longest September losing streak in NFL history. Trying to avoid that infamous distinction as they try to get a win here in week 2. Zerline trying to turn the page after missing a couple of kicks last week. So far done his part. As we are all tied at 14 as we begin the second half here in Cleveland. It's 2 historic NFL franchises. And the second week of the new NFL season, a low line drive kick. And Jerome Ford's going to play it a couple of yards deep in his own end zone. Takes a couple of hard licks at the 20-yard line as we go downstairs to Aditi.
Spiro, Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski was not happy about that last touchdown. He called it cheap. He said that it's incredibly important that the Browns get the Jets into more 3rd and long situations so they can get their pressure packages out. As for the Jets, well, Robert Saleh was pleased that his team rebounded with that touchdown after the sack fumble, but he said they still left 3 on the table. And he said right now they need to come out hot defensively. Hot, Spiro, he said.
Let's see how they start after really what was an impressive first half.
They surrounded me
against this ferocious ground attack for the Browns. Nick Chubb gets right back to work, picks up about 5. Quinnen Williams, one of the top defensive tackles in the NFL,
stay away from
on the stop for the Jets.
Yeah, he played stout against Baltimore. That's what he did last year as well. You look at last year, Quinnen Williams was top 10 among D-line at stops percentage, stuff percentage, sack percentage. You don't hear his name a lot because the Jets haven't won a lot, but he's played well since they drafted him.
3rd overall pick made by the Jets back in that 19 draft. Brissett play action on 2nd down. Has to step up to avoid the pressure. Hard hit. Nick Chubb is lit up by Quinnen's brother. It's Quincy.
Should have waited. I probably cleared more a little fast. No, that's alright.
They were trying to hit Njoku deep. That's who Brissett's looking. He wasn't open, so he comes to the check down. Big pop right there. We talked to Kevin Stefanski about Nick Chubb, and he talks about how Monday, those running backs, they tote the ball as much as he did. They're sore. You got to be a tough man to come back every week and do what Nick Chubb does.
He's going to be sore after that hit by Big Bro. Here's a quarterback sneak by Jacoby Brissett. Kevin Stefanski touched on physicality that he brings, Jay, at that position, as this is going to be a Cleveland first down. As Brissett does his job, they move to James.
Well, we saw him do that last week as well against Carolina. 6'4", big physical quarterback. Understands very well what to do in those 3rd, 4th, and short situations when you're running the quarterback seat. Find the seam, stick your head in there, drive those legs, get the first down.
Brissett 13 of 14 if you've just joined us. He has been efficient and economical, including the touchdown to Cooper. First down, where does he go here? He's going to tuck it away. Oh, he's going to throw it. Brissett wide open. It's Bryant. Bryant breaking tackles inside Jet territory. What a play by Brissett. They pick up 30.
Well, that's all Jacoby Brissett, because they bring Bryant across in motion. And because of Jones,
these guys are diesels early on. Like they're like wave or whatever. It's weird, but.
Boy, Brissett, the sleight of hand. Cooper. The improvisation from Brissett. And suddenly the Browns are moving.
Spirit, you just think about all the quarterbacks that he's learned from. When you look at Phillip Rivers and Andrew Luck and Tom Brady at the beginning of his career, picked up from each one of those guys. That was an excellent play fake. Hit the ball. Gets a nice completion.
Might just end my game right now.
Officials now are going to stop this game. I believe this is going to be Gardner who will
That's
come
what I get
off
for
the field.
trying to
He's gonna
expand
take
too
a knee.
fast.
Looked like Gardner was complaining about something after that last play. And now the medical personnel from the
Jets will
Jets
be fine.
onto the field to attend to their prize rookie Sauce Gardner.
He went low on that tackle, and his head kind of hit the knee of Amari
Because
Cooper.
they already have ancient
Hopefully
walls.
he's okay.
Gardner, the 4th overall pick.
There it is. Gotta go.
What a prospect this kid is. Then you have the concussion spotters upstairs constantly looking for any kind of a sign of head injuries.
And you just want to be careful.
Yeah, these guys are like
You
these.
wanna
I don't know how they can move or throw after they move, but that's
And
kind
Brandon
of
Eccles comes in for him, so if I'm Jacoby Brissett, he's on Amari Cooper up top. I want to go at that matchup.
There's a little misdirection. Jets weren't fooled. Demetric Felton going backwards. Yeah, Jay just mentioned Brandon Eccles, who steps into that nickel spot because
so.
Bryce
Should
Hall
be good.
is
They
a
just kill
scratch
us on my
today.
farms.
And the Jets dump him for a
Hey,
loss
we
of
made
4.
the camp, man.
Well, it's a good play by this defense, getting up the field, not being fooled,
Where is this? It's
seeing the
Talking
motion,
about
knowing that
Alex
Felton
Bond.
is kind of a running
Really,
back,
with
so
one left.
they could get him on that little fly sweep, and a good job getting backing him up to 2nd and 14.
2nd and 14. Brissett, hard pass is caught. Cooper. There is a penalty flag thrown behind the line of scrimmage. 2 markers. Could this be a little bit
It's going to be a late
too
hit.
much contact against Brissett?
Jacoby took a shot here.
4 more
Low
turns is
on
what
his
we
knee.
need. I guess I've kind of blown myself 4 turns.
Roughing the passer. Defense number 72. The penalty is half a distance to the goal from the end of the play. Automatic
Meantime,
first down.
probably make a warrior or slinger.
Watch 72 come out the right, working through the tackle, and he's low, and then he kind of dives into Jacoby's knees. They're so protective of those quarterbacks, giving him a little more leeway this year to grab and reach, but not dive into the knees.
So the rookie Clemens is penalized. Remember that controversial roughing the passer that Brissett and the Browns got last week that aided their final go-ahead game-winning drive against the Panthers. After the penalty, here's Chubb inside the 5 on 1st and goal. Tackled on the play by Rankins. And now more pressure on this Jet defense to keep him out of the end zone.
Pretty good job so far today for this Jets defensive front against this vaunted rushing attack. Nick Chubb, 10 attempts, 35 yards. That's 3.5 a carry.
I don't know how they're like to do it after
yards.
the move, but
Felton 1 for -4, but more than anything, they need to keep him out of the end zone here.
Brissett, back corner, Njoku going airborne, and now they say incomplete. Boy, ran out of real estate, working against Eccles. Boy, that was close.
Well, certainly in the mismatch
well,
that they
hopefully
wanted.
I survive
When you get
this.
your big tight end, there he goes, high points the ball. He's got to do is get his feet down, but you can see that left foot comes down out of bounds.
Actually wasn't close. Nice job by Eccles. Right where he needed to be against the big physical David Njoku. Kevin Stefanski will go 3 tight ends again here. 3rd and goal from the 4. Browns go empty. Here come the Jets on the blitz. Brissett able to escape to the end zone. It's broken up. Bryant was the intended receiver. Heavy pressure by Martin.
What do we want?
Just a
I'm happy.
terrific play
I don't
by
even
that
know if I'm
Jets
going to
secondary.
survive this, but
Good stop by this Jets. They were trying to find Amari Cooper. You see him here. They're trying to get him in a matchup they like. Hide him
I
behind
doubt
the
I'm
tight
going to
end.
survive this.
He wasn't open, or Jacoby couldn't get to him because of the pressure. Had they scramble, get out, try and find his tight end, and a nice stop there by Brandon Eccles.
But we'll sure try to.
What a play by
I should have brought
Eccles.
this thing
Just
back.
incredible on the recovery.
I think this guy was actually
After
going to
Brissett made a terrific play to give him a chance. Chip shot, 22-yard field goal by York. AFC Special Teams Player of the Week after his memorable debut. Cleveland retakes the lead on CBS.
taken up running.
That's embarrassing.
Apple Watch has taken up a few
Do
new
the same
features.
thing.
Well, first, it tracked your distance. Now, it tracks your stride length. It knows a breaststroke from a backstroke.
Thanks,
It checks
AI.
for temperature changes to estimate when you've ovulated. When you're dreaming, it's measuring your REM sleep down to the minute. And it can detect a serious car crash.
Well, I'm gonna do the same thing over again, but just a little bit better.
A few new things.
The new 2023 GMC Sierra AT4X is equipped to conquer the great outdoors. Or the great indoors. Welcome to the peak of premium off-roading. The new 2023 GMC Sierra AT4X. GMC.
I can't believe how many times I messed up. Alright, this will be a lot better. Same thing.
Let's get down to the field for the coin toss. Doesn't get much better than this. Now that is how you bring home the snacks.
Some things leave you guessing. MailChimp takes the guesswork out of email marketing by analyzing data from billions of emails to offer suggestions
Cool.
how to improve engagement and revenue. Guess less.
20 city-states. So we're just filling up the map.
We all came in together, we all live together.
Well, yeah, that's the problem. There were a lot of people there.
Who isn't?
Let's go, we got this.
Somebody messed up.
Yeah, 2, 4, 6, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. How do I go down?
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience.
Oh, that's
Use of this broadcast for any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
Short field goal by Cade York has put the Cleveland Browns back in front of the Jets. We'll give all kinds of credit to Robert Saleh's defense. Jeff Ulbrich, their second-year defensive coordinator, so far pushing the right buttons as they keep the Browns out of the end zone. Barrios watches that York kick sail through the back of the end zone. Jets will have it at the 25. Well, the great Myles Garrett was the Week 1 NFLPA Community MVP. Myles hosted a 2-day back-to-school kickoff event back in early August. For more than 250 kids, he filled backpacks with supplies, gave out lunch bags, and helped provide the kids with haircuts to get them ready for the new school year.
Oh crap, I didn't even mean that.
Already with sack. He inches a little bit closer to the all-timer, Clay Matthews.
Can't let him ruin the game spirit. If you're going to throw a match
Alright.
attack, get at least
Said it was
2
easy.
guys on it. Get somebody chipping. Don't allow him to be one-on-one.
Let's begin on the legs of Braxton Berrios. Had a big run early in the first half, tackled here on the sidelines by Grant Delpit as we take a look at the Jets' first half possessions.
I thought they did well. They moved the ball effectively. We talked about that first drive. That was the one on third down that was really close on the sideline. They called it incomplete. But other than that, they moved the ball efficiently. They protected Joe Flacco for the most part, except when Clowney got loose and Myles Garrett got loose once when he wasn't blocked at all.
On 2nd and 7, here come the Browns again. Flacco running for his life. And no choice but to just throw it out of bounds. And that time, pressure coming from almost every direction.
Yeah, here's Myles Garrett coming off the edge from the top of your screen. Fant up there, able to dip under, and then the explosion to be able to kind of come forward, and you see everybody else coming in and joining the party.
Jay, that'll get your heart rate up looking at that.
That's right.
Joe Flacco.
But Joe, we asked Joe about that. I said, are you worried about and wondering every play where Myles Garrett is? He said, no, I just have to trust my offensive line.
Hard to get Joe Cool rattled, that's for sure.
Except for if you don't brush your teeth long enough.
Flacco's pass on third down is complete. What a ball there for Moore. Lunging back Looked like a corner blitz. Jets picked it up. They pick up 10 and a first down.
This is what we said that Joe Flacco had to do. Recognize when there's pressure, when they're bringing a blitz, and get the ball out quick. Understanding where to go with the ball, using that veteran knowledge, going to the right receiver, nice completion.
Elijah Moore wanted to put his imprint more on this game after a quiet week 1 last week. 3 targets, 3 catches for Moore. Already 41 yards through the air. Flacco on the fake handoff near side. This will be incomplete. Jets had numerous drops last week. That's their number 3 tight end, Jeremy Ruckert, who was inactive last week, up today with the injury to C.J. Uzomah.
Yeah, those are plays that you just got to make. You know, even if you only pick up half the yardage, it puts you in more manageable situations. And you're right, Spiro. Last week, the receivers for the Jets let down Joe Flacco. Multiple times they had opportunities to make catches, most of the time on 3rd down, and they dropped the ball.
Jets had 4 official drops.
They were critical
last week.
All right, let's do this all over again now.
What's the call here? Wilson
I missed a lot of turns in there. Probably why I got my butt whooped. Now, I probably got a bad lay anyway. But I was that was just a really bad order of operations I just did there. So, order of operations is Sound City. Yeah, I do this all correctly, right? Now we appoint the governor. We're going to appoint the surveyor, Liang, to our city before it gets down to 0. Alright, I guess I will do this a little differently. Since there's probably are some things that I should take into account.
I just like this play design. It was really good job. Here's Conklin. Watch him block first and then release out into the flat. And Flacco does a good job.
So we're going to do. I mean, technology-wise, everything can be the same. We're probably going to wait for to buy the monument again. Or we want to settle her. So we're going to make a play there.
Michael Carter, minimal pickup on 1st down. Joe Flacco
there's so much
starting to put his imprint on this one for the Jets.
Might just do the monument first and not do all the exploration.
Rely on these young, talented, skilled players.
Yet,
I said it at the beginning, but the Jets,
it's
if you're a Jets
probably
fan at
really
home, you're frustrated because you haven't seen them winning, but you don't.
So I think we're gonna do some loyalty things.
It's almost all young talent, though, so there's going to be a learning process.
I am playing different.
8th play of the drive for the Jets.
And someone's already found me.
At their own 25-yard line. 2nd and 8. Little more misdirection. More. Look how he's staring at almost the entire defense. What a push by the Cleveland front.
To the south.
Owusu Koromoa lead the charge for the Browns. It's a loss of a half dozen.
Here's another one.
Right now
I just in the center of everything now.
Spiro, Garrett Wilson was just taken into the medical tent. You surely recall that offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur was so excited about how much more he was able to put on his plate this week. I do have one other update for you. Quinnen Williams is in the locker room right now. His foot is being evaluated. He is questionable to return.
Still waiting on an official update.
Oh my gosh, and the Nubians. Wow, you just put me around the center of everything.
Big 3rd and 14 here
This
for the
is
Jets.
dumb.
Flacco flushed out. Browns giving chase. Flacco surveys, puts some air under it. Deep down the field, it's incomplete. Looking for Corey Davis. There's just nowhere to go with the football for Flacco.
Well, it was a good effort, though, by Joe
Trees,
Flacco.
the
He used
trees
his legs
are,
right time. Knew that he had to throw that ball up and try and allow Corey Davis to run under it. Wasn't able to do it. You saw Clowney come up gimpy there at the end of that play. Something that I wasn't gonna play that. I wanted to like actually like not having already. Like, yeah. Oh, how many people do we even have in that? Let's see. So we had 15. We already found 5 in Africa.
Perfectly placed punt by man.
So that means there would have to be 10 more across all of the rest of the world. So that's maybe like, it's like 2 for America, 2 for South America. That's like 4 for Europe and like all of Europe. And we're at like 9. And then we have Asia. So we're gonna put like 2 there, and then there's Australia, which is turned into a free city. But that's just, and we're not doing that. But we're gonna keep this the same as it was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, it's 15. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, let's put someone here in the middle to so we can keep track of where we're at on this list. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh.
Brought to you by Pfizer and Bio.
Where is this guy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15.
All new garlic guajillo steak. It's a whole new dimension of flavor.
Before we begin, I'd like to thank our sponsor, Liberty Mutual. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. And by switching, you can even save $652. Thank you, Liberty Mutual. Now, contestants.
Alright, let's hope that we get a better lay this time. I did the first one again, but I probably played it really wrong. I don't know why I did like that.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. FanDuel. Make every moment more. And by Chipotle. For real.
Oh, what's old is new again in Cleveland. Brownie the Elf had a lot of the spotlight here in Cleveland this week. A new good field logo. Good news for the Jets. Sauce Gardner back on the field. He was evaluated for a head injury, but has been cleared. And he resumes play for the Jets. Nice pass here. Njoku on the catch. Tough throw for Brissett. Flushed out, throwing it across his body. They pick up 15 yards. NFL Votes is in its 3rd season.
Alright, this should be, hopefully we get a better lay. So again, which means we're probably going to go with more of the first approach. Jeez, I don't even know why we discovered so many heroes so early on. So we're probably going to go with the approach that we did the first time we explore. But our builds are going to be different.
As Chubb is tackled
So,
by
adversary animal,
and Whitehead. Let's get another NFL Today update as we throw it to Coach.
Yeah, Cyril and Jay, watch Daniel Jones right here off the bootleg to his left. Hit Daniel Bellinger, and he's going to reach over from 16 yards out and score. And New York Giants tie up the Carolina Panthers 13-13. Back to Spiro and Jay.
Coach playing quarterback in the studio. I love it. Nice little sequence for Daniel Jones and that Giants offense.
City safeties.
Here in Cleveland, it's a 3-point Browns lead as we play with under 5 left in the quarter. Jacoby Brissett, second down pass incomplete. Njoku dropped it. Njoku's played well today after a quiet outing last week. He had a big contract extension, Jay, in the offseason. Couldn't squeeze it.
Have 3 receptions already. This should have been the 4th.
So, only difference is we're not going to be using ranged. We're going to be using all warriors and melee type. Rather,
those are the plays that just kill
for a while.
Offensive momentum.
Now there's Amari Cooper. Now you got Njoku in motion. Jets usually play man, but showing zone here.
Here come the Jets off the corner. Cleveland picked it up, and then Brissett's pass is caught by Cooper. Tackled on the play by B.J. Reed.
So this would be a different response, but I only have one city, and I don't want to share my one city with the people. I think that's what I did wrong. I shared my one city with everyone.
Down, win zone, keep him in front, rally to the ball, get a nice tackle, force fourth down.
Like if I had two, then I could share my capital with them. I still have the other one.
Jeff Holbrook pleased on that Jet sideline. Berrios, what a booming kick by Bojorquez. My goodness. Told you he's got a cannon for a leg. And he puts it all on display right there.
All right.
63 yards of the punt from Bojorquez.
So again, we're probably going to take the same approach technology-wise.
It's just buying a car, building my secret.
Gross. Anyway, I already used Capital One Auto Navigator.
All right, 2 turns.
I found my car online and I got
So these guys are going to just sit here, and then we're going to make our...
did it at all. Then I got my real rate monthly payment, had an amazing test drive to dealer, and paid. Hold on, check it.
That's pretty cool.
What's in your wallet?
$200 instantly. Just spent $5.
So these guys are gonna chill here. That's what I did wrong. Is I left this city center open early on. And instead of keeping it, among other things, I did a lot of things wrong.
Dang, that was fast.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Bet $5 to get $200 instantly. Action's so good. Why the NFL?
So how long do we have until we can probably monument? It's like 170, 160, 10 turns.
Sauce, toss, zesty, peppery, straight up heavenly. I can't just keep looking at them like this.
That'll be around the same time that we get the settler anyway, so let's do the settler.
Up your game with making Samsung, LG, or Sony TV from Best Buy.
So it's Friday night dinner. All of a sudden, boom. Boom. The kid's like, Dad, what is that? You get it. Huh? Okay, yeah, sure, rewind it. How about this? Big you pop. But bubbling your home in college.
And mining, so mining versus bronze working. Bronze working is not even a bad idea. 10 turns. Yeah, because where we expand, we'll probably be mining, so get there and get settled.
There's GTAV and Clowney, who had the big strip sack and recovery in the first half. Looks like he's clutching at his right ankle. This was the last sequence. See him right there, turn the right ankle.
Yeah,
Give him some time to try to gather
so this is
himself.
much better lay. This is more like the first time.
As the Jets have it from the 10 on first down. This is Michael Carter. Picks up 3, maybe 4 as we go downstairs to Aditi.
Guys, it is indeed his ankle, but he is expected to go back in. So although Clowney's sitting on the bench, he should be back in shortly.
Well, Didi's got a big smile on his face right now, so he can't be in that much pain, although he's still kind of limping around a little bit, testing it out.
All right.
Isaiah Thomas, who was inactive for the Browns last week, has come onto the field.
Myles Garrett is flipped. He's over on this side. He moves around a lot, but there he is making an impact.
Carter, second down play, out across the 20. And well done by Carter. This will be a first down catch and run from the second year. Man, it's a pickup of 8.
Military state. Oh wow, they went all the way over there. Is that like is that their second city?
Mike LaFleur is dialing up the right plays at the right time
Or
to
if
try
I
and
can
negate
make our own
this pass
here.
rush and negate Myles Garrett.
Why
Understanding
do I think
when
if
they're
there's anything
bringing
south,
pressure,
southern
knowing where to go, and then
of this,
Flacco's done a good job getting rid of that ball quickly.
we'll check it out a little bit. So I think what I did wrong is that I usually try to explore more than attack with my first hero in the ancient era.
Field looks like this one could be against the Jets.
It's going to be in their center. They go
But it turned
downfield.
into a, military state. Okay, so I guess that satisfies my fancy, right?
5-yard penalty.
I wanted to take over.
That's the second such penalty today against McGovern. Another NFL Today update. Here's Bill.
Keep moving this guy.
Yeah, Tua Tagovailoa is going to throw 14 yards to Mike Gesicki. Watch this catch on the back of the end zone. Gets both feet down.
Hey,
Miami cuts the lead of Baltimore from 28 to 14. Back to Spiro and Jay.
All right, Coach, what an early season matchup there. Here's Hall trying to break that tackle. Wrapped up beautifully right at the 20-yard line. And again, that Browns secondary just so talented. That time it's Greg Newsome.
Those are the kind of plays that I was talking about. Robert Saleh.
This area out here. Oh wow. That's area here. Bronze and iron. So again, we're probably gonna want to take the. I like to always, you know, we're probably gonna want to take the northern border here. So I'm probably gonna go right on the other side of this and settle right in here. Mining. We're gonna purchase our monument. Do a devotion to Sunday. Right in there. Oh wow. Run. Where? Oh, down here. Where? I think it's supposed to be. So he's gonna make it on the other side of these guys.
First down. That's one of those things with rookies that are out there. You get guys lined up in wrong formations. Earlier, you saw the center downfield. Robert Saleh was not happy about that at all. Those kind of penalties make it very difficult to sustain drives.
Marks him back 5 yards, just inside the 40. First and 15. Pitch. Hall. Able to wiggle his way through, get some of that penalty yardage back. Chase Winovich runs him out of bounds. It's a 1 of 10
settlers already
for Breece Hall, the Iowa State product. And the final seconds are going to come off the clock. That'll take us to the end of the third quarter here in Cleveland.
Let's see.
Jets trying to break into the win column. Trying to punch it in. They're down 3. You're watching the NFL on CBS.
Well, he's going to want to be around first.
This is the Gillette Labs with exfoliating bar. The bar in the
here. So
dirt and debris ahead of the blades for effortless shaving in one efficient stroke.
Hey, that rookie corner? You were a boy in college.
For real?
Well, I'd see him on campus.
Okay.
I'd say, hey. He'd say, what?
So I plan to do some exploring with some climb instead of going off attacking people.
CBS is the home of ghosts.
Exciting.
So pull up a seat.
Oh my God!
The new season of Ghosts premieres Thursday, September 29th on CBS.
Welcome to the President Joe.
God, point us on Wukong anyways to explore. And then with my settler, I'll do something.
First Energy Stadium. Beautiful sunshine on this 80-degree Sunday, week 2 of the NFL season. There's your score as we begin the fourth quarter. Spiro Ditas, Jay Feely, Didi Kinkagwala, Gene Sterator, our producer Jason Ross, Chris Fenson, our director. Rest of our crew in the truck, Jason Melnick, Patrick Vega. The cast of dozens here in Cleveland. 2nd and 5 as we begin the fourth. Here is Carter to the outside. There is a marker thrown again where the Jets already have endured 2 offensive penalties on this drive alone. 24-yard run by Carter, but is this one coming back?
Holding. Offense, number 76. 10-yard penalty, 2nd down.
Robert Saleh not happy with that call. There's not a whole lot there. He's got good positioning. There's your left tackle. Watch him come off. Makes contact. He's driving. There's nothing there yet. Nothing there. See, I didn't see it. I didn't see a hold there.
Saleh's reaction tells you all you need to know. Tough penalty against Fant. Against forced into that starting left tackle position with the injury to Dwayne Brown. So 3 offensive penalties for the Jets on this drive. 2nd and 15 back at the 40. Flacco over the middle, incomplete. Looking for more, and it will be 3rd down.
Yeah, he missed one there. He had time in the pocket. He had Elijah Moore. If that ball is low, his receiver's going to be able to make that catch.
Jay, what are you thinking here? Is the goal just to get into field goal range?
I think that's your primary goal, right? You'd like to pick up 5 to 8 yards, 10 yards to get yourself into a makeable field goal range to be able to try and tie this game. And if it's there, be aggressive, but don't take a sack here.
Greg Zuerlein in his career, long field goal, 61 yards, but all the way back to the 15 season. Flacco, here they come again. Pass batted at the line of scrimmage. Boy, nearly picked. Dangerous sequence for the Jets. Alex Wright, the man who got a piece of it. And the Jets avert disaster.
Yeah,
All
right. Yeah, he's going to try about a 57-yarder. Joe Woods talked to us about getting hands up and knocking passes down. They did it a lot last week against Baker Mayfield. I think that's their first one. But here's Zuerlein with the opportunity to bang through a 57-yarder.
Told you about Zuerlein last week. He missed 2 kicks in that game, a 45-yard field goal and an extra point. It has been a revolving door for the Jets at the place kicker position the last couple of years. Big moment here for Zuerlein. That kick is good. Boy, it wasn't pretty, but it got there from 57.
All he's got to do is put it between their uprights, and he hit a bomb. I mean, 57 yards to tie the game. That's a great kick, Spiro.
Here, there, here, there, here, there, here, there.
Today's pros need today's tools, and the Home Depot is here to help. With job site delivery to keep you on site and on schedule, and equipment rentals to make sure you can take on any job. Plus, when you join Pro Extra, you'll earn perks on every dollar you spend. Earn perks 4 times faster when you join. Register and use your Pro Extra credit card. New tech, new tools, new ways to grow your business, all at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
The new iPhone 14 Pro. It's amazing.
Yes, the camera's incredible. And you'll get our best deal.
Nice. But everyone should get it.
Everyone can get it.
Every new customer.
And every existing customer.
Every iPhone.
Every iPhone.
Every iPhone.
Every iPhone.
Every. Okay. My work here is done. Everyone gets the best deal. Every iPhone. It's amazing.
Everyone gets AT&T's best deals on every iPhone. Get the new iPhone 14 Pro on us.
Are you coming for my job?
I didn't win the lawsuit, but everybody knows I wrote that song.
Flo? Gosh, it's been forever. You look fantastic. It's John. Him, from the blind date we went on years ago?
Ah, the struggling actor who didn't believe he could save his snapshot based on how and how much he drives.
I'd love to talk about it over dinner sometime.
Well, I usually don't talk on the phone during dinner, but for potential customer Tom Ham, I will make an exception.
Look at this all-star team.
We are happy to help.
This is very dangerous with poison, biotoxins, very toxic. You have to act fast.
Shut it down.
Hey, Royce, it's so many moves. is sponsored by Progressive, the right call to protect your home and car. And by the Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Aerial coverage of today's game being brought to you by Goodyear. First Energy Stadium, better than 60. At Carolina, and the Jets trying to turn the page after their home loss to the Ravens.
Sure, pushing the pace here.
Saturday, it's a full day of college football here on CBS. It begins with the drive to Atlanta at 2:30 Eastern. That'll be followed by our crew catching you up on the action from around the country on college football today. And then at 3:30, it's an SEC on CBS showdown at Rocky Top when 20th ranked Florida takes on number 11 Tennessee. It's all Saturday here on CBS. I've had a couple injury concerns in this game, but more good news as Quentin Williams is back in along his familiar spot on that defensive line. Brissett and company begin at the 25-yard line. Everyone covered. Brissett's going to run for it. Slides close to the 30-yard line. But, that's a big 3 points for the Jets. Had multiple offensive penalties on that drive and still able to.
Brent Boyer, the special teams coach, neither of them were worried about Greg since he kicked him well in practice, even though he struggled last week. But that was a big field goal.
Jacoby Brissett, 18 of 22 if you've just joined us. Buck 87 and a touchdown. As this play will be whistled, then you see the marker behind the line.
Number 85, 5-yard penalty, second down.
So that's David Njoku. Impressive in the first half, but so far a drop, and now this penalty in the second half. Another thing to keep in mind, Jay, for the Browns, this is a short week coming up as they turn right around to play here on Thursday night in another big divisional matchup against the Steelers. Something that's weighed heavily on the mind of Stefanski and his staff over the last week of practice. Here's Chubb, little delayed handoff. He's out across the 30. What a collision between two of the best at their positions, Chubb and Mosley. It's a pickup of 9.
That was an important draw, though, to be able to pick up 9 yards, get back into a third manageable. You can see the explosion in Chubb. And if I told you before the game that Breece Hall was going to have more yards than Nick Chubb and Carter was going to have more yards than Kareem Hunt, you'd feel pretty good as a Jets fan.
Chubb now hits the 5,000-yard rushing mark in his career. Already a 3-time Pro Bowler, 5th year in the league.
Empty backfield here.
3rd and 3. Brissett, quick cross. Cooper. First down, Cleveland. And boy, has he looked good so far for the Browns.
Well, I thought Brissett had the opportunity to complete a pass like this to Cooper for the touchdown on the earlier drive. He just got to trust that he's going to get open. Just kind of waits on him, trusts he's going to get open. Mark Cooper, very strong hands, very strong upper body, can run through anybody who tries to jam. Sauce Gardner was on there, but Cooper made the catch.
First set of downs for the Browns, 1st and 10 inside their own 40. Chubb finding some daylight. Nick Chubb showing the burst. Finally stopped by Whitehead. It's a run at 22.
This is similar to what they did on the first drive. Okay, you're struggling going outside, so let's bring it back inside. You have the jet motion to kind of bring the eyes outside. Nice seam by the offensive lineman, then a good explosion by Chubb.
No rest for the weary. Chubb looking for more. Nice push by that Jets front as we get. We're going to keep it here. As that clock running now, just inside of the 12-minute mark, 2nd and 7. Robert Saleh hoping for another stop against this Stefanski-led offense.
Well, these possessions become, a priority. Not only is it a close game, but every possession seems like it's been a long drive that's used up a lot of clock.
I am not ready to take a city out as we can tell last time.
Play action, Brissett underneath. This is Chubb through the air this time. And Nick Chubb starting to do work for the Browns.
Kevin Stefanski went back to the beginning of his play call list. Okay,
alright, I'm gonna take some cues from excuse me, last round and go right into our walls.
Just think of what Jacoby Brissett told us about Shaw, that getting into these fourth quarters of games just wears down defenses out. Boy, trying to leap over the defender. Nice play by Mosley.
Hunt is down.
There are multiple players. Harrison Bryant was down on a knee, and now looks like Hunt is okay. It's a pickup of 11 for Cleveland. So much talk about Hunt's future here to get the long-term contract he wanted. As it looks like Harrison Bryant now is going to be escorted to the Browns sideline.
Oh, nice.
Quan Alexander and Bryant had a vicious collision on that last
Thanks for
play.
loyalty to us.
Now they're going to take a closer look at Bryant. First and 10 for the Browns.
I guess this is way better than last round. Already.
12-yard line. Hunt. Beautiful block by Njoku, but the Jets keep coming. Mosley. Also, DJ Reed was there.
That's just a good job by the Jets defense of setting the edge and not allowing him. They wanted to go back outside with Hunt, forcing it back inside, and the rest of the defense able to come in there and clean it up.
Jets have all kinds of issues, Jay, with their secondary. Boy, you talk about an upgrade in the corner. Reed and Gardner.
Yeah, I was really impressed with both of them last week. The way they played, the way they held their own out there.
We're on this northern. We're gonna like this all down here.
Brissett on second down. Here comes the rush, looking for Hunt. And there's a late flag.
Can't get there. Forget them.
I think it's going to be in the secondary. They're going to see holding pass interference.
Warriors.
John Franklin Myers now late to get to his feet.
That's probably like some of the conversation. Probably like text score.
Quincy Williams. How many back-breaking penalties against the Jets?
Just watch right in the middle of your screen. Right there, he's going to come across. Late, Hunt grabs him. Doesn't allow him to get out. There's not a ton there, but because it's a pull and he restricts him, that's why they called it.
This time Franklin Myers still being looked at. Looks like the left leg. He was actually on the injury report this week with a toe. So now the obvious concern looks like that left leg. What a great story how far this young man has come. Last season, career high in sacks, just about every major defensive category for him.
Doing it for the experience.
Now head coach coming out to check on him. We'll continue to take a look at Franklin Myers as we step aside on CBS.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more fathers are switching to Ram. And more sons. More tailgaters. More tail waggers. More men with
Alright. So not a bad idea to also bring up because it looks like this would be a pretty science-heavy city being on the water around us.
So your camera can see dark with night sight. Fix your photos with Magic Eraser. Photograph all skin tones accurately with real time. And it lasts up to 72 hours with a screen battery saver. It's all you want on the phone. Google Pixel 6a. Save up to $150 on
Government
Pixel
Plaza.
6a with qualified activation.
Do we have anywhere to send an envoy? Send an envoy like Granada.
Getting ready for the game.
Not a bad envoy, please.
Oh, man, but like, seriously?
Wow, this seems to be a pretty easy map this time. Well, decent one. Let's see what happens.
Football action all season long. Right now, new customers get a free entry into a single game contest for a share of millions in prizes. Make every moment more FanDuel.
Survivor is an adventure. Slow, fast, safe, dangerous.
I'm tired of being a starving artist. Who can I become?
I really need $2 million. I'll be honest with you, I've already spent part of it.
Survivor, new season Wednesday on CBS.
Time you thought I met you, Bottom. You're working for Mom.
Hello? This is illegal.
Julie, I'm driving this car!
So Help Me Todd. New series Thursday, September 29th on CBS.
Every Sunday you watch this. Just so you know, we see you too.
Looks like a Southern Flank channel. Little Greg. I get another settler moving on here. What you guys do?
There's your score. All tied at 17 with 9 and change left. First and goal Browns.
My insolence
Line
has
up
provoked
for
war.
the Jets 7. Jacob Martin is onto the field for the Jets, replacing Franklin Myers. Here comes Chubb. He's got blockers. Chubb, the cutback. Chubb lunging. Touchdown. Just incredible from Chubb. And he is starting to simmer for Cleveland.
Oh man, wow.
Browns
They're
back in
right
front.
on the edge.
Well, a good job by Gender
who
Wills
is
being out front, pulling across. Joel Antonio seals the edge. I thought he was going to score outside. He's like, nah, that's too easy. I'm going to cut back inside, put my head down, and drive into the end zone.
Jay, he is as workmanlike and as talented a back as we have in the sport. He can play physically. He's got all the maneuvers. What an all-around back he has become for the Browns. Point after from York. And the Browns once again retake the lead, trying to stave off the Jets. Nick Chubb put this offense on his back and busted it in for Cleveland.
Adam, look at what I got.
Is that the new iPhone 14 Pro?
Yep, this amazing new camera. Smile.
And you got it on Verizon.
Even better. I got Verizon's new plan. Includes Apple One. That's Apple Music, Apple TV Plus, Apple Arcade, iCloud Plus.
I hear the acting's pretty good on that one.
So is the deal I got from Verizon. iPhone 14 Pro on now. You should get one.
Oh no,
Selfie
phone
time.
bar. Hero.
Wow, you can hustle when you need to.
Get a new iPhone 14 Pro on us. And get it with one unlimited for iPhone. Only on the network America relies on. Verizon.
The all-new 2 for $5 menu at Sonic. Choose a Fritos chili cheese wrap, small jumbo popcorn chicken,
Freeman.
or a quarter-pound double
Nice,
cheeseburger.
Freeman.
Just $5. The 2 for $5 menu, only at Sonic or in the app.
When we were a motorized bicycle, they said that's fine for the streets. She'll never win a race. They said motorcycles are one thing, but you can't make cars.
Oh wow.
All right, you're a car company, but you won't perform the one on a highway. Well, you'll never be off-road. What about when there is no road? No gas. They've challenged us to do a lot of things. What will we do next? On the power of dreams.
I'll admit it. I'm a basketball guy. Good. You don't need to get that personal. State Farm Personal Price Plan just helps you create affordable price. Right. I mean, I'm not a
How'd this guy lose health?
Quote today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
For murders. We need to move cautiously on this.
Let's get to work. We gotta find this guy fast.
City state.
Does it always get really like this? Action, action, action.
The shots start finding our fugitive. We're gonna find him in this new seasons of the FBI. It's Tuesdays on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by State Farm.
Yeah, we're gonna
Like a
lose
good neighbor,
that away
State
here.
Farm is there. Verizon, the network America relies on. And by Sonic. This is how we Sonic.
Oh, what a great one that was. Double overtime matchup between these two teams. 86th divisional round. Marty Schottenheimer, the late great Browns head coach. Bernie Kosar. How does this one end? There's Berrios, fielded it. Berrios finds a seam. He's out across the 30, gets close to the 33-yard line. And tackled actually by the kicker, Cade York. Coming up next, it's the second game of our NFL on CBS doubleheader. As most of you will be heading to Dallas, all eyes will be on Joe Burrow and the defending AFC champion Bengals as they take on Cooper Rush and the Cowboys. It's all coming up. The NFL on CBS, what a matchup that is going to be. Two of the most electric wide receivers, Chase and CeeDee Lamb.
That's why
We will be watching coming up next. The Jets have responded numerous times. Flacco, the rusher right in his face, able to locate the tight end Conklin.
It was a dangerous pass. Anthony Walker was right there in coverage. Flacco was able to get it in there, but not for a big pickup.
Again, Joe Flacco's second straight start for the injured Zach Wilson, who is here in Cleveland with the team.
I saw him in warm-ups. He looked good. You know, and I was so excited to see him play this year. So disappointed when he got hurt. I watched him in the offseason work, and I've seen a lot of progress from him.
Right now it's Flacco's show. He has been very good today for the Jets. Flacco completes near side. This is Wilson. Trying to break some tackles out across the 35, close to the 37-yard line. And the biggest third down of the day.
Oh, don't even make it out
Yeah, no question. With 8 minutes left, if you don't get it, you punt it away. You might not see the ball again. That Cleveland offense. Last drive, that Cleveland offense, it was a physical drive, running the ball, screens, really just saying, hey, we're going to come out here, we're going to out physical
Always
you.
my hero was saying that.
Definitely need to find a good play call. Do what you've been doing well. Identifying the pressure, getting the ball up quick, finding the right matchup.
Flacco, quick release, dropped. Garrett Wilson had it, had the space, and he dropped it.
Your rookie was matched up on Miles Garrett. He did his job. Your quarterback threw a good ball, but your rookie receiver just dropped the ball, and that's kind of what plagued him on third down last week. It's right there. Just look it in. I think he's thinking about what to do next after he catches it rather than doing what he had to do, which is look it in and catch it, secure the first down. Fortunately, he drops it.
That would have been a first down by about 3 yards. Killer for the Jets. Instead, man has to punt. Needed good distance here. Fielded by Felton inside his own 20. Felton breaking the initial tackle. Felton cuts back across the 30. Pretty run. And returned by Felton. 45 on the punt, 13 on the return. For Set Company up 7 on CBS.
Oh, it's going to change this. Okay, cool. Where?
If you have advanced non-small cell lung cancer, your first treatment could be a chemo-free combination of 2 immunotherapies that works differently. It could mean a chance to live longer. Opdivo plus Yervoy for adults newly diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer that is spread, tests positive for PD2 and does not have an abnormal EGFR or ALK gene. Together, Opdivo plus Yervoy helps your immune system launch a response that fights cancer in 2 different ways. Opdivo plus Yervoy equals a chance for more time together, more family time, more time to remember. Opdivo and Yervoy can cause your immune system to harm healthy parts of your body during and after treatment. These problems can be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have a cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, diarrhea, constipation, severe stomach pain, nausea or vomiting, dizziness, fainting, eye problems, extreme tiredness, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain, flushing or fever. These are not all the possible side effects. Problems can occur together and more often when Opdivo is used with Yervoy. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems, if you've had or plan to have an organ or stem cell transplant or received chest radiation. Here's to a chance to live longer. Ask your doctor about the combination of 2 immunotherapies, Opdivo plus Yervoy. Thank you to all those in our clinical trials.
We got the house! Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
So life at the home of SiriusXM is always interesting.
Brandon Marshall is about to give you the scoop.
Spill the tea.
How about Brad Pitt? He never takes his hat off, ever.
True.
2 chains, wears 1 chain. And Conan's hair isn't naturally red. He washes it with fruit punch. Oh, and Alice Cooper, around here, we call him Alice Cooper. Nope. Gotta go. Always get me in trouble, Tinks.
So I have no idea how this guy's gonna get on.
We all together are going to
So let's
keep this moving. Don't worry about people.
right there with her,
my man.
East New York, New City, Sunday, October 2nd on CBS.
These guys are gonna do the ocean
A reminder to stay tuned for the NFL Today update delivered by Little Caesars. Time permitting, we will send you to New York. JB and the fellas standing by, get you caught up around the league. Second weekend of the season. Nice to have the NFL back. And it has been action-packed already. 7-point Browns lead as they begin from their own 31-yard line. 7 and change left in the fourth. Brissett again throwing across his body. That's a tough throw. Locating Cooper. And the officials say it's a catch. At least that was the initial call. They're still talking about it, and it will be a completion.
Tough throw and an even tougher catch. Jacoby Brissett going play action, rolling to his left, and then look at Amari Cooper getting his feet in, making the grab.
Here's Kareem Hunt. It's his turn now. Hunt taking on tacklers. Jay, this is what is so deadly about this ground attack. Here comes Nick Chubb. Now here comes Hunt. A 1-2 punch like no other. As we take another look at this catch by Cooper and some of his handiwork on the afternoon.
Well, we talked about how well he played last week despite the numbers. Today, he's got the numbers. 9 catches, 102 yards, and a touchdown. And you just feel like this relationship is going to continue to grow. Both Jacoby Brissett and Amari Cooper talked about how much they learned from week 1 to week 2 and it's showing up here on the field.
And now Cleveland just trying to lean on this Jets defense. Hunt, look at him still going. Down to the 34-yard line.
Probably doing archery.
11 yards on the legs of Hunt. Finally tackled by Whitehead and Rankins.
There's probably 20 teams in the NFL that Kareem Hunt would start at running back for. And to be able to have both of them in the backfield and to bring a fresh back in when a defense is tired and then be able to go back to Chubb after Kareem Hunt's it's such a luxury. Look at it. He's like, feed me, feed me. They both want to eat.
He's a Cleveland kid, grew up not far from here. What does the future hold in store for Kareem Hunt? Will it be here with his hometown team or perhaps elsewhere? You know what these Browns fans want as he is hit hard that time. Quan Alexander for the Jets. Another injured Jet defender here. This is Jermaine Johnson. Oh boy. Johnson, the rookie, one of their multiple first-round picks. Another concern on that right leg.
Yeah, he just kind of slipped. He was engaged with the blocker and just kind of slipped and fell down.
Johnson, very encouraging debut last week.
I think he's just cramping his girl.
Well, you hope that's what it is here. Now Salah has come onto the field. They'll continue to work on him. And now Johnson will be helped towards that Jet sideline.
Alright. So,
you're going to see right here at the end, he's just engaged and
reassign
kind of starting to come across and slips and falls. There really wasn't anything there, so hopefully it was just cramps.
Here, this is more of science anyway, because next we're going wonder.
Quan Alexander, that was a big play. In a moment where they needed some momentum, he's really brought the juice to that defense. He certainly brought it with that play, getting the tackle for a loss.
Signed his free agent deal right at the start of training camp. They play for the Jets, 2nd and 15. Chubb, and he is pushed backwards. So 2 big plays for the defense back to back. This one by C.J. Mosley, among others. Mosley, who basically missed those 2 years, came back with a vengeance last season for the Jets. One thing to keep in mind here, Jay, that long field goal kicking ability from Cade York. We saw it last week.
Right, so
3rd and 18.
3rd and 18. If you pick up half of it, you probably attempt a field goal. If you get to the 35 or so. So if you're Jacoby Brissett, knowing that in the back of your head and protecting the ball with the 7-point lead.
And it looks like Kevin Stefanski is going to take a timeout.
Cleveland, their first of the half. 30-second timeout.
Yeah, with 4:58 left, why not? If there's any uncertainty, if you're not sure exactly what's going on, make sure the offense is set. Make sure your quarterback knows the situation.
All right.
How far you need to get in field goal range, protecting the ball, understanding the play call.
I can think of what Kevin Stefanski has been through already here, year 3 for them here since he took over, had that great first season. Everyone thought that this thing was moving in the right direction, and the disappointment of last year. It's a big win for them if they can get it against the Jets.
Yeah, they've reset. I really like who he is as a person. I think he fits well with this city. I think his players and their style, your leaders, your guys like Amari Cooper and Nick Chubb, they fit well.
3rd and 18. Here come the Jets. Brissett is crunched. And now Brissett is hurt. Clutching at that left leg. Carl Lawson dumping him for a loss of 8. And that was the absolute last thing that they wanted for the Browns.
Now watch Carl Lawson. He's healthy now, coming off the edge. Just straight bull rushing through, getting help from his teammates, getting a big sack, and that's a huge stop. You get a big play by Quan Alexander on 1st down. Mosley comes in there on 2nd down. Then you get the sack here on 3rd down, and now you get the ball back with a chance to go down and tie the game.
So the last 3 plays of that drive, the Browns lose 16 yards. And how about this Jet defense? So maligned the last couple of years. Worst defensive team in the NFL last season. They come up with another big stop.
This is so ridiculous. Like it just doesn't.
Borges trying to angle this one inside the 10. Berrios watches it bounce. Boy, how good has Borges been today?
Yeah, he's been excellent.
Jay, those are the special teams plays that coaches talk about all the time as we go downstairs to Aditi.
Spiro, Mike LaFleur yesterday was joking about how the Jets teammates called Joe Flacco Grandpa. But you know what? He was also saying having that experience and that age and that cool matters so much. After the last drive, Flacco was walking up and down the bench telling his teammates, we're going to get one more chance. We're going to get one more chance. And here's their one more chance.
Oh, he's older than his offensive coordinator by a couple of years. Does he have some late game magic up his sleeve? He's been here so many times in his career. The Jets begin through the air. This is Carter. He phased the first tackler, Newsom, but the pursuit kept coming. It's Anthony Walker, loss of a yard.
Well, Spiro, you know this better than anybody being around all the Jets fans. Potential is one thing. Beating games is one thing, but you gotta get wins. You know, Robert Saleh defended his team this week, but at the end of the day, this game is about winning, and you got to find a way, regardless of injuries, anything else, the potential you have, you got to find a way to win games.
The Browns have indeed confirmed that Jadeveon Clowney is out for the rest of the game with that ankle injury.
Right slide protection towards Myles Garrett the whole rest of the way.
2nd and 11. Flacco gets it out. The tight end football is loose. Conklin, another fumble. Jets on the recovery. Well, you can hear the gasps.
What a play by Max Mitchell.
From Florham Park.
I mean, that's your rookie. The game is on the line. You bring in a Conklin, a tight end, and this is the 2nd week in a row he's from a nice punch out by JOK. But Mitchell on the spot, diving on the ball and saving the game for the Jets.
Jay mentioned it. Conklin fumbled last week in his Jet debut. What a play by Owusu Koromoa. 3rd and 8. Flacco flushed out, near side, missed it. Elijah Moore, also Corey Davis in the vicinity. John Johnson and Newsom were there for the Browns, and the Jets are going to punt.
Now, there just wasn't really anywhere for Joe Flacco to go. The Browns were sitting back in zone. You're going to see as Flacco rolls out to his left, trying to find somebody down in this area. But you got an underneath defender who can jump it. You got a linebacker in there. Joe Flacco throws the ball too high.
Jets are going to punt here, 2:35 and counting. Felton on the spin. Football came loose. Browns do recover. On some shaky ball handling here. Down the stretch, 47 yards in the punt by man.
Well, we saw the same thing last week with Felton as well. Put the ball on the ground. They were able to jump on it and recover it last week as well.
There is a penalty marker thrown. Right in the vicinity of where Felton was tackled. Meantime, good news for the Browns. Looks like Jacoby Brissett is okay with that left leg.
4 turns, 7 turns.
After the play, personal foul, necessary roughness. Return, 15-yard penalty added on to the end of the play, first down.
Big special teams penalty on the Jets. It's Marcel Harris. Jay, how many penalties against Salah's team here, especially in the second half?
Yeah, and a lot of them are kind of undisciplined. Play penalties you don't need, you don't have to take. Like that one right there, you just can't take any chance with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. You just had to punt the ball away. You can't give them good field position where they can get down and get a field goal and get a 10-point lead.
Jets have all of their timeouts left, plus the 2-minute warning. There's now the game management between these two coaches comes in play. Hunt just trying to get back to the line of scrimmage.
7 turns, come on. We got this. 7 turns.
Special teams penalty as Robert Saleh will take his first.
Right, here's where you want to keep your eyes. The play is over. The pilot just kind of sitting there. They're talking trash and he just hits something. You just can't do that. Just undisciplined. We specifically talked about this year, any type of those plays where you're directed at a player, he's hitting a player, they're going to call that after the play.
Two turns, 3 turns, 6 turns.
Hunt creeps inside the 40 as he is now up over the 40-yard rushing mark. That'll set up a 3rd and 7, but first we'll check in with New York. Actually, to remind you, the NFL Today update delivered by Little Caesars comes your way next time permitting. JB Phil, Nate Boomer, and Coach Cower will get you caught up around the league, scores, and highlights here in week number 2.
Well, the Jets take a timeout there, which they should have. And now with 2:22, you got 3rd down. I don't think Cleveland would kick a field goal from here, even though their young kicker has the leg.
Come on, dude.
I don't think they would kick it. If they get another 4 or 5 yards, they would kick it. So such an important down for the Jets right here. Figure they're going to run the ball. So you got to come forward. You got to try and make a stop. Don't allow them to get any yardage. And then if you're Cleveland, do you put it on the ground and trust your offense, or do you go play action and try and take a shot and make a big play?
It would be a 57-yard field goal for Cade York right here. 3rd and 7. Here come the Jets. We're set to Hunt. Hunt. First down, Cleveland. We're set taking the
we're going to
pressure.
have to take this city.
Showing his experience, never flustered. They pick up 11, first down.
Yeah, Jacoby Brissett did a great job. They were looking for the screen. Hunt got hit, so he didn't get out. But Brissett stayed with it, continued to give ground, showed his patience, was able to complete the pass and get a big first down.
So we're probably gonna flip-flop these guys in the next turn.
Hunt will stay on the field. Long setback on 1st and 10 for the Browns.
Welcome.
Hunt taking on tacklers.
Figure they take a timeout here now.
Robert Saleh will indeed take his final timeout here. All they've got left is that 2-minute warning.
Where is this guy supposed to
It's such
settle
a tough way for them to start the season last year after a lot of excitement with the young pieces that they built in. And you sit and talk with Saleh and Mike LaFleur and everyone in that front office, despite what happened last week, there is a strong belief that they are building the right pieces But at some point, you got to start breaking through and getting these wins.
I believe that they are, and I believe that Joey Douglas and Robert Saleh have an excellent understanding of each other, and they're building together. But you're right, all that matters in the end is winning games.
Hunt finding the edge. Hunt coming for more. How huge has he been here down the stretch? We're trying to stay in bounds. That was about the only thing that didn't go their way there. Kevin Stefanski telling him to stay in.
I can't believe that.
Yeah, he wanted to get down to that 2-minute warning. Now when Cleveland runs a play, you're going to get the 2-minute warning after this first down.
So they will run one more play here. 2:02. Trying to put the visiting Jets on ice. Now Hunt gets a breather. Here comes Nick Chubb. Chubb breaking tackles, and Chubb in for the Browns touchdown.
Yeah.
DJ Reed had a chance, but Nick Chubb doing his dance.
Well, you see everything that's special about Nick Chubb right here. Gets the ball, has the vision to cut it outside. Then watch the shape and put DJ Reed in a bind, in a box, and then the ability to get outside, cut back, and get his third touchdown of the game. The guy is just a special back. The Jets have done a good job for 3 quarters against Nick Chubb. But like we talked about at the beginning, Aditi talked about it, we talked about in our meetings, he's really special in the 4th quarter.
And the point after is no good. So the first miss for their rookie sensation, Cade York. What a play, what a run by Nick Chubb, one of the elite runners in the NFL. Cleveland trying to put the finishing touches on the Jets.
Little Caesars is now the official pizza sponsor of the NFL. Come on, keep it hot. It's good. Pizza, pizza. Again. Harder, readier. Let's go, let's go. Pizza, pizza. Pizza, pizza. No. Pull. High five. Pizza, pizza. Come on. Pizza, pizza. We're ready. Enjoy game day with the Fanceroni Pepperoni. With over 100 old world pepperonis. Pizza, pizza.
With DirecTV, I can get live TV and online. Yep. Football, housewife. Football, housewife.
Get your TV together. Call 1-800-DIRECTV to save up to $120.
Does your antiperspirant keep you dry all day? We put Dove Men Dry Spray to the test. With Nelson, a volunteer who puts care into everything he does. It's deodorant that really protects my skin. It's comfortable and
Alright. We have a lot to do.
Well, most people probably know that Geico could save them money on car insurance, right? You see, the thing is, Geico could help them save on boat insurance too. Hey! Okay.
Alright, we gotta hold that up for 3 turns. Can't even settle there. We have to go in there.
Seriously, I'm serious.
So I guess we'll be right here.
Saving people money on more than just car insurance.
And sitting out, there's only one over there. That's
The
pretty
NFL on
good.
CBS
Continue
is
defending.
sponsored by Little Caesars, the official pizza sponsor of the NFL. Pizza, pizza. And by Geico. For bundling made easy, go to
Section over here.
geico.com.
What we got? Very
Beautiful day on Lake Erie. An even more beautiful day here if you're a Browns fan. As they have opened up a double-digit lead. When you talk about a long time since the Browns started the season with 2 straight wins, how about 1993? Bill Belichick, their head coach, taking on George Seifert and the Niners. Bernie Kosar to Michael Jackson, Steve Young's pass off the hands of Jerry Rice. Let's take it back a little bit. The Wayback Machine, Jurassic Park, #1 at the box office.
Man, I miss these days. $1 for I was a junior in high school that paid for my own gas.
Long, long time ago. Let's see if the Jets have one final push. Tyler Conklin, another fumble earlier. Jets are out of timeouts. About 43 left and counting.
Yeah, to have any chance, you got to get down and try and score fast. But we saw Carolina down on one play against this Cleveland Browns team, got back into it with a big touchdown.
A little bit. By that time, this play should be good.
Offensive line holding up well there. Flacco, wide open. It's Davis. Davis waltzes in for the touchdown. Unbelievable.
So we're probably going to roll these.
That's exactly what the Browns did against Carolina. I mean, how do you allow this to happen?
Go here.
The only way that the Jets can win this game is to get a quick touchdown.
Just a massive breakdown in that secondary. Looked like Denzel Ward and
just watch back there. Yeah, watch Corey Davis. He just runs right by it. Just a deep route, and it's the exact same thing that happened against the Carolina Panthers. And they make the mistake that they can't make, and now the Jets have an opportunity.
A 66-yard bomb. Flacco to Davis. And we've got a one-score game here in Cleveland.
Well, you got to kick an onside kick because you don't have any timeouts. So now you line up, you work on this. The percentages are not with you. You know, it's like 14% recovery for onside kicks. Zerline has done a lot of different kicks in his career. He's got the spinner, which I think I've seen that before. I think that's one of the better onside kicks where you just kind of get it to dribble. How everybody go down there, get a hit, and somebody try and come in and clean it up.
A lot of shaking heads here in Cleveland. Thought that this one was over. And now they've got to sweat out this onside kick.
All right. Let's shoot our Papillon.
See how Zerline lines this ball up.
We can do Rivergoddess. Rivergoddess is my favorite Papillon.
Jay, can you tell what kind of kick he's going to do with the way he lines it up on the tee?
Yeah, if he puts it up, straight up and down, he's probably going to hit, looking for a high hop. If he puts it on its side, he's going to do this little spinner kick.
We say Jason to the river.
It is great man.
We're in Africa, so there's not a lot of rivers.
So whichever way he's going to kick it to his right probably. So he's going to look for it to spin like that, and the guy's trying to run down there, get past that 10 yards, and somebody will come in there.
Yeah, our Catholic.
So it is great man, Jay, their punter.
Yeah, Catholic from
to perform the onside kick.
The people that we are fighting.
This is what they prepare for.
Nice, okay.
The specialist in the situation.
Yeah, you work on those with it. Zerline and Break Man, they both work on those all week in practice. And try to figure out what the best play is, what gives you the best chance to get this ball.
He's a much better champion.
A lot of times you'll come out there if you're Mike Prefer and see how they line up, see how he puts the ball, call a timeout, call a Kodak, take a look at it, bring everybody back to the sidelines, and then talk it through again.
Well, it's been a big day for Brave Man already. Completed a pass on a fake punch in the first quarter. If the Jets drive alive. And now all eyes on Brave Man trying to convert. And it's onside kick. He goes near side of the field. Who's got it? It's still loose.
I think
and the Jets. No signal yet. Now they say Jets football. Just a wild last few minutes here in Cleveland.
It's a perfect kick by Brayton Man. He lines up like he's going to kick it right, kicks it back across to his left. You want it to go right at 11 yards. It skips in perfectly at 11 yards, and now you got a scrum for the ball.
Justin Hardy with the recovery. Everyone thought Man was kicking to his right, but he comes back across the field, and it's Hardy on the recovery for the Jets.
Will Parks did a great job, 39, of initially stopping that ball from going
yeah,
out of bounds
not a
and
bad
kind of pushing
idea.
it back into the field to give them a chance because he
Potential
could
to come
recover it.
back fair.
And then the Jets get this
Come
ball.
down,
Now,
fight it
look
for
out, it's a 6-point game.
And keep in mind, Cade York, that missed point after, it's a 6-point game. Just potentially going for the win. Just incredible. Flacco to the air, and it's another drop. Tyler Conklin again.
Yeah,
Can't be good to be accumulating negative
better than
rating.
a reception because he was going to get tackled right away for a short game.
All right, 4.
Robert Saleh looking for what would be a miracle comeback here down the stretch. Carter, the catch. Does indeed get out of bounds. Beautifully done by Carter. 70 seconds left. They pick up a dozen and a first down for the Jets.
Dangerous by Carter to cut back into the field, but he did a good job once he got a few more yards getting out of bounds.
Should point out, no GTAV on Clowney now for the Browns. Had to leave this game with a right ankle injury. We heard the report from Aditi earlier. Jets.
Miles Garrett up top there, Spiro.
A lot of movement pre-snap. We'll see the call here.
Neutral infraction. Defense, number 96. 5-yard penalty, first down.
Jordan Elliott and Kevin Stefanski wondering what else could go wrong here down the stretch.
This is where your leaders on defense just have to get everybody going. Hey, it doesn't matter what happens. We got to find a way to get a stop here. And offensively, they're Jets. Let's go. Get this ball in the end zone and find a way to win this game.
First and 5 after the penalty. Flacco looking far side. It's Conklin trying to get out of bounds, and he does. Nicely done by Conklin. Joe Flacco in his career, 24 regular season game-winning drives, but hasn't got one since September the 26th of 2016.
Second one, you can take a shot to the end zone here if you have an opportunity.
Whoa, buddy, what's with all these dudes?
Flacco to Carter. Again, masterfully able to get out of bounds. Jets working the clock perfectly here. 60 seconds left. Carter picks up 5. And a first down for New York.
Browns playing back, not allowing a big play, but allowing the Jets to quickly matriculate down the field, getting the ball and getting yardage and getting out of bounds. They got to try to keep them in bounds and tackle them in bounds and use that clock.
All right, so this is crowded.
Over the middle, that pass broken up. What a play by Anthony Walker, jarred it loose off the hands of Ty Johnson.
Again, I think it was better for the Jets than was incomplete.
I need more.
Because if that's complete, you got to get to the line. That's going to use another 10, 12 seconds. Right now, at 55 seconds, the time is more valuable than those 5 or 6 yards. I'd like to see Elijah Moore get a pass down. He's at the bottom of the screen.
Flacco on second down over the middle. Wilson dances his way down close to the 15-yard line. Flacco just breathing life into this offense.
Yeah, 40 seconds, plenty of time to get the play called here. Line up, don't have to spike it.
No more timeouts for the Jets. Low snap fielded by Flacco. Fires near side, low, incomplete.
Okay, so
looking for Elijah Moore. 30 seconds, it'll be 2nd and 10.
Yeah, if that ball is up in the air, Martin Emerson jumped it. He may have picked that ball and the game was over.
A lot of people flipping back to this game. Looked like it was over.
Yeah, what happened? Wait,
Cleveland built
just had a 13-point lead.
Yes, they did. They built that double-digit lead and a long touchdown, 66-yarder to Corey Davis. Jets recover the onside kick.
One thing here.
And now they've got a chance. Flacco flushed down Garrett. Giving chase. Flacco just barely able to get rid of the football.
That was an excellent job by Joe Flacco. Disaster if you take a sack there with 25 seconds and no timeouts. He was able to get outside and just get rid of the ball. Now you get back. 3rd down. Clock is stopped. We're trying to figure out if you're Mike LaFleur, what matchup you want. Where do you want to go with this ball? Try and get in the end zone or get a first down at the minimum.
2 chances to get 10 for the Jets. Flacco over the middle, it's caught! Touchdown! Garrett Wilson! The Jets trying to pull a miracle comeback. 15-yard strike from Flacco.
What a route by the young rookie. Watch how in stride this ball is, on time and in rhythm. He just quickly snaps it across. A great catch. Making his offensive coordinator, Mike LaFleur, very happy.
Greg Zuerlein on for the point after. And boy, that Cade York missed point after looming large. The Jets were down 13 points with $1:55 left. Long touchdown to Davis. Then they convert the onside kick. And this crowd in Cleveland is stunned.
Yeah, that's the life of a kicker. You're the hero one week and you're the GOAT the next week if you miss a kick. But give the Jets credit. They did stop. They continued to go. And really, when you look at blame, you blame the Browns again. 2 weeks in a row, they had a lead, a big lead, and they allowed the offense to get behind them for a big play. Miscommunication, allowing the 60-plus yard touchdown for the second week in a row, and that's what really got the Jets back into it. They were able to get the onside kick, like you said, Spiro, and then go down and score. Try and win this game. There's 22 seconds left. You do have Cade York, who made that long kick. He could make 65, 70-yarder. We saw him even in warm-ups today. So you have one timeout, 22 seconds left. You have an opportunity to try and get down there, either get a Hail Mary or allow your kicker to redeem himself.
Cade York just hoping he gets a chance.
Okay, what do we want to do here, boy?
This Browns fan base, second straight week.
They're
sweating through the final seconds of the game. Boy, how did we get here? This was a Cleveland lead, double digits, first and missed point after from York.
I want some production.
Then the long touchdown to Davis, and then the onside kick. Justin Hardy with the recovery, and then Flacco marches them down the field. There's the touchdown to Davis. And Flacco brings it right back, finds the rookie Wilson. Just incredible.
I would not have kicked a touchback there. Much like the Bills-Kansas City game, I would have kicked that ball inbounds, made 4 or 5 seconds, run off the clock. Kansas City had less time in the playoffs. Went down there, kicked that field goal, tied that game, and sent it to overtime.
Brissett taking a lot of time. Everyone covered. Brissett's going to run for it. Can he get out? Yes, he does.
It takes a fight to be a full-time fan.
What?
There'll be early check-ins.
Want to try and get into field goal range. You're there now.
Good days and bad ones. But you'll never quit because you're in this.
But
when you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. Modelo, brewed for brewed for those with a fighting spirit.
The NFL on CBS.
Warm-up by Aiden. It's picked off. Ashton Davis.
Wow.
Brewed for full-time fans with a fighting spirit. And by Rocket Mortgage. Need to Pro Rocket Cab.
Can't watch the damn game.
That is just a disappointing play there for
Drew Way next. JB and the fellows standing by. We'll get you to New York momentarily.
What the heck?
Unbelievable. The Jets overcoming a 13-point deficit in the final minute, 55 seconds. There's your final as we go to JB in New York.
4 touchdowns as the Jets come away with the win. We take you now to Miami at Baltimore. Baltimore holding to a 3-point lead.
Dumb. Dumb. I don't even know what to listen to. You have any suggestions of music choice in the chat? Or else I'll just like turn on a business thing. That's what I normally listen to. Celestial navigation isn't a bad idea. Currency isn't a bad idea. Build industries. Harbor district. Harvesting fish and crabs. No suggestion. Bank stick. This is real bad. I guess I should probably fix that. Hold on, watching. Oh, turn this thing off. Oh, is that the? That would be the shadow. Hopefully no one comes back while I'm doing this. Nice. It's way different. I'll probably pick this color down here and have a really good basis there. Nice. How's that? Wow. What is this done? Is that good? Guess my head's a little weird, a little fuzzy. Guess this is the bad part about doing all day streams. Or whatever else. How's that? No, we're still a little choppy, but I think we can make do. Oh no, my head. Look like Marty McFly from Back to the Future. Is that my head or is that my chair? It's a little bit of both. I think it's still gonna. Okay, I can do that. Make do with that. No suggestions? Just gonna leave like that?
All right, we got our new boat. We took our test trip
trip to Bimini. We're back here at the boathouse in Fort Lauderdale. Now we're gonna take a real trip. We're gonna do something we never did before. We're gonna take this boat. We're gonna go all the way to the middle of the Keys. We're gonna cut through Marathon. We're gonna go into the Gulf of Mexico, past all these different cities, all the way to Clearwater Beach, where I live.
Serious? Or did I just make it AI math? Like, really?
Jet ski a game with the boat. I'm gonna have a friend of mine pull a trailer with a jet ski down to Clearwater. He'll meet us there when we get there with the boat.
1-9er, this is Life for Sale Junior, Life for Sale Junior. We are coming in hot.
Let's tow Aaron home on it like that. Reminds me I used to take him for pony rides.
First of all, who goes to McDonald's and gets a sausage egg McMuffin with no cheese? Okay? And who gets it on a biscuit? Okay, you don't get it on a biscuit. You get it on an egg McMuffin. So now, what I'm gonna do, don't tell any. Oh, I got busted. I got busted by the captain talking shit about the captain. But this is the way a sausage egg McMuffin with cheese.
Yeah, they screwed that up. Is that them screwing it up, not you? Thank you, Papa. My dad called me to see if I was on the boat. We're taking off, and I told him I was still in the house. What are you talking about? I'll come out right now. I'll get on. Now he's gonna flip out. Watch, he's gonna call everybody. Why are you taking the picture?
Because he don't believe you're on the boat.
Yeah. I'm on the boat. Bye.
I think 3 of us might be able to take down
that. We've been here before. We're back again. We're gonna spend the night here. They got a pool. They got a hotel.
So
they got a restaurant.
do we want 3 of us to take down that?
They got stores everywhere in this area.
Or this?
And if anybody gets a little seasick, the airport's right there. Get on a plane and go home.
Are you ready to make peace yet?
Listen, it's extra to go in the pool. You can't be in the pool.
It's extra to be in the pool.
I have Fridays and Saturdays off. Listen, it's seniority. I have seniority now, so yeah. I think you're here with the family. Do your family.
I guess we are expanding
2 kids that I brought to work on the boat. I got him. I got Captain. And
what time you having dinner? I'll come back.
AI would do
I'll pick it up and I'll hand it to you. Hey, Ben. No, nice to meet you. Great. Terrific. Okay.
I'll come back down here without.
So we want to expand south.
What happened to you?
I'm gonna come back.
Well, where all the resources are.
Oh yeah, I remember it was Ben. Mark Wilton.
Me and Lon into a war with this.
Hotels and bars, and we all went. I got Little Ben, all of us. Mark sticks a little bit with
this
the
AI.
Basically, everybody walked away and left me
You
there.
left your ass sitting there, take your
Yes.
ass. How old were you?
Like 18?
How much was it?
No.
$2,600 bar bill. Probably safe down at that end of the table. Because this place is going down the hill.
But I'm serious about what we talked about before.
Well, you worked in hotel business before, right?
I opened most of the hotels in town.
You ever done any franchise stuff?
Sure.
Well, let's see what's down here.
GM.
You were a GM in these hotels around here? I didn't know that. See, I buy things based on the people I know. Like I knew the captain, so I bought a boat.
Blame me, will ya?
Now if I know a guy that's a good GM, I'm gonna buy a hotel.
Sure.
Questions. Have you ever done Marriott?
No.
No.
And any franchise. Which franchise have you done?
Hilton.
Done Hilton? That's good.
That's good. What's the most rooms you ever run?
220.
That's close.
That's the ballpark we're in, the 200 plus zone. Okay, now the big question. If you walk into a regular one full service hotel tomorrow,
Okay, so it looks like Canada has taken southern of Africa.
because it's Marriott, you have certain credentials that you have to
Mali
get
and
online or
here, so
whatever.
I guess I have to expand northern. We kind of want to get like, into here.
There we go. That's right, it's cheaper than here. It's cheap, $258, but it places corporate and corporate.
We want this too. We want all this over here, so we can take this.
But you fixed that. You fixed that.
Yeah, we gotta fix
This
this.
is crowded.
I ain't gonna fix it. I got salespeople that keep fixing it.
Sales
It's all
team's hard.
corporate, it's surrounded by corporate has
Why do you guys leave when I talk to you?
So, whether you can improve it or not, that's a different story. But just to run and maintain it, how much you need a year's salary?
85. Plus housing.
Plus
housing.
We got no housing. We got
Can we get you a little boat?
Well, Sinbad, but he's probably claimed it by now.
around the ocean. So you got a friend over here, Marathon. It's gonna help you because and you take care of him. Hey, come to dinner with us. Shoot the breeze. Now it turns out he got hotels.
He's the only sea hero.
No. See, I tell you one thing. He's a Birkin type guy. He works his ass off here. He'll be our new general manager here. And we're gonna get Brendan to take over a new hotel.
Pete the Dock guy is also probably 20 grand to 30 grand less than any other general manager in that area. Maybe.
Alright, so he's gonna go up here and around.
Trained to do what I can do.
It might be a good
Fine,
move.
Monjaro.
I could make it an assistant GM for right away. And then Brenda will be the GM, and she'll see if he's got cuts the mustard, baby, or her salsa.
And it's easy because he's
the
living in a
salsa.
hotel.
Does he cut the salsa or not? Just forget about all our problems right now. That's what the boat does. You know, when I'm on the boat, I look at my fucking emails. I have to look at watching TV and nothing. I just forget about all that shit. I'll deal with it when I get back. Okay? I'm on my goddamn boat. I'll deal with it when I get back. If it's an emergency, call me and I'll deal with it. See, when I get on the boat, I can spend time helping others instead of home helping him.
Alright, so we see one more. That's in one turn, so let's bring this guy right around here.
Just give me
We'll go
what
at
I
it.
need. All right, let's have a nice dinner. Listen, so I get to the part, I get to the soup bowl. You know, they have the big silver thing with the soup. You open it up.
Yeah, medieval Renaissance walls. Yeah, medieval walls there.
Bowl stacked right next to the thing, so close. Anyway, I open up the cover. Something hits something.
Yeah, that's alright.
Bowl, saucer.
Okay, that's
another
alright.
big pot of soup.
Any bombard here? It's in. There it is.
Yeah, I looked around, I got the hell out of here. Taste it.
Bring it right around here.
Oh, he ate it.
Look, see? Like Benjamin. You got all that sugar with it.
Still don't have electricity?
Oh, shit. We better just anchor out. I'm charging that, I'm canceling that charge here. And here we are. We're pretty much the middle of nowhere, but a beautiful place. This, Vincent, I hope you're watching, is what the entrance pavers are supposed to look like at the front of our hotel. Okay, the stuff you put on got all broken up, cracked up, and got hauled away. That was a waste of money. Now, do it like this. It's all
Don't tell me this dude's about to go for war with me too at the same time.
pave it right. If you believe in you, try, you shall succeed.
Where's Kilimanjaro?
We're living it, baby. We got a yacht. We're at a dock. We're in the Keys. The water's beautiful. The weather's beautiful. Dinner was great. What else can you ask?
Julia's good.
Hey, you know, everybody's got their own
We're gonna want to play one more hero.
You want to pull up in a fancy car in front of a fancy house? Come to our event, October 15th. You're unsure about borrowing money? Come talk to us. We'll give you 30 years of experience and hundreds of millions of dollars of borrowing and transactions that we've done. Who else do you know that's going to give you that? Go to benmallow.com/live. Get a ticket, get a room, or Zoom. But be there. Coffee and a cigarette.
Why are you just standing here for, by the way? Yeah, press. Alright.
Still frozen on the inside? No, it's crispy. The bread's getting too crispy.
That's why that's supposed to put it in the oven.
Yeah.
Now you gotta cook White Castle.
I'd like to have a flank on these guys. You're just kind of in the way.
Bigger boat. I couldn't get this one off. This one's...
What the hell are you doing?
Alright, so we have galleys, we're gonna complete.
I told Captain to take me home from Fort Lauderdale. This is not what I meant. All right, welcome to our new home for approximately another month, for the next month. And look who's here to welcome us. I'm gonna get some owls to see if the owls scare off
Wow, this guy got put
Shit on my
right on
goddamn
the
boat,
way
you
line,
fucking
too.
Pelicans. If I catch one of you shitting on my boat, you're gonna be a cooked goose. You hear me?
If I can somehow get down right in here, that'd be great. If I can settle right here. Perfect. I settle it somehow.
We're here at the Clearwater Beach Marina. It was a long, hard trip. We came all the way from Fort Lauderdale.
I don't know why all these dudes want to fight.
And then we came all the way to Clearwater Beach. Now I need a haircut. We gotta get the boat washed, and we gotta clean this puppy up.
Awesome. I love it.
Thank you.
Your new home. Instead of a trailer, we're gonna put you on a boat. Uber Hair is here.
Hey, you know who's a millionaire when he can bring his hairman all the way to his yacht to get his hair done?
I'm very busy. And I ain't got time chasing around with a goddamn hairdresser. Let him come to me. I call Filipino Haircutter, Mr. Miyagi, a.k.a. Cuts Hair, Wash Boat, Zen Book. I've been out to sea for a whole week.
Alright, well, let's do that.
I don't want to stain the sinks of the boat. Hopefully we won't get in trouble with this. I'm going to wash my hair out. Here's a towel boy. This is how you get your hair done when you're on a yacht. Filipino golden comb. This comb has been in his family for at least, how long, a week? You got it at the dollar store, one of those Chinese dollar stores. And I'm trying to spend the money on it, and somebody should fucking give a fuck. Forget the discussion. I'm on a boat, I got repair guys here, and I'm trying to make the best of it. But I've been fucked. Subscribe. Watch another video. Hit the goddamn like button. Or hit the don't like button. Adios, amigos.
/podcast. Is your question? Aaron and Ben are going to answer your super chats, so send those our way. And Ben, what's up tonight?
Anything else you gotta say, Mr. Poland? All right, here we are. We haven't done any podcasts in a long time. Why? I don't know. Maybe I'm too busy. Maybe Rafael's too lazy. I don't know, but we're doing it. Why not? What the hell? All right.
He's in here.
Yes and no. He's a guest, but he ain't so good. He's very special, but he's no longer a guest. There you go. We have Jimmy Hart, the first resident of Mellon Senior Assisted Living Facility.
Thank you, Daddy. Thank you.
I'm running an assisted living facility for celebrities.
Thank you so much. Hey, listen, can we play a game tonight? We've got Carla's off camera. She's in the house tonight. And she asked earlier, she said, look, will you please quit saying the F word so many times? How about $50 every time you say it? You people at home, count them up. This goes to Carla. Let's see if this works or not. Maybe it'll keep him from saying the F word. I know he's got a ton of money, but let's see if it's going to work. Okay, Aaron, look at Aaron's looking in the mirror. I like my beard.
Fuck that!
There you go, $50.
All right, so Jimmy, what are you doing? You got to rush out of here. You're late. This guy's flying out every goddamn other day. What are you doing now?
Well, tomorrow morning early, I go to Canada for 4 days, then back to Buffalo, New York, and then back, and then I go to Atlantic City to see.
Can you tell a story about why you refused to fly in Canada or only go by road?
Well, the reason why is because what I like to do is like to drive over instead of flying over, because every time you get there, I mean, it's like 5 or 6 hours of trying to get through the thing.
What are you talking about? What's the AI in this game? I can't even get over there now.
WWE trips to Canada, and our actions figure out and everything. Every time I get stopped, because evidently there was a guy named Jimmy Ray Hart, same as mine. He was born in January, just like me. He was born in 1944, just like me. But this guy had an unbelievable criminal record. So because of that, they'd always pull me over and they go, well, Jimmy, we know you're with the WWE and we know you wrestle and everything else, but we still got to make this check. So I got so tired of doing it now, I drive over. It's a lot simpler to do that. But,
There's a bar.
Sounds like the name of a guy that would really be bad. Jimmy Hart. Jimmy Hart. Jimmy Hart.
Hey, let's talk about the movie we went to the other night.
All right. So we went out to the movies. It was movie night.
I have no idea why this guy's so animate.
Big Davy rolls.
I wanted to go to war with me. That's ridiculous.
His own popcorn. You have your own soda too, right?
I had my own soda.
No,
No, wait a minute. Let's tell the real truth. Ben was so cheap for all 5 of us. You know what he did? He bought 1 soda with 5 straws. That's how cheap this guy is. That's the truth. Ask Aaron. Am I right, Aaron?
I'm not drinking out of the same straw with you. Listen, I did do this. And Carla asked me because she's buying the tickets online.
I mean, right, and it's just taking away from my technology priorities.
She asked me,
for some stupid AI bot to...
From 12 it goes down to 8.
This is ridiculous.
I guess she was trying to be funny. But I thought about it. I said, hell yeah. Jimmy's a senior. Paulie's a senior. And even if they weren't, who the hell's going to question them? And buy 2 senior tickets. You buy 2 or 3. You probably pass me off as a senior too.
I don't
But
care,
think about
Congo.
This
I
is the
don't know
deal.
why it's
We got in for a senior discount, right? And we still enjoyed the movie like y'all did. Y'all paid more money to go than we did, so.
You enjoyed the movie?
The movie was great,
I
great.
can't believe we sat there. It was 3 hours with previews and everything.
But here's what made it
I'm
so
not taking
cool.
it
Here's
off.
what made the movie so cool.
How ridiculous is
Ben
this?
and Carla, myself, Aaron, all of us went to Memphis, 2 or 3 years ago,
This
right?
guy is adamant on
We went
fighting
to
me.
Graceland, where I grew up.
This
We
guy
went
is
to,
building up on
where
my border.
Elvis,
He
where
doesn't have
Elvis
walls.
was raised over at Lauderdale Courts. We went to Sam Phillips Studio. We went to Sun Records, and I took them around to all the great Beale Street. We went to all the great places around there that were in the movie. So it was kind of like watching the movie that we've all been part of at one time.
That's right. Jimmy used
well,
to
you're
the
going
same
back
studio
to
as Elvis, baby.
Capital to King Cities.
That's for Elvis. And they did a movie of it. If Elvis would have lived.
What does that mean? If Elvis would have lived, don't look at
This is just a stupid move, because I can't take down any walls yet.
Trust me, the
So
guy that
if you
played
want to
Elvis
fight
on
me,
this, he
you
was
can
great.
come
He'll
to me.
probably get an Academy Award for it, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely.
He was
absolutely.
awesome.
But the movie really wasn't about Elvis. What interested me in the movie was the whole story about, I never knew about the guy that managed him. Okay, this guy came from the fucking circus acts. I mean, those guys that ran those
$50.
carnivals.
Mark that down. You said.
I said circus.
No, you said the blanking
The
circus
fucking
act.
circus
There are
act.
3. That's 150.
Taking on because I'm
150
here.
Anyway, the guy comes from that atmosphere running circuses. Those are the most cutthroat, hustling people you ever met in your life.
Wow,
This
man.
guy got a hold of fucking
Wow.
Elvis. He went from doing the goddamn elephant, the guy standing on the elephant in the circus, to fucking Elvis.
5. That's 5 times you said the F
That
word.
guy hit the jackpot, right? He worked the shit out of it for a long time.
But you know, did a lot for Elvis though.
What?
He made 50% of it. But look, Elvis did all the work.
Listen, the sad story is that Elvis died in 42. The last
can't
2
even
years
get
of his
rid of
life
it.
must have been ridiculously miserable. And
I should probably
the old
just-
guy, he ended up dying later, and he was already old. Well, I'm just telling him because he didn't want to see it.
Good,
The old
that's
guy
good, Carly.
died just playing slot machines and pissing away the rest of the money. All right, that's the end of the movie.
Hey, before he does, let me cut in. But guess what? I had a chance to meet Elvis at one time, which I told y'all before.
And they just skip over this one and go straight to the Capitol.
Live right now.
This
No,
is
I'm
not
not
something
telling
else.
you what you admit. You don't want to incriminate yourself.
A friend of mine named Marty Lacker, if you look in the Elvis Mafia books, him and George Klein were friends of mine back in the day. George Klein went to school with Elvis Presley at Humes High School along with Marty Lacker. They were his best friends when they were growing up. Marty Lacker was my manager. He was kind of like the Colonel Parker for 1 year with me. And George Klein was a big DJ back in Memphis at the time. We played our first million-seller record, Keep On Dancing,
Keep
back in
On
the day.
Dancing.
So I got a chance
Look
to
at
go
him,
to
Jimmy Hart.
Graceland.
He had a #1 hit record. Keep On Dancing. I don't want to embarrass him and ask him what year.
1965.
Ooh, that was the year I was born.
Well,
That 65 was a great year. The Devil Had an Angel, my mother. Jimmy Hart got our first hit record. #1. 65, baby.
Well, if this guy
It's a
wants
home
peace,
run,
he's gonna have to
But going back to the story, you don't have
really
to.
pay me.
Back to it? Okay, go
You
back.
had me thinking
Go
about
way
it.
back.
So I got a chance to go meet Elvis at the particular time, and then later on, I guess a year or so later, unfortunately, I got to up the first 200 people. The first 200
this game
people.
is
That was my friend
annoying.
George Klein, and I got to walk by
Alright,
the
I'm
casket
actually
and see
dumb.
Elvis in the casket, and I never will forget. His hands were folded, and he had a big, beautiful ring on it that said TCB, taking care of business.
It was
That's
Browns
my stories
lost.
of Elvis.
So
Yeah,
dumb.
and you were there.
Yeah, I want some more football. Oh, I didn't realize that we were already on something else.
I want to tell you about the.
I'm gonna watch some more football. Any good games on right now? I guess I didn't turn this. Oh yeah, I did. There we go. Open it. Any good games on? Wow. Forward for the full Cardinals game. Alright. Yeah, this game's annoying, but it's not too bad, I guess, sometimes. We only have 3 cities. This is kind of bad. However. What's wrong here? Okay, wow. defense. And now this guy wants to fight. I just had 3 people declare war on me at the same time. All 3 of them surprise wars.
Two
That's
coaches in
great.
today's game, each trying to avoid an 0-2 start. You say, well, does the 0-2 start make a big difference? Those numbers say it does make a difference.
Yeah, I would say so. And, you know, since they expanded the playoffs, you know, for the second time 2 years ago, no team has made the
Did you
playoffs
really
off
just-
with an 0-2 start.
This game is just ridiculous.
Deep for the kick.
Holy moly.
This will not be returned, and we'll start from the 25. We go down to AJ Ross. AJ.
Great pressure off the edge.
So like in like put in like 10 turns, it's gonna be the complete opposite.
Straight up, he is not looking forward to going up against his former teammate and current Raiders edge rusher Chandler Jones, who set a
I don't know,
career
because
franchise
apparently
record of
someone wants
71.5 sacks
I'm
in
so
6
confused
seasons with
because
Arizona. Tyler said he doesn't want to be a part of that list.
why
But
was
there's
I
a
just
lot of
given a
resource
city
that's
capital
competitiveness between these two, and they're looking forward to going at it today, guys.
to generate negative
Not to mention a great friendship.
with my
Tyler said that
favors
they
off the bat?
exchanged
Doesn't make
texts
any
during the
fucking
week,
sense.
but all that
Ridiculous.
changes on game day. So first offensive foray of the day by Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals, and he's going to throw this side of the field, and that is complete to Marquise Brown. Kyler Murray, accurate as can be throwing the football, and he's got a little speed to his ground game.
Yeah, I would say, Greg, he has some speed. You know, last week wasn't the start that he or the team were looking for, but Kyler Murray is elite. He's an elite talent, and I really expect a rebound from him, and I expect him to play really well here today.
On 2nd and 4, the give is to James Conner. Brought to a stop and pushed back. Rodney Hudson centers this offensive line. It's been 5 years in a Raiders uniform. Vegas gets left guard Justin Pugh back from neck injury. That's a big deal.
Yes, it is. It's an offense that's missing a lot of their key players, but that one, having Justin Pugh back in the lineup is huge. Last week they were missing both of their left guards, and they're had a real trouble with Chris Jones from that Kansas City defensive line. So having Pugh back is a big deal against this front.
3rd and short yardage. They'll look to Conner to get it. He does get it. Across the 35, out close to the 38-yard line. That's a first down
I
for
knew this guy. I
Arizona.
knew that's why this guy was coming out here so tackling.
Well, the thing that popped out when you watch this game, you know, you watched the Cardinals play the Chief offensively last week, and that's not what they want to see. DJ
I guess AI wants to embarrass me on the stream and nowhere else, because everywhere else I seem to be fine. I go on stream all of a sudden, yeah,
and they
it's
weren't
to
able
show
to
out
keep
for
their drives
people.
going, and there were too many negative plays. As soon as they got something going, a negative play really put them behind, and they just weren't able to overcome it.
And there's no
And how does my
question
champion
they caught
take so much
Kansas City
damage?
team at the very top of its game last week. Very top.
Yes, that was a well-oiled machine, and Patrick Mahomes was doing Patrick Mahomes-like things and showed why, you know, he's a special, special talent.
Josh Jones has come on to replace DJ Humphries at left
I
tackle.
don't know, what was my champion takes much damage?
So that's going to be, you know, his primary assignment is going to be Chandler Jones, who AJ just spoke about just a few moments ago over on this side right here.
Benjamin trying to get a push, made it just across the 40-yard line. The Raiders defense starts with a couple of
So everyone in
defensive
this
ends
round
that
wants to
just
fight
create
for some
absolute
reason.
havoc.
Like, oh my god.
It's their strength. It's the featured part of this defense. You've got two premier players, Chandler Jones, who's been doing it for a long time, and Max Crosby, who I think should be getting more attention as one of the elite rushers in this league.
Pretty close.
Murray under pressure, can't get away and goes down. That would be Max Crosby, one of those havoc creators.
I don't even know where Barbarian.
Take a look at this get off. How fast Crosby gets off the ball. He is shot right out of a cannon, and they just have no chance. I mean, over there on that right side, Kelvin Beachum, he doesn't even get out of his stance before Crosby is 2 yards deep in the backfield. And I know a lot of
like 10 turns, it's gonna just be the complete opposite.
But I think that overlooks his skill. His get off is what
I don't know how these things keep attacking after they move.
In the NFL, it is a key part of his game.
That's his first sack of the young season.
Really?
3rd and 14 now. And Murray calls timeout. Saw something he didn't like. Let's go back down to AJ.
Well, Greg and Archer, we spoke with Max Crosby earlier this week. He was talking about having a quarterback hit list in his phone. He showed me it, and Kyler was not one of those names on there, but he jokingly said, like, I'd like to add his name. And look, manifestation, it happened right on cue.
Of course.
We must have spent
Maybe I just feel more embarrassed because I'm on stream, but I guess this happens all the time.
Yeah, at that moment, he is taking it to another level. And again, everybody concentrates and comments on his, his effort, his motor. And sometimes that's kind of used as a backhanded compliment, as if, oh, he's only good because he has a motor. But I think that really doesn't look at his skill level. You watch him and his skill getting off the ball and the way he can get quick and make himself skinny and split defensive players. He's got a combination of great skill, and you combine it with that motor, and that's why he's one of the big guys in the league.
Three-man rush, quick pop here to the near side. Marquise Brown, and Brown out to about the 43-yard line and brought down by Divine Diablo. That'll bring the punting unit on. That's a 9-yard gain, not enough for the first down.
Well, once again, I talked about how last week
Arizona,
it was, just the negative plays. And really hard for an offense that really hasn't had a lot of time in preseason and training camp to spend together.
It's by far my least favorite game that I play, but it's the most challenging game by far as well.
When you have those negative plays, they're able to pick up the first down, but the sack right there was just too much to overcome.
Hunter Renfro's going to let this one fly into the end zone for the touchback. 1:21 to play in the first quarter. Max Crosby making his presence felt. 7-0 Vegas.
Hold up. DraftKings, you're telling me that you're boosting same game parlays? Well, that's big time. Actually, big is big enough. We're going to need a new word. Jumbo mummies. No, Masha Minutes. Braquegeloso. See? Think Doug gets it.
DraftKings stepped up same game parlays. Boost your winnings up to 100% for our biggest payouts ever. Action's so good, why bet NFL? Where else?
What'd you say, Carl?
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them.
Oh man. Fantasy team is kicking butt, taking names.
It's amazing.
While we wait for this thing to launch again.
And you'll get our best deal.
Nice. But everyone should get it.
Everyone can get it.
Every new customer.
And every existing customer.
Every iPhone.
Every iPhone.
Every iPhone.
Every iPhone.
Every Okay.
There it is.
Everyone gets the best deals on every iPhone.
My graphics card is not like playing this game.
AT&T's best deals on every iPhone. Get the new iPhone 14 Pro on us.
Are you coming for my job?
Alright.
Kick is good. Kick is good.
What is he doing?
Kick is good.
Preparing for his next career as a commentator.
Kick is good.
All the best players get broadcast.
So I should have started to talk about scored 50 points.
When you start with better ingredients, better pizza, you also get better papadillas, better cheesesteak, better yummy this,
Marquise Brown gets 25 points like everyone else, so he's probably gonna go back up there.
That's Papa John.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Papa John's new Papa Berries. Order more favorites for less. DraftKings Sportsbook, America's #1 rated sportsbook. And by Acura, precision crafted performance.
I mean,
transformation that took place and where
Back
it's
to
become
right there.
a beautiful,
6
beautiful
touchdowns,
stadium here in Las
500
Vegas.
yards.
Allegiant Stadium. First and 10 from the 20. JJ says there was movement, didn't get the call. The snap is made and the little flip is out to Josh Jacobs, and now they bring it to a halt with a flag. He's right, there was a movement. I believe that was Mac Hollins who made that inadvertent twitch.
Oh man, I'm all shoppy. It's because it's whenever this thing goes on one.
So I thought if you sold it to me, I thought that it was pretty good.
JJ says, take a look. That's what happens when you don't get to play week 1 and you're frustrated about it. So the line of scrimmage, the 25, and it's 1st and 5. Carr, straight drop. Got time, throwing, and that is complete. Across the 40 to tight end Darren Waller, and that'll be a first down. That's a 19-yard pickup, and we have a flag on the play.
Prior to the pass, illegal contact, defense number 20. Penalties decline. Goal to play for first down.
So Marco Wilson guilty of the contact.
Here's a big improvement from last week is their pass protection, especially by their backs. Buda Baker is coming off the left side, and watch Jacobs. He stays with him, and once again, look at the time of the pocket for Carr. Now we've seen when there's no blitz, he's been able to just sit there in the pocket and find his route, but that was because of the job of Jacobs to hang in there and get that ball out again.
This is Jacobs going one way, then another, and working his way out to about the 48-yard line.
This is kind of the definition of having great balance. 8 rushes for 33 yards by Jacob. Derek Carr was 5 of 6. Matt Hollins, 4 of those targets, 2 big ones on 3rd down, and then when they got to try and find the end zone, he goes to his old friend Devontae Adams to get the 7 points.
Friendship that goes all the way back to college. Final 15 seconds of the first quarter. Carr, short drop, quick pass is complete. Inside the 40, inside the 35 goes Foster Moreau, and that first down will cap a very good first quarter for the Las Vegas Raiders. We've played 15 minutes. Devontae Adams with the touchdown catch. The Raiders with a 7-0 lead.
So with Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more.
Yeah, home, car, motorcycle, all bundled together. Just like that breakfast burrito.
So can I get chorizo?
Yeah, metaphorically, yeah.
Carnita.
Just chicken. Just give me a bunch of chicken.
Bacon.
Oh wait, there's too much hot sauce.
I actually like. Can I get chips?
How about guacamole?
What are we talking about?
Really?
Sure.
Okay.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
With DirecTV, we have live TV and on demand. Go. Football, housewives. Football, housewives.
Get your TV together. Call 1-800-DIRECTV. Save up to $120.
Miller Lite has more taste at home and 1 more calorie than Michelob Ultra.
Every morning, I make a list of things to do. That's how I place the open homicide investigations. Let people get away with murder. We're good, are we, right?
jackpot prize. Play on the CBS Sports app or at cbssports.com/picks.
Well, NFL Votes is in its third season as a league-wide, nonpartisan initiative that supports and encourages civic engagement among NFL players and fans. All 32 NFL teams are making their stadiums available for election-related activities if needed. Learn more at NFL.com/votes. In the first quarter, 15 minutes, Arizona had the ball 4-0-1. The rest went to the Raiders.
They gave me the city back.
On first down, Zamir White in the Raider backfield. He is the rookie out of Georgia and another flag.
Let's do it. Why? Oh, it gave me a second chance.
Colton Miller, left tackle. By the way, both these coaches are pretty confident in their belief that their teams could rebound from those opening weeks. Two different kinds of games. The Raiders were in it until the end. The Cardinals, it feels like, were never in.
Well, they're two good football teams and two guys that have had a lot of success. So, again, it's only week one. There's a lot of football left to play. So I would expect both teams to rebound.
Look to Jacobs. Shakes a tackle. And gets down inside the 30-yard line to about the 27, maybe the 26.
Get our people.
Picked up 11 on the play.
One thing to note, Greg, is that, one of the big stories of last week was Isaiah Simmons and just the different role that they had carved out for him on this defense. A lot of big-time matchups with Travis Kelce and Juju Smith-Schuster. And if you notice in this game, he's only been in on defense for 2 snaps in this entire game. They wanted to take a little bit off his plate, but I'm a little surprised that he hasn't been able to see the field that much so far in this one.
Carr throwing to this side of the field. Matt Collins on the receiving end again at the 20 and down to the 18.
Well, thanks. Yeah.
They ask a lot of him. They created a new position, and really where he got in trouble. This one against Juju Smith-Schuster is the 2-hand jam, right? Aggressive, really hard to shoot both hands. His eyes were in the wrong place, and that was the result. They drafted Isaiah Simmons so he could guard marquee matchups like Travis Kelce again. Just a little bit undisciplined with his eyes. And
I just want to know
if
you'll be there for me at 2 a.m. when I'm drunk and I just want to stream.
Expect him to be a huge player in this defense, but it wasn't a good start to the season.
This is Zamir White, and White makes
it's not a deal breaker, but it's always nice to have.
Brought down, and we have another flag.
Holding. Offense number 66. 10-yard penalty.
And that'll be the rookie center, Dylan Parr, third round draft pick.
Last week he played most of his snaps. Well, he played all of his snaps at right guard, 33 plays.
And
they really think highly of him. He's a guy that never came out in college. He played every single game. Really earned the respect of a lot of players on this Raiders offense, but a big spot to fill in just his second game as a pro to move over and try to play center here.
Carr puts it out to the near side. That's Hunter Renfro. Brought down short of the 20, down to AJ.
Well, Greg and Art, Derek Carr has been really demanding of Dylan Parham, but at the same time, he has also been very encouraging of the rookie playing center, giving him, positive affirmations when he can, getting extra reps in when the two of them are able to do so. He said he's been really impressed with this young guy as of late.
Boy, Derek Carr was kind of anxious for game time, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
2nd and 12 from the 21. Carr looks right, throws right, and that is complete. And once again, Matt Collins. Boy, talk about what a primary target in week 1 Devontae Adams was. Well, that's Matt Collins so far today.
Well, so far, really what stands out is that the Cardinals have not been able to disrupt or speed up Derek Carr's game. They have played a lot of soft zone. And when they play zone, you see very quick decisions by Carr, get the ball out to the right person. And when they blitz, they really haven't been able to force him into making a mistake. So to me right now, now it's just the inability of the Cardinals to be able to get to him, disrupt him, and make him do something he doesn't want to do.
Isaiah Simmons is back on defense. This goes to the end zone and overthrowing everybody. Devontae Adams couldn't get there. It'll be 4th and 5.
And just when I was saying that on that last snap, and really that's what the Cardinals needed. On that last snap is really the first time that you got a little bit of pressure into Carr's face. The routes weren't really clearly defined downfield, and again, he just has to try and throw that ball away. So they need to see more of that.
Dreams come true right here. This is what revolution looks like.
Who doesn't want to become the talk of the town here?
It's time for us to show people who we truly are.
That was very, very impressive.
This is insane. Anybody need some good news? Kids, get to popcorn now.
personal, get the State Farm personal price plan. It just helps you create an affordable price. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
At Chipotle, our garlic guajillo recipe brings a whole new dimension to steak. Our most tender cuts, hand-seasoned and grilled fresh, mixed with garlic and guajillo peppers. Finished with fresh lime and cilantro.
Oh,
all
man.
new garlic guajillo steak. It's a whole new dimension of flavor.
It takes a fight to be a full-time fan. There'll be early
I don't know if
check-ins
this is gonna last 11 turns.
and late shifts. Good days and bad ones. But you'll never quit because you're in this together. It won't always be easy, but when you love what you do,
Yes, you
never
know.
work a day in your life. Modelo, brewed for full-time fans, brewed for those with a fighting spirit.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Modelo, brewed for full-time fans with a fighting spirit, and by Chipotle, for real.
Yeah, all kinds of people excited here in this town about the fight last night, Canelo Alvarez and Triple G, Gennady Golovkin. Alvarez won via a unanimous decision. I know that you wanted to know that as soon as you woke up this morning.
Absolutely.
Maybe we'll weather this.
Big story right here. Look at this time of possession and the fact that we're sitting here in the
Oh,
second
this guy
quarter,
gets this guy. This guy
right at
this
about
guy.
11 minutes, and Kyler Murray in this offense has
Maybe
only
he'll
been
take
on the
this
field
guy.
for 6 plays. So for different reasons, just not able to get in sync and get the offense rolling here.
Benjamin about his own 2-yard line and trying to spin away from traffic close to the 25-yard line. Brought down by Matthias Farley. Saturday, full day of college football on CBS begins with the drive to Atlanta at 2:30 Eastern, followed by our crew catching you up on action from around the country on college football today. Then at 3:30, an SEC on CBS showdown at Rocky Top. 20th ranked Florida takes on number 11 Tennessee. That is all Saturday here on CBS. So Kyler Murray must feel like a bit of a stranger to the turf out there.
Yeah, I bet.
No.
Give it to James Conner. Conner finds a little bit of running room. He's out to about the 30-yard line. It's a 5-yard
Tell
pickup.
me what the dude was going
Well, there's a
on.
guy that this Arizona offense could
Kidding me?
use incredibly And he's just a big receiver to be without.
You look at those numbers, and those are eye-popping numbers, and it shows you rarely does somebody make that big of an impact. And I'm sure there's a lot of other different reasons, but that is striking.
That pass is complete to the tight end, Zach Ertz.
I can't believe I just said that.
And it's really, you know, look at those numbers. Again, that is a striking difference. You know, every quarterback needs that guy that they can trust. You see the impact of, you know, Adams and Carr on one side. Certainly DeAndre Hopkins is another guy. And really, when you look at this offense, Christian Kirk, you know, he had a huge impact on this offense. Somebody that really was able to get on the same page with Kyler Murray last year. So, you know, they welcome a new receiver here with Marquise Brown. Love to see a connection there start to develop, but these guys haven't had a big chance to practice together. And again, not having Hopkins is huge for this offense.
New set of down. They'll give it to Connor. And Connor pushed back big time. Jonathan Abrams leading the way from his safety position.
One turn.
Jonathan Abram is one of those safeties that playing a little bit different style than what they asked from him in previous years under Gus Bradley, but I love watching him when he gets inside the box. Under 6 yards when he lines up as a linebacker or a blitzer, one of the more physical safeties in the NFL. And really nice tackle to force a 2nd and 7.
So I guess
Cliff Kingsbury told us Darrell Williams will see some action today. He is in the backfield now, number 24 for Arizona. They fake it to him. Murray trying to get out of trouble and throws it away to the near side. He is well aware, that entire Cardinals staff, well aware of the pressure that the Raiders can put on a quarterback.
Well, you got to see what Max Crosby did over there on that right side. Just drove. Check out this. Max Crosby just comes in and demolishes that right side, and then
Offense number 1. Ball he plays at the 24-yard line. Comes to the loss of down also. Brings up 3rd down.
No receiver anywhere near where that ball landed, and Kyler Murray guilty of grounding.
Yeah, and you knew that coming into this game that the biggest strength and the biggest thing you had to deal with is Crosby and Jones. Crosby is just relentless. Jones, one of the better technicians in his art of getting to the quarterback. And here for the 2nd drive in a row, the Cardinals, because of a negative play, are staring at 3rd and long.
Are you seeing these Raiders down on the field? They are smiling.
Yeah.
They're having a good time.
It's fun to play defense when you can get an offense at 3rd and long, let me tell you that.
3rd and 21. Murray complete to James Conner, and Conner not going anywhere. And a flag. Looks like it's going to be a late hit on the Raiders.
Oh, that could be just a terrible mistake. Well, they might get Crosby for flying over the pile, but Crosby didn't even make contact.
Or Amik Robertson.
There is no foul on the play.
No, they called it off.
Yeah, I think initially you're going to see Crosby just coming from inside out, and he just comes flying over the pile, but he doesn't make contact, and that's a good pickup of the flag.
So that makes it 4th down and 16, and on to kick it away is Andy Lee.
Oh, wow. I can't believe I lost that
Far
city.
side of the field and not very far at all.
I don't even know if I progressed out of the era.
Raiders with a 10-point lead.
If you have advanced non-small cell lung cancer, your first treatment could be a chemo-free combination of 2 immunotherapies that works differently. It could mean a chance to live longer. Opdivo plus Yervoy for adults newly diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer that is spread, tests positive for PD-L1, and does not have an abnormal EGFR or ALK gene. Together, Opdivo plus Yervoy helps your immune system launch a response that fights cancer in 2 different ways. Opdivo plus Yervoy equals a chance for more time together, more family time, more time to remember. Opdivo and Yervoy can cause your immune system to harm healthy parts of your body during and after treatment. These problems can be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have a cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, diarrhea, constipation, severe stomach pain, nausea or vomiting, dizziness, fainting, eye problems, extreme tiredness, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain, flushing or fever. These are not all the possible side effects. Problems can occur together and more often when Opdivo is used with Yervoy. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems, if you've had or plan to have an organ or stem cell transplant or received chest radiation. Here's to a chance to live longer. Ask your doctor about the combination of 2 immunotherapies, Opdivo plus Yervoy. Thank you to all those in our clinical trials.
The new 2023 GMC Sierra AT4X is equipped to conquer the great outdoors. Or the great indoors. Welcome to the peak.
Oh wow, I cannot believe I just lost the city.
GMC Sierra AT4X. GMC, we are professional grade.
From early morning till late at night, I'm the hardest.
It's only worth it if you enjoy it. The Globe Ultra.
Wow.
We are happy to help.
The NCIS Hawaii crossover event tomorrow on CBS.
I'm an investigator.
I can't build anything.
Field altogether.
I'm a detective. I detect. So help me Todd. New series September 29th on CBS.
Josh McDaniels, we were asking him when we met with him about the heavy emphasis on balls targeted to Devontae Adams last week, if there'd be a reversal. He goes, well, you know, the ball goes where it goes, but it sure feels that way so far. They fake, Carr, throw, over the middle, just off the fingertips of Darren Waller, the tight end.
You know what? I just come back to this. Because, like, I'm probably going to get offline.
Right now. You know, you've seen this so much over the years. Carr to Waller, especially down the field. And just, for whatever reason, against this coverage down the field, they just haven't been able to put it together. You remember last week they had a similar situation in 2 minutes. He underthrew it through the interception. This time he puts air under it, which was the right throw, but again, just can't seem to find that right connection with Waller down the field.
On 2nd and 10, Carr over the middle. That short pop is complete to Waller, and Waller finally brought down by 3 Arizona Cardinals after an 13-yard pickup.
The story right now for this game is the Raiders are able to sustain their drives, and I'll finish up after this play.
First down from the 46. On a crossing pattern, Carr hits his man, and that is Renfro. And Renfro with a sizable gain close to the 25-yard line. They'll mark him out of bounds at the 26 after a 20-yard pickup.
Just a bad matchup. Just a really bad matchup. Renfro, one of the toughest guys to cover in the slot, and they formation it and get him locked up on Vigil, who's a linebacker, and Derek Carr's going to take that matchup all day long.
Raiders in hurry up now, the 26-yard line. First down again. Carr, that's incomplete. Intended for Renfro, and Jace Whitaker broke it up.
Well, as I was starting to say, you know, the Raiders have been able to just stay on the field. 15 plays on their first drive, 9 plays on their second drive. And again, Vance Joseph, they're opting to play soft and basic. I think the plan was, you know, because of communication, hey, let's just play solid. Let's get our guys playing fast, come up and tackle, make the Raiders earn everything down the field. But again, it's just the lack of negative plays that really resulted in Derek Carr being able to go down the field and pick up first downs.
Carr with completions to 6 different receivers so far. Carr looking this side, down the sideline, and complete. Devontae Adams, the closest to it, covered by Byron Murphy.
You know, when you see press coverage and this goes back to his days with Aaron Rodgers, it's almost an automatic green light. And you talk to anybody, you know, what makes Devontae Adams special? Well, a lot of things make him special, Greg, but the first thing everybody points out in defending him is how good he is against press technique. And he gets defensive backs and quarterbacks to play differently and switch up their game, and they've been able to take advantage of that his entire career.
Carr now looking at a 3rd and 10. Little screen. Abdullah, running room, 10, 5, to about the 2. It'll be 1st and goal.
But take advantage of the blitz. Everybody's going to blitz from the left side. Overload. Derek Carr coming to his right, and then they're going to slip out Jacobs in the flat to the left side, and there's nobody home. To me, that's just a brilliant play call in just understanding and getting a great feel after not really pressuring most of the game, getting a great feel on 3rd down, pressure from Vance Joseph, countering to the other side, and you get a big play.
23-yard pickup.
Oh, watch this. Waller just split out. They got to love this matchup.
Lobbing it for Waller in the end zone. Touchdown, Raiders. Archie, old soothsayer, you?
Yeah,
Super
well,
laggy,
you
or
got
just me?
Ezekiel Turner on Darren Waller, and look, you're going to take that all day long. If you're not going to cover him with one of your best cover guys on your defense, that's as easy as it gets. Again, that's really why they kind of drafted him and what they envisioned Isaiah Simmons doing in this defense. I'm surprised they didn't give him a chance to redeem himself after last week.
Waller's first touchdown reception of the season. The extra point is good. And with 7 minutes to play in the first half, the Las Vegas Raiders own this game so far. 17-0. You're watching the NFL on CBS.
It's easy to think that all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different how? You sell high commission investment products, right?
Nope, Fisher avoids them.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Never at Fisher Investments.
Okay, then you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we structure our fees so we do better when clients do better. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
I got nothing for you, Far. Jalen, yeah, don't call somebody on live TV.
You answer. I have other friends anyway.
Marshawn, Barry.
Listen, I need some tips.
I like LA. Dallas. How about Detroit? Vanessa.
I got a tip for you. Always go with your gut.
I like that. Let's go with our gut.
Meet Google Pixel 6a, the smarter phone that can see in the dark with night sight, fix your photos with Magic Eraser, and photograph all skin tones accurately with Real Tone. Google Pixel 6a. Save up to $150 on an unlocked Pixel 6a with qualified activation.
The new Subway Series menu, the greatest sandwich roster ever assembled.
For more on the new boss, here's Patrick Mahomes.
Incredible. Meatballs, fresh mozzarella, and pepperoni.
Oh, the meatball's out. I thought he never fumbles. The new Subway Series. What's your pick?
There's one day bigger than Sunday, Election Day. The issues that matter most to you will be decided this election. So vote. Go to NFL.com/vote and get registered today.
My family and I have watched Survivor together since I was about 6 years old.
I'm 19 and I'm going to be the youngest to win this game.
My sister died of an overdose. The last conversation that we had was about Survivor. She told me that she was proud of me.
I want to show people that you can go from sitting in a neutral hall to sitting out here in Fiji with a PhD.
It's Survivor 43.
New season Wednesday, 8/7 Central on CBS.
Darren Waller scoring the second touchdown of the game for these Raiders. The Cardinals must be in shock at this point because last season they started the season 7-0. They were 8-1 on the road in 2021.
And really looked like you know, at least one of the best offense in the NFL. At times, just unstoppable.
Benjamin from the 2 to the 20. Breaking through across the 30, and a penalty flag is down.
Well, it's the same thing. You know, it's every time something positive, right? You get a pretty decent return, and a penalty flag just puts you behind once again.
During the return, illegal block in the back, kicking team, or excuse me, receiving team, number 45, 10-yard penalty from the end of the run, first down.
So that penalty goes against Dennis Gardeck. This Raiders team is benefiting from a terrific defense so far.
Yeah, great negative plays, and one of their major problems is Max Crosby, who has just been dominant on that left side of the Raiders defense. Gets the pressure, forces Murray to flush, make a bad decision, and then you got Chandler Jones wrapping in from behind. There's Patrick Graham, the defensive coordinator, has to be pleased that Kyler Murray has only been on the field for 11 plays in the first half. And I think they've got to be more aggressive here on first down and really try to get the ball out. Get A.J. Green involved in the offense, but aggressive first down passing has to be in order.
Started out with a little screen and picking up some good yardage is James Conner out of the backfield. That'll be about a 21-yard gain and a first down.
Well, what a huge shot in the arm, too. Just, you know, again, starting inside the 10-yard line on first down. To get the ball out and get your biggest play of the game, get some breathing room. Again, the key is for them to try to string some plays together. You know, get some rhythm in the offense. And I think if Kyler Murray can start to feel that rhythm, and you can see him blossom into the quarterback that we all know he can be.
They'll go to Benjamin, and Benjamin on the left side for a bit. Out to about the 37-yard line where Jayon Brown and Jonathan Abram awaited him. 6-yard pickup.
They need some explosiveness in their offense. Look, you don't want to panic, but you're down 17-0, and you really haven't had a big reason to be confident in this game. And so, you know, one more time, I really do think, you know, a secondary that, you know, is playing a little bit shorthanded and has had some depth issues. You'd like to see Adrian Green get involved a little bit. He's down here at the bottom against Rocky Seed.
Just north of the Alamo Sea. They're all flying in together, so you've all got to get over there. I want this operation to be forgotten about as quickly as possible.
Short of the 45-yard line after a 7-yard pickup.
How fast it's done.
So you've been able to pick up 2 first downs, and here's the key, is you didn't have to wait till third down to pick up those first downs. You know, that's really the key when an offense is really starting to feel it, right, and everything is well oiled. How many first downs can you pick up on first or second down and not have to wait till third down to try and make a play and get that pass rush, right? They've got to try to neutralize that pass rush, which is the thing that is creating those negative plays.
Murray pulls it down, now throws complete at midfield. It's A.J. Green getting involved. Speaking of getting involved, time for an update from New York. Let's send it back to JB.
Yeah, Matthew Stafford's second touchdown pass of the day goes to Cooper Kupp from 3 yards out. And the Rams, 21 all over Atlanta Falcons. That's the good voice of Greg Gumbel, too.
Here's what you're carrying. Parachutes just in case. Grenades just in case. And sticky bombs just in case. And we're giving you night vision goggles too. Okay? Alright. You know as well as I do, this operation is the product of hundreds of man-hours and millions of dollars.
So an eligible receiver downfield, and it kind of has been my point. You start to get something going and then a penalty, right? Puts you first and all.
Nothing. That's not pressure from 4 people to shoot. Pressure can turn shit into diamonds. Or it can turn diamonds into dust. What's it gonna be today? I've got faith in you. Us. Much you can have faith in another ragtag bunch of reprobates. Hastily assembled. Advanced solely by their greed.
Shockers early on today.
Bloodlust.
I can't
talk
believe
much.
the Miami.
Probably don't listen either.
I mean, that was
Effective
21 points down in the fourth quarter, and
if you can plug.
you let Tyreek Hill get behind your secondary twice. That was unreal.
It's not like he's never done that. Second and 9. Murray on the move, lobbing it, incomplete. That's intended for Connor. It'll be 3rd and 9. Boy, speaking of those Dolphins, what a nice little weapon to go out and get during the offseason. Huh?
Yeah, and not to mention Jalen Waddle and company. Big third down here.
She's all yours.
You got to be able to protect, number one, and then, you know, who's a receiver that's going to step up and really be that security blanket, right? That trust factor. You'd love to see Marquise Brown really start to solidify his place in this offense. He's in the slot here on the bottom next to A.J. Green, but another third and long situation. Somebody's got to make a play.
Raiders call timeout. 3:36 to play. And a big play on offense indeed coming up for Arizona.
Wait, are you not blind, dude? Dancing cool, trick for two. Now the final Masters. Magic. Hard check. Game with Doug. Boosters designed for COVID-19 are now brought to you by Pfizer. We're told that success is all about the truth is, nothing great gets done alone. That's why there's Shopify. You can set up your online store, you can sell on social media, or you can sell in person with our point-of-sale system. Start your journey with a free trial today. New iPhone 14 Pro. It's amazing.
Yep, camera. And you'll get our best deal.
But everyone should.
Everyone can, yeah.
Oh man, terrible.
Everyone gets the best deal. Every iPhone. It's amazing.
Everyone gets AT&T's best deals on every iPhone. Get the new iPhone 14 Pro on us.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by KFC. Family style, your style. That's finger licking good. Experian Boost. Do more with your credit score. And by Pfizer.
Welcome back to Allegiant Stadium, everyone. Big play for this Arizona offense. They trail 17-0 with about 3.5 to play in the first half, and a 3rd and 9.
High count, explosive rounds in the co-pilot's seat. Keep in mind there's a longer fire return interval on that one. Ground team, you take the last two positions in the bird and get ready to jump.
Throw it. Intercepted. Picked off by Nate Hobbs. And we have a penalty marker down. Let's see what the flag is all about.
Okay, now fly up to the lab at gaining altitude. You'll need to be high for the ground team to hit their drop zone, and for your bird's electrics to be clear of the EMP. When you're above the lab, we trigger the pulse. Power down there goes out, and the ground team can jump. Chopper team hold position above the lab, trying to stop the ground team getting swamped inside.
So it's Hobbs guilty of the hold.
The crowd doesn't like it, but I think when we see this replay, you're going to see that, just before Hobbs was able to jump in front of that route, that he kind of pulled and twisted Marquise Brown before the ball was able to get there. You see the jersey right there, that he just kind of, you do see a handful of jerseys, but negates what would have been a big play and a sigh of relief for the Cardinals.
First down from midfield now.
Triggering the EMP. Get ready
The leg strength pushes his way inside the 45 to the 44. 6-yard pickup. It'll be 2nd and 4. And the clock continues to move, coming up on 3:10 to play in the first half.
I would expect the Cardinals to, at some point, get a little bit more aggressive here against the Raiders. You know, last week Herbert was able to hit some big plays. That was really the thing that stuck out against this defense. 4 pass plays for over 120 yards. And really this offense and Kyler Murray is at their best when Murray is able to throw some of those beautiful dimes down the field. Right now you've been able to get something going. I would look for him to attack.
On the ground, time to switch to night vision. I learn something from you. I learn something from you every week. But I learned something from you because I asked you, what do the Cardinals have to do about that pass rush of the Raiders? And you said basically, you've got to trust the people that you have, and they're going to win their own battles.
Well, that's part of it. And I do think also that's part of why you're seeing so many runs early here by Cliff Kingsbury. You know, he doesn't want to turn this into a, hey, we're going to pass every down and let these guys tee off on their quarterbacks, understanding some of the issues that they do have on their offensive line. But again, if you can protect Murray a little bit, and especially get him to run around and use some of those scrambling abilities, he's at his best when he's scrambling and throwing the ball down the field.
This is 3rd and 2. And here's Murray, shakes one tackle, throwing downfield, and is intercepted. Picked off by Aviva Robertson. Throwing on the run, Murray came up short on that pass down the sideline. 1:51 to play in the first half. Raiders ball when we come back.
Okay, ground team, let's go. Close the doors and get into the lab. OED is being stored in a research station in the center of the facility. Move quickly, get through the lab, and get us that data.
What do you guys do?
Get ready for the game.
You know, like
Looks like some systems are running on an emergency generator. As long as the main switch is off, that won't cause us problems. Keep moving and be ready for resistance. You're no good to us dead. Not quite yet.
And it's time to celebrate. Up your game with an impressive big LG TV from Basketball. And everyone excited to be back cheering for their favorite team, players. When it comes to fun and excitement, nothing can top the illusion of NFL football. Catch it all. Best Buy. It's the home entertainment retailer of the NFL.
Get the fuck out of the way.
Is sponsored by
Why are you in the way for,
who
dude?
reminds you to drink responsibly. And by Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Plenty to see in Las Vegas, Nevada. Welcome back, everyone. 1:51 to play. Kyler Murray, not yet able to set things right. Hand it off to Jacobs. Jacobs on the run. Penalty marker behind the play as he makes it out to the 42-yard line.
Holding. Offense number 77. Bring up for the final foul. Replay first down.
That's the rookie Thayer Munford out of Ohio State, guilty of the call. Let's go back to that pick.
Greg, a tremendous amount of discipline right here for Amik Roberts. He's playing the flat
in this area. And watch the discipline that he has, because when Kyler Murray starts to come out here and he's looking, how many defensive players are going to come up and try to make that play? He goes back, he baits it, sinks, gets underneath it. Perfectly done, and that's the discipline it takes to play a quarterback like Murray when he gets outside the pocket.
So that give is to Jacobs. And Jacobs picks up 5. A reminder once again, the Verizon halftime report upcoming. JB, Phil, Nate, Boomer, and Coach Bill Cowher will have scores and highlights. Lots of highlights from earlier today coming up on the Verizon halftime report. Clark throwing complete. That is Foster Moreau, the tight end out of LSU. And the clock continues to move, coming up on 1 minute to play.
I think Derek Carr is one step ahead of the Cardinals defense here today. You hear all the different stuff that's happening at the line of scrimmage. Wild thing 25, right? Linebacker drops out and he just hits the zone right behind him where he vacated.
Jacobs brought down by J.J. Watt. We were joking with Derek Carr about some of his things that he shouts out at the line of scrimmage. Wild thing is a good thing, I guess. Timeout on the field.
Side-by-side comparisons to top 5 and savings accounts. That way you can make the smartest decision and get the most out of your money.
Oh, that's incredible.
How do you do that?
I thought you would.
NerdWallet, smartest decision for all your financial decisions.
So, might have more taste than Mr. Kress said we should talk about work, but not here.
This just in. A giant robot has landed downtown.
So is there a room in the back or something? Cool, I'll get set up.
This is just my workout stuff.
Everyone else.
It's bananas.
You're still wearing your mask here.
So, Mr. Kress said you might be able to help me out with something. Well, not me, so that's clear. It's not me you're going to be helping.
Not the Green Hawk.
And I want it understood that I am not involved. Bystander doing a favor. And this is not an offer of employment so
Just
much
so I got
as an opportunity. Well, yeah, you get this is getting a bit technical. The point is, sometimes they're fair legal justice.
So you're selling the car, but
And this is one such time. Serious. Professor Maxim.
get the best offer for your car.
You know the professor? I know that I'm head of research for the Army. 3 doctorates. Some overconfident polymath, vain sociopath, tedious egomaniac, control freak, geneticist, weapons development engineer, car nut, but definitely not a people person. Accused of espionage along with everything else? You don't remember?
Welcome back, everyone. Fall TV is back on CBS. Join us tomorrow for a special 2-hour NCIS crossover event. Elite teams of NCIS and CIS Hawaii work together to solve their biggest case. NCIS premieres. Tomorrow night for CBS, the place to be for Fall TV.
But, well, let's just say
2nd and 10.
he's going to rock.
For the Raiders with 36 seconds to play in the first half.
Straightforward. Do them one at a time, but any way you like.
Carr sets up the screen for Amir Abdullah. Just inside the 45-yard line, there's a penalty flag down.
Then we got a bus, and then, well, 2 things. We got the inmate transfer schedule and Rashkovsky's car. More on that later. Let me show you. We need a plane to get the professor out of the country. He's currently being used to traffic drugs by a transnational street gang, the Vagos. Bus, a standard Bolingbrook transport vehicle. Police traffic is on the route from Lido Bay. All right, that's where you're going to get a hold one. You get a hard copy of the inmate transit schedule at LSPD's Mission Row Station. Go in on our play tool. You might not have a problem. That's a two-person job.
Ability of
The other
calling
two
the
hundreds are
play a
guys
screen
Bryce
pass.
Casco. We believe it's about to be shipped
twice
to Korea
now
by luxury car
when the Cardinals
company.
do decide to
Okay.
blitz. So I just think that, both Carr, the combination of McDaniels and Carr, again, has been able to stay one step ahead of this defense.
Carr escapes trouble and going to run for it, sliding down at midfield. And they're in a hurry up with the clock ticking, 17 seconds, and now a timeout is called by the Raiders. They are out of timeouts now, and we're back in 30 seconds right after this.
I may be close to retirement, but I'm as busy as ever. And thanks to Voya, I'm confident about my future. Voya provides guidance for right investments. They make me feel like I've got it all under control.
Be confident to and through retirement.
I'll admit it, I'm a basketball guy.
Dude, no need to get that personal. Save on personal price plan just helps you create an affordable price.
Right. I mean, I'm not a basketball guy.
Call or click to get a quote today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
So the Raiders have no more timeouts here in the first half. They have a 17-0 lead. This is a 3rd and 6. Carr, throw it, complete. And heading for the sidelines and out of bounds is Devontae Adams. 12 seconds on the clock.
And once again, the decision making. I think in this game, what stands out is, at times last week, it didn't seem like Carr was comfortable. Because let's face it, he's learning a different language. He got on such a good page with John Gruden for so many years. And Josh McDaniels just does things differently, right? So last week, at times, it didn't seem like there's a lot of confidence. There was some hesitation. I don't see any of that in this game. He is getting the ball out. He sees exactly what the defense is doing. His decision-making has been flawless.
Carr throwing this side again and overthrown. And 9 seconds on the clock.
So, you're moving on the plane. It's Mackenzie Airfield. Logistics are as yet undecided. Your name, going to ammunition armor and explosives. It's going to get kinetic. Reset for the airfield is under Vagos control. Use the plane to make traffic runs across the border. Means it's already set up to take shots in the other country. Area for visibility, plausible cover story. There's a bunch of angry drug dealers waiting for you.
Rollout pass. Now, if that ball was caught and tackled inbounds, again, it would have been really close if they're able to spike the ball with 1 or 2 seconds left. But really nicely designed. Get him out to the sideline, step out of bounds, and let a pretty good field goal kicker have a chance to add 3 more points right before halftime.
55-yarder. All his way, straight enough, long enough.
The principal interest is in drug trafficking, but they've diversified into mid-level
27 consecutive field goals made by Daniel Carlson and Mr. Katz on a heck of a first half for the Las Vegas Raiders. The end of the first half with the score. The Raiders 20 and Cardinals nothing. Halftime was next after these first half highlights of Verizon and a word from your local station.
States and throughout Central and Latin
You got it on your right.
I got fresh and we used Apple Watch, Apple Music, Apple Plus, Apple ID, iCloud Plus. So it's the deal I got from Verizon. iPhone 14 Pro on them.
Samuel's gonna help us celebrate on Bolingbrook. It's not something that they would do. It's the kind of thing the authorities believe that they would do. Just on the regulators. Get me? Okay.
Network America relies on Verizon. Survivor, new season Wednesday on CBS.
Gotta be wrong.
The gang task force better send us a thank you for this. Even more Vagos coming at ya. That's all the Vagos have got. In a few weeks, we'll leak this to a sympathetic reporter, and they'll get fingered for the breakout. Now clear the area and clear up any stray traffickers you encounter.
For a day older than I was yesterday. Our lives may forever change, but believe me, this too shall pass.
Air traffic's telling me the bird is airborne. Stay at the airstrip and deal with any more Vagos that come at you.
FMI, we expect the unexpected. I think we could do that.
Alright, my people are waiting for a plane at LSIA. Vagos channels are totally dark. I would not expect any more action in Blaine County. Either come back to the city or take in the natural beauty at a Vista Point.
Paramount Plus subscription is now Plus membership. For no additional cost.
Nah.
Walmart Plus membership and watch all of this and more. They have to win this game with your Paramount Plus subscription. Your time starts now.
I'm James Brown in New York, coming up on the Verizon Halftime Report, sports highlights and analysis as Week 2 continues in the league. The Verizon Halftime Report is next.
President Biden answers questions about the U.S. economy and foreign policy challenges on the season premiere of 60 Minutes tonight.
This isn't just talent. It's years of research and continuous innovation. Today, players wear helmets customized to technology like 3D printing to get better fitting options that meet the demands of their position. It's all driven by the NFL's advanced data collection and testing, which holds more options to increasingly safer helmets. And it's working. Last season, concussions were the lowest number ever. The NFL is committed to having that safety in every game. Because it's not just a helmet. It's a key to building a better game.
Okay, I'm bringing you close to the airfield. Remember, once you engage these bastards, there's only one way this is going. Make a plan, then execute it. No matter how good the plan is, expect sustained resistance.
CBS Sports presents
Maintaining the integrity of the plane is the priority here. Don't rush
the
this.
official 5G network of the NFL.
Looks like a shit show down there. Clear the airstrip before you think about taking that bird into the sky. If the plane gets shot up, we're back to Alpha. Keep it up down there. The more noise you make at the airstrip, the more plausible the cover story becomes.
Field studio and the Verizon halftime report. The network that America relies on. We are full here in Studio 43, and let's take you to the highlights.
Yes, New England Patriots. Bill Belichick hasn't lost two games since 2001, and Mac Jones
Bounce back at me.
got loose very early, finds Nelson Aguilar right there for a 43-yard touchdown run and a touchdown pass. And the New England Patriots held the ball for the last 6.5 minutes of the game, and they held off to win 17.
Jets of the Cleveland Browns. Joe Flacco finds Garrett Wilson and drills the football in there for a 15-yard touchdown with 22 seconds remaining. Jets up 31-30. The Jets break the 13-game losing streak in the month of September.
The Dolphins, Ravens, it was all going for the first half. The second half, it was Tua Montana. He said, I want it all. Jump on everything in it. He goes for the win. It's David Waddle. A go-ahead touchdown, 42-30 with you. Mike McDaniel with the info. Keeping it real as always.
The night before,
The gang task force better send us a thank you for this. Even Mar-a-Lago's coming at you.
to Texas, and apparently there's too little.
You know, I think, by the way, Tua has arrived. He's definitely right in the class now. On top of quarterbacks in the AFC East. 3 winners today. The Pats forced it off. The Jets tomorrow night. You have the Bills. Now, how about Cooper Rush in this game, guys? Yep. He is, man, you talk about a backup quarterback. He is not playing like one. Right now, he's 12 of 18, 162 yards, and 1 touchdown, and he's buying Noah Brown. So who is Noah Brown? He's a 7th-round draft pick out of the Ohio State University back in 2017. He's been down there with the Cowboys. These guys obviously probably have worked a lot of scout teams together. And they know each other. And Cooper Rush is playing great. And on the other side, it's Tony Romo and Hussein. Communication for the offensive line of the Cincinnati Bengals. When I played for the Bengals, we had the great Jimmy McDowell. He's an offensive line coach. And then they also had Paul Alexander. It was always about communication, knowing who you're supposed to block. And don't ever let a guy like Micah Parsons come off the end free. Yeah. Listen, Cooper Rush is playing like a quarterback that has nothing to lose. But you know what? He has nothing to lose, right? You know that Dak Prescott's going to come back and be the starter. He's out there just ready to find something that we actually didn't see last week.
Force Mutual Insurance. How can we help you?
Getting back, get the ball.
Sure.
They have to be able to slow down this pass rush. 7 sacks last week, 4 sacks have given up. 6 down first half of this game. Get back, take the pressure off that one.
Yeah, and let's don't be shocked by Cooper Rush. What did he do last year when he came to the game? Up there in Minnesota, up that night game, I think it was on a Monday night, he played really well. And I'll tell you why the Cowboy offense is looking a lot better this week. They're not playing Tampa Bay defense. They played Tampa Bay defense last week, and this week it's tremendous.
And they're getting Tony Pollard more involved as well.
It's a Miami Dolphins. 21-point comeback in the fourth quarter. Biggest comeback in Miami football history.
Maybe one of the biggest disappointments right now has to be the Arizona Cardinals, where they're playing the way they played last week. And Derek Carr, last week's 3-interception debacle, of course, to open the season.
Cincinnati, when he back out the thing that got let's get everything he was counting on. The Verizon halftime report continues.
CBS Sports presents the Verizon halftime report. The network America
Season of Ghosts, Thursday, September 29th on CBS.
eyes on the action? Just tell Siri, show me football scores.
Welcome back to Allegiant Stadium, everyone. That is Nelly who performed at halftime with Carlos Santana. The national anthem at the beginning of the day. It's a star-studded day here in Las Vegas. Welcome back to along with Adam Archuleta. I don't know what the Arizona Cardinals are talking about in the locker room at halftime, but this is only game number 2. So far, in the first half of 2 games, they've been outscored 43-7. Now, Derek Carr hasn't allowed them a whole lot of time.
You're right. You have 2 teams that didn't play their best last week. The goal was to improve this week, and so far, one team has been able to do that. Derek Carr has been almost perfect today, whether he's holding the ball in the pocket, surveying, getting to his options, finding his favorite target, Devontae Adams, or getting the ball out quickly and finding his matchups. He's been able to be one step ahead of the Arizona Cardinal defense, and got to say, it looks like they've been able to correct those mistakes. Now, for Arizona, Greg, a lot of the same from what we saw last week, primarily an offense that, should be pretty good. Just hasn't been able to get in any sort of rhythm. They haven't been able to strike fear in the Raiders, and they've got to start fast here in the third quarter.
Let's check in with AJ.
Well, Greg, Cliff Kingsbury said his team has to tighten it up. We're giving 6 penalties and allowing the Raiders to stay on the field for far too long to exploit opportunities. He said their offense has to be more effective on first and second down to stop the pass rush from knocking them back. Meanwhile, Josh Daniels was all smiles with Derek Carr spreading the ball around 7 different receivers. He said his team, too, has to clean it up, though, with 6 penalties on their side as well, guys.
AJ, thank you. Let's see what kind of changes, if there have been any, made at the break for the Cardinals. They start from their own 25-yard line. Connor. And not much there. Divine Diablo leading the defensive charge. It's a 1-yard pickup.
Well, again, this time they're going to run the football, and then look at Chandler Jones. He's not snaps. Well, he played all of it. Look at Jones. Set the edge, and because Jones sets the edge, they really think highly of Divine Diablo, the linebacker, to go up there and confidently shoot his gap, knowing that there's nowhere for James. Respect of a lot of players on spot to fill in just his second game as a pro to move over and try to play center here.
Carr flips it out to the near side. That's Hunter Renfrow, and Rent now Dilop brought down short of the 20, down to AJ.
Well, Greg and Arch, Derek Carr has been really demanding of Dylan Parham, but at the same time, he has also been very encouraging of the rookie playing center, giving him, positive affirmations when he can, getting extra reps in when the 2 of them are able to do so. He said he's been really impressed with this young guy as of late.
Boy, Derek.
Personal foul.
Yep.
Grabbing the face mask. Defense.
2nd and 12 from the 21. The Cardinals out of a bit of a jam in the first few minutes of this quarter.
Boy, it sure does. Bad ad placement.
Boy, talk about what a primary target in week 1 Devontae Adams was. Well, that's Mac Hollins. So
let it go, but he grabbed it enough to kind of move the helmet, and that's why that stands out, is that the Cardinals have not been able to disrupt or speed up Derek Carr's game. They have played a lot of soft zone. And when they play zone, you see very quick decisions by Carr, get the ball out to the right person. And when they blitz, they really haven't been able to force him into making a mistake. So to me right now, it's just the inability of the Cardinals to be able to get to him, disrupt him, and make him do. See James Conner come off the field, but Max Crosby
on defense, this goes to the end zone and overthrowing every.
And that's kind of been the story here today. You see him get in the backfield, you see him getting pressure. This time they try to run it. And just when I was saying that on that last snap, and really that's what the Cardinals needed. There's nowhere for Kyler Murray to throw the football. Got a little bit of pressure into Carr's face. The routes weren't really. You get out to your pass route, neither of those things happen, and once again, pressure on Murray on third down. The Cardinals are punting the football.
Trying to Renfro is deep. This is going to bounce and roll out of bounds, and not bad kick at all by Andy Lee. 13:07 to play. We're just underway here in the second half, and it's all Raiders so far.
Now on FanDuel, get up to $1,000 back in free bets if you don't win. Yes, you jammed in the jam-packed sports bar. You stuck it along with family dinner. You waiting for your groceries to be back. And yes, even you who got destroyed at cornhole in front of all your friends. Now get up to $1,000 back in free bets if you don't win. That's why America's #1 sportsbook is the best place to bet on the NFL. FanDuel. Make every moment.
New degree advanced.
There
First
we
ever
go.
72-hour nonstop
That's
protection with
pretty
motion
good.
sensor. Tested to the limit. Still feeling dry and fresh. Superior 72-hour nonstop protection, however much you move.
We got the house! Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
Probably now. Probably being later. Gosh darn it.
Survivor is an adventure. Slow, fast, safe, dangerous.
I'm tired of being a starving artist. Who can I become?
I really need $1 million. I'll be honest with you, I've already spent part of it.
Survivor, new season Wednesday on CBS.
Now the captain of the real offerings.
Exciting and feel my heart is ready to love again.
Rebecca Romaine and Jerry O'Connell host The Real Love Boat, departing October 5th on CBS.
This is the NFL at your fingertips. This is your game on the go. Wherever you are, this is how you football. NFL Plus. Start your free trial today.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any of the use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
Boys, take a look at those first half possessions of the Raiders. Something we were talking about, Derek Carr just not letting the Arizona Cardinals in. They will run it from down deep. Jacobs, look at AJ.
Greg, you could say it was destined for Devontae Adams to be a Raider one day. Growing up in East Palo Alto, California, he wore a Charles Woodson jersey for picture day in 3rd grade, stabbing on everybody. And his grandparents, Jesse and Betty Adams, they were always part of his games growing up. And believe it or not, they are witnessing him for the first time playing today in the NFL. They have a suite here at Allegiant. Green Bay was a little too far for them to travel, guys.
Boy, he could not have been prouder talking about that the other day. You, AJ, thank you.
That's got to be a great feeling.
2nd and 9. Carr diving for the ball. Hunter Renfro, it's incomplete. It'll be 3rd and 9. But what a turnaround from last week, huh? Devontae Adams, 2 catches for 12 yards and a touchdown. He finished week 1 with 10 for 141 and a TD.
Well, this is the definition of, it's cliche, but take what the defense gives you. And that's really what Derek Carr is doing, and that's really the type of offense that, I mean, any offensive coordinator, but that's really been Josh Daniels, his MO with all that time with New England. Take what the defense gives you, and really, they haven't been able to change it up, so he keeps attacking the middle of the football field, right where those linebackers are supposed to be.
Raiders 5 out of 6 on 3rd down so far today, and that pass is complete to Waller.
How's it hanging?
And Waller out of bounds at about the 19-yard line.
This car is so slow.
Well, that's a good changeup because on that play, Vance Joseph's brought one of the safeties before in this game. 15 times he's attacked inside the hash marks. So they bring the safety, they force Carr to drop it to the outside, throws it short of the first down, come up, make a tackle, and get off the field. That is a good start for this second half for this Cardinal defense.
A.J. Cole, his first punt of the day for the Raiders. Greg Dortch drifting back inside his own 20-yard line. Can't get away from the special teams play made by Mac Hollins.
Oh, let's see.
64-yard kick.
What's this called? The library or whatever?
It's amazing.
Yep, camera's incredible. And you'll get our best deal.
Windows,
Everyone can get it. And every existing customer.
Every iPhone.
Every
lights, fenders, explosives.
My work here is done. Everyone gets the best deal. Every iPhone.
Where's the library?
Everyone gets AT&T's best deals on every iPhone. Get the new iPhone 14 Pro on us.
Are you coming for my job?
Okay, Jake from State Farm, I really want that personal price plan, so here it goes. I like to smell my beard. What? Especially after a good meal.
Hey, you don't need to get that personal. State Farm Personal Price Plan helps you create affordable price just for you. Put the beard down.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Yeah. I might just do. No, I haven't. Really. Since I've started playing this game on the internet, I have not raised.
This is Antonelli's Tea Shop, and we're the Antonellis.
We chose our Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because we earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase.
And with no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. What's in your wallet?
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by the all-new 2022 Grand Wagoneer. Capital One, what's in your wallet? And by AT&T 5G, fast, reliable, secure.
Also known as the Archer Letter Ride here in Las Vegas.
Hey, a lot of respect, Ray, when you would go out there and wear your GoPro while you were ziplining the other night. Yeah, a lot of respect for you, big guy.
Appreciate that.
Time to remember. A Beagle year.
To the far side of A.J. Green. Boy, there's no doubt this is a struggling offense. What do you do? How do you jumpstart an offense?
Look, you see what teams are looking at his play sheet. I guarantee you that he's not coming into this game, trying to dial up a lot of first and 15s or second and long or third and long. That there result, Kelvin Beachum, he lines up too far in the backfield. You know why? Because Max Crosby is giving him all he can handle with his get-off. So he's trying to get an advantage because Crosby has been eating up this offensive line all game.
Murray stands in and throws it over the middle. That is complete. Breaking free is Greg Dortch. Dortch continuing downfield. Needed first down for the Cardinals.
And this is a carryover from last week where Greg Dortch, he led the Cardinals with a career high 7 catches, 63 yards, and really the 8th game of his career. So here for the second game in a row, the only Cardinal receiver who can hit the big play.
This is a quick pass to the tight end, Zach Ertz, and Ertz with first down yardage and more, and he's out of bounds on the far side of the field at about the 42, maybe the 43-yard line, 13-yard pickup. So a couple of quick first downs in a row for Arizona.
Yep, and just a little screen pass. Again, getting productive on first down and avoiding the negative play. they've been calling this game, I think, from a defensive posture, really concerned about the pass rush, instead of being the typical aggressive Cardinals that we saw last year when they were at their best.
Murray keeps the ball, turning the corner.
My head disappearing. Uh-oh, it's trying to fix that.
And you saw the flag fly at the end of that play.
I was fooled. I thought. Oh boy.
See AJ Green going up against Rocky C.
It's non-stop. It's this is the story. Every time something happens, finally Murray gets outside. You see him have his hands on his shoulder pads. He goes grab some jersey. But look at Max Crosby. He comes in. He thought he had himself tackled for a loss. And I thought that Kyler Murray played the part of a magician here. I'm surprised he was able to pull that and get outside. But again, a negative play. Just not the inability for 2 games in a row now to just be able to string it together.
And now with the play clock winding down, Murray's forced to call a timeout. It's one of those things where it's just when you think you've got something going.
Yeah. Well, they certainly need a shot here. You know, it's promising to see a good catch.
Oh man, I can't control this guy.
The most dangerous, your most explosive player, your most dynamic player is Kyler Murray. And one of his strengths is running the football now.
Oh man, you got this.
Explosion in your offense. Right now, that might have to be something that you try and do and use Murray and some more of those design quarterback runs. Just make sure he protects himself.
First down at the Raider 42. Murray pitches it. And to the outside is Darrell Williams. And Williams is knocked down just about the 34-yard line. Inside the NFL, show Pros Watch Tuesdays, streaming exclusively with Paramount Plus.
They have to do something to get the Raiders off balance because Patrick Graham, the defensive coordinator, has been able to dictate this game all game. But you've got to take away the defense's best punch to get them to do something else.
This is Williams again for the 30. Remember when we were talking to Coach Kingsbury, I asked him if he was a gambler, if he likes to take chances and stuff. And he said, oh yeah, but I'm sure it's not the case when you're down 20 points.
You got to do something, right? Because the methodic, try to be efficient, march your way down the field. When you're not able to play a clean football game, it's really hard to play that style of offense. Again, they got to try and loosen up this Raiders back seven and create something downfield.
Murray. Low pass. Grabbed by Marquise Brown.
They've got to get, I know it's kind of like captain offense, but they've got to get it going. Because obviously DeAndre Hopkins is a guy who will keep them back, but get somebody with this kind of speed, as a former teammate of Kyler Murray, somebody that can strike fear and get deep in the secondary, especially while Hopkins is out. Marquise Brown has to start to be that guy that commands attention and makes a lot of big plays for the offense.
This is 2nd and 6, and that pass looked like it might have hit the ground, and it did. That's incomplete. Benjamin couldn't make a one-handed grab.
What do you think happened on that play? Wild guess.
Wow.
Once again, Max Crosby messed up. Once again, it's just he's relentless. Relentless player. He's made a pretty good name for himself, but I expect him to take even a bigger jump and start to talk about him as being, one of the top guys in the National Football League. It's well deserved.
Only in his 4th season, 3rd and 6. Murray throwing over the middle, got his man, and now down to the 10-yard line is Zach Ertz, and that'll be a first down for Arizona.
This is the best passing rep of the day. pressure, and look at the calmness. Good pocket, good protection. Perfect timing. As soon as Hurst gets out of his break, running away from Jonathan Abram, that ball is on time and on target. Best throw and catch of the day here for Hurst. It's first and goal.
And now Murray leads, and there's a direct snap to him.
Benjamin is a pretty good story here for the Cardinals, and the big question mark on who is going to be the backup running back. The tandem of Chase Edmonds and James Conner, pretty good last season. And was it going to be Darrell Williams or Benjamin? Benjamin has really worked his way up the last couple of years. Got his opportunity. Looked pretty good in the offense last week, and it looks like he's the main guy here in the backup role for the Cardinals today.
Red zone worked good for Arizona last week. Let's see what happens today.
Look at A.J. Green down here. He's got a pretty good matchup.
Murray throwing incomplete through the hands of Brown. It'll be third and goal.
For A.J. Green here in the red zone, matched up with Brock Yassin, 6'4". I know after talking to Kyler Murray yesterday in our meetings, he said that he has a lot of trust. He feels like if he sees A.J. Green in single coverage, he feels really good about that matchup. Now this time the Raiders are going to shadow and put a safety over the top. So Murray probably is going to have to look inside here on this third and goal.
Murray with time, throws this side, touchdown! Greg Dortch on the receiving end. And Arizona on the board, 5-yard TD pass.
There you go, look at the protection. Nicely done by Kyler Murray. Throws his dart. Two really nicely executed third downs on that drive. The first one, the strike to Zach Ertz over the middle. That time, calmness in the pocket, and he finds Greg Dortch for the touchdown.
Matt Freeman with the point after. And it is good. 6:03 to play. Third quarter. Arizona finally finds the end zone. It's 20-7. Las Vegas.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
We're in a bit of a predicament.
We need to clear our names. Oh, that's something.
Things have gotten more complicated.
Do you want to start this?
Drinks on me. There's more where this came from. Let's go to Amsterdam.
Amsterdam, rated R, October 7th. Meet Zach. His work-life balance is anything but balanced. But when he gets on the bike, he becomes Zenzak. Zenzak exists outside of time. His heartbeat sounds like a million from a circle.
It's cool, right?
The only notification he hears is the sound of the ocean. So if you want to reach him, talk to the ocean.
The ocean.
Zenzak rides with Geico because saving money and getting great coverage is totally chill. Geico. Savings and service for both your sides.
Adam, looky what I got.
Is that the new iPhone 14 Pro?
Yep, with this amazing new camera. Smile.
And you got it on Verizon.
Even better. I got Verizon's new plan. Includes Apple One. That's Apple Music, Apple TV Plus, Apple Arcade, iCloud Plus.
I hear the acting's pretty good on that one.
So is the deal I got from Verizon. iPhone 14 Pro on them. You should get one. Selfie time.
Wow, you can hustle when you need to.
Get a new iPhone 14 Pro on us, and get it with one unlimited for iPhone, only on the network America relies on. Verizon.
Week 3 kicks off with Thursday Night Football starting at 8:15 p.m. Eastern on Prime Video. Stream games live on your mobile phone with NFL Plus.
That's probably the best one.
Welcome back, everyone. 11-play, 79-yard drive took up just under 5.5 minutes. A much-needed scoring drive for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, and Kyler Murray, 5 of 7, 67 yards, and really did his best work on third down. And a big reason for that is on those third downs, they did give him some protection. So he was able to sit there in a calm pocket and do what he does, right? Find the matchup and deliver the football. It's amazing what happens when you can give your quarterback a nice pocket.
Ball will come out to the 25-yard line. We go down to AJ.
Greg, it was a tough call today for Raiders owner Mark Davis, who also owns the Las Vegas Aces WNBA team. The championship on the line for the Aces in Game 4 of the WNBA Finals. He went to Connecticut and he bet right. The Aces beat the Suns 78-71. Congrats to the next women coach, MVP Ava Wilson, and of course, then Chelsea Gray.
AJ, thank you. First major sports championship, professional level for this city of Las Vegas. Josh Jacobs spinning out to about the 30, maybe the 31-yard line, brought down by Jalen Thompson. It'll be second down at about 4.
Right, here's the dilemma for Vance Joseph. You know, they came into this game with a game plan that said, we're going to make them earn it. Because they know that they have significant matchup problems by Hunter Renfrow, Darren Waller, Devontae Adams. So it's going to be tough to go man-to-man. And that's his preferred method of getting after an offense. But if you're going to play that style, you've got to make a play in the critical downs. And that's what they haven't been able to do, is make those critical plays so they can get off the field.
Jacob dodges the tackle at the line of scrimmage, breaks free, still breaking tackle, and out to about the 40-yard line. 9-yard pickup and a first down for the Raiders. Buda Baker there with the stop.
Well, here's a great example. One-on-one, Zaven Collins. You get a chance, or excuse me, that's not Zaven Collins, that's Whitaker. But a defensive back, you get him in the hole, you got a chance to make a play for no gain, or maybe even in the backfield. But instead, Jacobs, he breaks the tackle, spits out of there, and gets a big run. So right now, again, when you play this style, you've got to make the plays when that opportunity is there. Otherwise, they're just going to go methodically down the field.
This is Samir White. White tackled before he could really get underway. Zaven Collins going to get the tackle and we got another flag.
A lot of the illegal formation penalties today. I think that's what, the third one between both teams. You don't see that one very often.
Just for you. They heard your intent. First and 15. Carr needs the midfield.
Number 1. And then, you know, who's the receiver that's going to step up and
downfield and overthrowing the intended receiver, who is Mac Hollins. Marco Wilson covering. A flag is down. Catchable ball, Arch?
I don't really think, you know, you don't really see officials call uncatchable, right? I mean, when's the last time you've seen the officiating crew deem a ball that's uncatchable? The bottom line is that Marco Wilson got there, wasn't playing the football, and he has been the target today. Derek Carr going at him 7 times. You know, he's given up 5 catches for 58 yards and a touchdown, and that's a big one down the field.
47 yards worth. The Raiders now at the Arizona 18-yard line. White blocking on the left side, tripped up and forward to about the 16. Buda Baker making that tackle.
know, up until that last play, you really hadn't seen Derek Carr go downfield. He did try to hit Waller once down the seam. That's only the second time that he's tried to throw the ball over 20 yards. And, you know, one thing that really showed up, you know, Josh McDaniels has a reputation of going more for the short passes and efficiency, and it's worked so far here today.
Play clock winding down on Carr. He just gets the snap off. Throwing right, that's complete. And this is Hunter Renfrow, and Renfrow to about the 7. 9-yard gain. Boy, Derek Carr is just basically able to stand back there and pick and choose his receivers today.
Yeah, look, they're going to take Darren Waller and run the linebacker, you know, Ben Neiman down the middle. That opens up the entire middle of the field. And what does that leave? It leaves somebody one-on-one with no help on Hunter Renfrow. And you know, that's not many defensive backs are going to win that matchup with no help inside.
Raiders with good fortune in the red zone so far today. This is 1st and goal. The give is to Jacob. And Jacob's back to the line of scrimmage and no more.
You know, sometimes, Greg, football looks very simple. You know, it's a complex game, but it looks very simple. And what's happening today is, you know, they're keeping their safeties back, right? With the 2 safeties high. And then when Derek Carr sees that, he says, okay, in zone, I'm just going to attack underneath. I'm going to attack the linebackers. I'm going to attack inside the numbers and the hash marks because I have guys that are going to be able to win those matchups. And it really, in this game, it's really as simple as being able to read those safeties and then just go underneath and just go to work on this offense.
2nd and goal. And we have a penalty marker down. Jalen Thompson covered. 3rd goal.
Well, excellent coverage by Jalen Thompson, who was a question mark. Just at the last second, plays the hands of Darren Waller. Puts the right hand in there, breaks up that pass, but Jalen Thompson, a big question mark. Now, Boonamaker, you know, he's the star, but Jalen Thompson just got his contract extended, and he's been a pretty solid, reliable free safety. Right there, that was a big one, breaking that up in the end zone.
3rd goal now. Carr throws it away just as he was going down.
Was able to jump.
That would be incomplete. That was Zach Allen getting to him.
Yeah, it was. And, you know, that's exactly what I was talking about when this drive started. Bend but don't break, but you've got to win the critical downs. And I know that, you know, the Raiders were able to drive down there and move the ball, but at least you're forcing the field goal and you don't give up the touchdown. You give your offense a chance. But those are the plays that have to be made if you're going to play that style of defense.
Carlson good 32 and 55 and now for 25. And the Raiders put 3 more on the board with a minute 38 to play in the 3rd quarter. The Raiders leading 23-7.
DirecTV, I can get live TV and on demand together. Football, housewife. Football, housewife. Football, housewife.
The housewives in the field. The housewives are on the field.
Get your TV together. Call 1-800-DIRECTV to save up to $120.
Little Caesars is now the official pizza sponsor of the NFL. Keep it hot. Keep it hot. It's good. Get some pizza.
Again.
Harder.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Little Caesars, the official pizza sponsor of the NFL, Pizza Pizza, and by DirecTV. Get your TV together.
Well, as you saw there, several of the Raiders interacting with the community. Andrew Billings, John Harmon, Mac Collins led students from Robert L. Taylor Elementary School through various stretch exercise routines and football drills, promoting the Play 60 message of being active for 60 minutes every day. Carlson kicking it away to Eno Benjamin. And he will not be able to run this one back. Goes through the end zone for the touchback. Let's go back to that last drive with Kyler Murray.
Well, best drive of the day. Nice of a drive starter to start it off. 29-yarder to Greg Dortch. Really a beautiful catch and run on third down. Hits Zach Ertz in stride, and then really nice pass protection. Scan to the left, scan to the middle, and get it out to Greg Dortch to cap it and get yourself a touchdown. So their best drive of the day, 11 plays. And you saw Kyler Murray just sit in the pocket and deliver the football. Not to mention, he ran the ball a little bit. I think it's important. Just tells the defense, reminds them, hey, don't forget now, I can still beat you with my legs.
He connects on that one to A.J. Green. As we said at the very beginning of the day, Kyler Murray known for his accuracy.
He is, and he's a phenomenal passer. And when you look at his big play tape from last year, you know, some of the beauties down the field. I always like to look at the deep passing game. Came off of those scrambles when he was at his best. But there is no doubt he is a talented passer. But again, you know, a great pass rush a lot of time is the recipe to get it to the quarterback.
He takes off and dives forward to about the 39-yard line. Murray last season threw completed 69% of his passes in 2021.
See right there, you know, I believe that in this game, again, to jumpstart the offense, that he might have to do that a little more often, because nothing can get more frustrating to a defense, to a quarterback that's able to hurt you with your feet, and you have to have extreme discipline to not let that take you out of your game.
He's going to go deep down this side of the field, and it is caught by A.J. Green. And it is ruled into.
Just the right foot. And you see it. As soon as he catches it, you get the left foot there, and the right foot goes out of bounds. Just a game of inches. I've kind of been calling for that all game. Again, one-on-one matchups. A.J. Green probably at 34 years old, not the physical force of nature that he was, you know, when he was in his prime, but certainly a guy that should be able to win his fair share of one-on-one balls with most quarterbacks in the NFL.
A.J. in his 12th season now. That pass is complete. And out to midfield goes Andre Bichet. That's good for 11 yards and a first down. Yeah, the terrible, terrible tragedy of A.J. Green is all of those seasons. He was injured. He felt like he was hurt every single week. As time runs down here. In the third quarter, 23-7. Raiders in the lead. We're back after this message and a word from your local station. You're watching the NFL on CBS.
You two are crazy. Yeah, that dude.
New series, Time. The news Thursday, September 29th on CBS.
Jonathan Siegel, our director, Mark Grant, Greg Double-Adam, Marcelletta, H.J. Ross. We go to the fourth quarter, 23-7. Vegas in the lead. Kyler Murray, 6 of 12 in the first half, 8 out of 10 here in the second. The pitch. Darrell Williams. Williams running room. Down the sideline and down at about the 20-yard line. Jonathan Abram finally catching up after a 31-yard gain.
One way to neutralize or attempt to neutralize, Max Crosby or just any edge rusher, attack him with the speed option, right? So now try to make a decision. He's got to come up. He goes for Murray. Murray pushes it. And then Williams, he's able to take advantage of the open field and get the drive going with a big play. So excellent call. Again, using the feet and legs of Murray to try and throw this defense off balance just a little bit.
On first down, a little pitch to Benjamin. And Benjamin inside the 15 to about 12 to the 11-yard line. AJ.
The Cardinals offense has been missing these last couple plays. Running back James Conner has been blocking and stretching out along the sideline here until he has an ankle injury and he is questionable to return this.
All right, AJ, that would leave the local running game to Eno Benjamin and Darrell Williams. Second and short yardage. So they use their first time out here in the second half. We'll be back in half a minute right after this.
Save yourself. Money with farmers?
That's not wrong. When you bundle your home and auto policies with farmers, you save yourself up to 20%.
That's something.
You know, a whole lot of something with farmers.
We are farmers. Welcome back. 4th and 1.
You don't have your short yardage specialist, James Conner, in the game.
3 tight ends on the field. Murray going to keep it and throw and misses his target in the end zone, and that was Zach Ertz.
This is an outstanding reaction by the quarterback, Rock Yassin. Greg, he stays outside. He doesn't take the bait. They're going to try and sneak Murray and break contain, but another excellent play, and the Cardinals walk away with nothing to show for that drive.
He's taking up running. Apple Watch is taking up a few new things as well. First, it tracks your distance. Now, it tracks your stride length.
It knows a breaststroke from a backstroke. It checks for temperature changes to estimate when you ovulated. When you're greening, it's measuring your REM sleep down to the minute. And it can detect serious car crash.
I have no idea what I'm trying to do.
Seeing new camera, smile.
And you got it on Verizon.
Even better, I got Verizon's new plan. It's Apple One. Apple TV Plus, Apple Arcade, iCloud Plus.
Your reacting's pretty good on that one.
So it's the deal I got.
I'll see that.
Archie said you kind of like the ball, the clipping, very late, but you like the defensive play better with the Raiders.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, I have no problem with the ball because you give the quarterback the best athlete on the field to run pass option. But again, it's been evidenced all game. The Raiders playing that way with extreme discipline and nowhere to go.
Carr hit as he gets rid of the ball and falls. Incomplete. Let's go back and see what happened to Kyler Murray at the end of that play.
He's rolling out, and look, first option is forbidden running, but just a great reaction by Rocky C. He gives Kyler Murray a shot. He doesn't know if he's going to run it, he's going to pass it. You know, the one thing, though, is I said it before the snap, but in a short yardage situation, as a defensive player, one of the things that should go off in your mind is, hey, wait, James Conner isn't in the game. So he heads up, and the Raiders, well coached, well prepared, and we're ready for that play.
This is a 2nd and 10. Carr to the outside. Off the hand of Matt Collins will be 3rd and 10.
Listen, if you were watching that Miami game earlier, you should know that they're going to be in the fourth quarter of this season. And, you know, right now, I'm just playing. The Raiders have been very efficient in this game.
What is this?
First 2 plays of this drive,
This is
sloppy, you know, dangerous first play, and then that one, a misfire. You know, now you're sitting here at 3rd and 10. You can't give this defense life by making a mistake and allowing them to get a big play. This is a great opportunity for Arizona on defense to make a statement and give a little shot of energy back to their team.
See if they can get off the field late. Oh my gosh, that one intended for Foster Moreau, never got to him. J.J. Watt get a hand on that? Probably.
Yep. Nice to get him back, but once again, really, you know, sloppy play. But, you know, when you're trying to get back into a game, I mean, this is exactly what you want to see. You know, your defense make a stop, and now the offense should get some pretty good field position.
Greg Dortch backing up at his own 29-yard line. Dodges the first tackle, gets a couple of blocks, and trying to break up the middle of the field and brings it back to about the 45-yard line. Nice job by Greg Dortch. 12:07 to play in the 4th. Arizona back on offense.
Pass Adam, looky what I got.
Is that the new iPhone 14 Pro?
Yep, with this amazing new camera. Smile.
And you got it on Verizon.
Even better. I got Verizon's new plan. Includes Apple One. That's Apple Music, Apple TV Plus, Apple Arcade, iCloud Plus.
I hear the acting's pretty good on that one.
So is the deal I got from Verizon. iPhone 14 Pro on them. You should get one. Ooh, selfie time. Wow, you can hustle when you need to.
Get a new iPhone 14 Pro on us. And get it with one unlimited for iPhone. Only on the network America relies on. Verizon.
Today's pros need today's tools, and the Home Depot is here to help. With job site delivery to keep you on site and on schedule, and equipment rentals to make sure you can take on any job. Plus, when you join Pro Extra, you'll earn perks on every dollar you spend. Earn perks 4 times faster when you join. Register and use your Pro Extra credit card. New tech, new tools, new ways to grow your business, all at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Beautiful day in Baltimore. Now, most people will probably know that Geico could save them money on car insurance, right? You see, the thing is, Geico, well, could help them save on boat insurance too. Fine. Okay, I'm ready to come in now. Hello?
I'm trying my best.
Serious now, I'm serious. Request to come and draw.
Geico, saving people money on more than just car insurance.
People are shocked by your grocery bills. What can we do better and faster?
President Biden answers questions about the U.S. economy and foreign policy challenges.
6th place, so that's kind of got.
60 Minutes tonight only on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Verizon, the network America relies on. The Home Depot, how doers get more done. And by Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Well, we and our crew join the rest of the CBS Sports family in sending condolences to Steve Karasik, our Vice President of Remote Production. His dad, Bob, passed away. Steve, our entire crew, our entire CBS Sports family, thinking about you, Mom, your children. The Arizona Cardinals back on offense. And they'll start with the gift, and Eno Benjamin goes nowhere. That's 98. That's Crosby.
Yeah, well, that time they just left him unblocked. I mean, that's pretty easy. They just left him unblocked, and they didn't really threaten him with anything, so he just plays his technique, works down the line of scrimmage, makes an easy tackle.
Quick bang, quick snap on this one, and this is Dortch. And Dortch, boy, he's got some get up and go.
Well, for the second week in a row, Dortch has played a major part in this offense, and I would, say so far you've got to be disappointed with the connection or the lack of connection between Kyler Murray and Marquise Brown.
That pass is complete to about the 35. Benjamin on the receiving end, and Nate Hobbs with the stop.
Now, they traded their first-round draft pick to get Brown, who, you know what he can do, right? You know that he was teammates with Kyler Murray back in college. 4 catches last week. Probably like to get him involved even more, but so far in this game, only 3 catches out of 6 targets for 20 yards. Again, you'd love to see him play a more prominent role in this offense.
This is Darrell Williams, and not much on the right side of Williams' stop. Yeah, there's no question there are some walking wounded that Kyler Murray could use back in the offense too. Murray pulls it down, lots of time, and on the move and just gets rid of it at the 30-yard line. Update time back in New York. Let's get you back to JD and Coach Bill Cowher.
Big pass between Russell and Cortland Sutherland set this up.
Yeah, Russell Wilson right here. Eric Sauber, 22 yards to tight end, catches it from Russell Wilson. Denver now takes the lead over Houston, 13-9.
All right, let's take it back
guys,
to Greg.
thank you again. 2nd and 9. 10 minutes to play here in the 4th quarter.
shocked by Cooper Rush. What did he do last year when he came to the game? Up there in Minnesota, up there, night game, I think it was on a Monday night. He played really well. And I'll tell you why the Cowboy offense is looking a lot better this week. They're not playing the Tampa Bay defense. They had a Tampa Bay defense last week and this week. It's tremendous.
And they're getting Tony Pollard.
Replay, second down.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Miami Dolphins, that 21-point comeback in the fourth quarter, biggest comeback in Miami football history.
Maybe one of the biggest disappointments right now has to be the Arizona Cardinals, the way they're playing in this first half, the way they played last week, and Derek Carr rebounding from last week's debacle, of course, to open the season.
Cincinnati
went back up and came back down. Let's go ahead and pay Drew's count off. The Verizon halftime report continues.
CBS Sports presents the Verizon Halftime Report. The network America.
Play clock down to 4, 3, 2, and they're forced to call a timeout.
Thursday, September 29th on CBS.
Moment. Next Sunday, more NFL on CBS action comes your way. Great slate of games. The Chiefs on the road against Indianapolis. The Bengals taking on the New York Jets. As always, our day begins at noon Eastern time with JB and the guys on the NFL Today. That's all next Sunday here on CBS.
I see you, Doug Peterson and Trevor Lawrence. Man. We get that game next week, don't we? Jacksonville, the Chargers.
We will see the young Trevor Lawrence, who really didn't look bad in his rookie season, and he's looking even better this year.
Tough circumstances, but looking forward to that one.
2nd and 14. Murray pulls it down a couple of times and then unloads on the far side of the field, and that is Dortch. And Dortch is down at about the 25-yard line. Clock continues to move up on 9 minutes to play.
We got a big third down here, and that's in their last drive is where Murray was pretty good. And one of the common denominators was that the Raiders weren't able to get pressure, and he was able to.
Want updates on the action?
That pass sideline, and it's incomplete. A.J. Green covered closely by Rock Yassin.
Rock Yassin has had a pretty nice day today, and this is the second. Yassin was able to squeeze him to the sideline. There was no other option for Kyler Murray to throw the football.
4th and 4 now. Cliff Kingsbury says, yeah, we got to go for it. 8:41 to play.
Again, I would not be surprised to see Murray take this into his own hands and run the football. He is their best weapon.
Murray gonna throw it. This side of the field, it is caught by Marquise Brown. Between two defenders, a flag comes out.
I don't even know how he caught this football. This is incredible.
Wow. One-handed, and then into the end zone between Amik Robertson and Duron Harmon.
That is... that is such a big-time grab. That is unbelievable. And that's what I was talking about earlier, is that, look, this is why you went out and got him, so he's got to make an impact. Those are the type of plays. That is as good as catches you're going to see. Now, they're going to try and see if that ball was moving as he hit the ground. Upon the initial observation, I think they're going to say, I think it looked...
AJ, thank you. Let's see a grab. Wow. Cardinals, just as you were beginning to vocalize about where his heart is, not much there. Divine Diablo leading the defensive charge. 1-yard pickup.
Well, again, this time they're going to run the football, and then look at Chandler Jones. He's not...
Up that 25-yard touchdown pass. They make it a 24-yard gain, and it'll be first and goal.
Well, that doesn't make it any less impressive.
No. You still get style points for that.
Boy, it's amazing, but it's just love watching guys out there when they're just out
Near
here.
side. That's on a Renfro. Brought down short of the 20, down to AJ.
For Briganard's Derek Carr has been really demanding of Dylan Parham, but at the same time, he has also
That's not
been
the way
very
it's moving.
encouraging
Go.
of the rookie playing center, giving him, positive affirmations when he can, getting extra reps in when the two of them are able to do so. This is really impressive with this young guy as a whole.
Look here. So the Cardinals get their touchdown and close the gap. One to their point.
Nice.
Two. The first few minutes of this quarter.
Boy, it sure does. Bad hat placement.
What you talk about with a primary target in week 1. Devontae Adams was. Well, that's so far today.
So far, really what stands out is 8-point game. Really, really doesn't do anything for you.
First. Running out of time. On the move. Coming back this way. Dancing and looking and
making a mistake. So to me right now, it's just the inability of the Cardinals to be able to get to him, disrupt him, and make him do something he doesn't want to do.
Isaiah Simmons is back on defense. This goes to the end zone, overthrowing everybody. Devontae Adams couldn't get there. It'll be 4th and 5.
And just when I was saying that on that last snap, and really that's what the Cardinals needed.
You did.
Weren't really clearly defined downfield, and again, he just has to try and throw that ball away. So they need to see more of that. against the pass rush from the Raiders.
The handoff goes to Darrell Williams, and Williams about a yard shy of another first down at the 43-yard line, a pickup of 9 as we come up on 3 minutes to play.
Well, I tell you what, Darrell Williams, you didn't see much from him in last week's game, but in this game, he has been pretty effective and had some really nice runs inside.
6 carries for 55 yards and a touchdown, and this is Williams once again. And let's see, did he get the first down? Maybe not. And let's see. Measure this one. We got 2:45 on the clock. Arizona with 1 timeout. Cardinals. Oh, that's short in first down. Well, once in a while you say this is the ball game. For now, this is the ball game for Arizona.
Yes, sir. We mentioned, no James Conner, but Darrell Williams has been effective up inside. You've always got the threat of Kyler Murray on some sort of an option. They've been pretty effective when they run speed option. That's where Murray attacks the outside end and then reads him and pitches it. But this is a big play. And
Arizona 1 for 2 on 4th down today. Here we go, 4th and 1. Less than 1, really. Benjamin and Darrell Williams in the backfield. Let's see what Murray does. He still has it. Looking downfield. He eludes Crosby. On the run for first down yardage, and he gets it.
What they wanted to do is sneak, I believe, the tight end Max Williams across the field. Hard play action, but the Raiders were all over it. But guess what? You got the acceleration, you got the turbo boost. You can get outside, hit it, and pick up the first down. But again, the Raiders, they've done a really nice job of being disciplined with their eyes in this game. But again, the X factor is Murray. He's able to run up like that. It's tough to stop with 4th and short play.
2:20 on the clock. 1st and 10. Murray trying to step up, and he goes down. Max Crosby. Bus continues to move, and we have a flag.
This isn't even about speed. This is about power. Max Crosby, he just walks back. The right tackle for the Cardinals, and just walks him right back into Kyler Murray.
Wow. Rocky Yassin
COVID-19. Some people get it, and some people can get it bad. And for those who do get it bad, it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, asthma, or smoking. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, don't wait. Ask your healthcare provider right away. Authorized low treatment is right for you.
Sauce, toss, zesty, pepper, straight up heavy. I can't just keep looking at them like this. I need them delivered.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Voya. Well-planned, well-invested, well-protected. And by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
Ranch in Henderson, Nevada. 2 minutes to play. 2nd and 4 for the Cardinals. At the Las Vegas 30-yard line. Murray. Quarterback draw to the outside. And out of bounds about the 25-yard line. News of certainly Arizona Cardinals fans in that NFC West. The 49ers beat Seattle today 27-7, but in the process of lost quarterback Trey Lance. For the season, you can make
that is a fascinating story. And a little prophetic, right? Resigning Garoppolo from the 49ers. I mean, how fortunate. You got to feel for Trey Lance, who finally gets his shot to be the quarterback. But at least you know you have a really solid plan with a guy that has gotten you pretty deep into the playoffs.
Sure. On first down, Murray flips it out to Benjamin. Benjamin, tackle, looking for the sideline, didn't make it. Clock continues to move, 1:45 to play.
Really nice tackle outside by Nate Hobbs, whose star is really starting to shine here in his 2nd season. But when he's had a chance to make plays, he's been able to step up.
On 2nd and 7, the short pop inside the 15 to the 12 with Ertz. 1:25. Again, Arizona still with that one timeout in their pocket.
We've got to think one more time. You got A.J. Green. He's isolated. 3 receivers to the left, and you got Green to the right. Now they're protecting with the safety over the top. So again, look for the ball to go inside, maybe to Ertz.
They give it to Benjamin. Benjamin to the 10, to about the 7, maybe the 6-yard line. Jayon Brown with the tackle. Under a minute to play and the clock is moving.
Yeah, this is the rhythm, right, that we've been talking about. And really with the Cardinals, both Cliff Kingsbury and Kyler Murray, what they wanted to see, you know, getting their offense in rhythm. And you see how different it looks. You know, they've finally been able to come across a formula to attack this Raiders defense. And you got to wonder, in this 2nd half, is the Raiders defense getting tired?
Murray trying to scoop it underneath. Did that fall incomplete? Wow. It did. Trying to get it to Darrell Williams. 34 seconds on the clock.
It looks like it hit Williams in the chest, and he was ready for it. It hit him right in the helmet. So, you know, Murray did put a little bit of sauce on that. But it looked like Williams didn't even see it. Like it was coming too fast. It didn't see it. And that was a disaster averted for the Cardinals.
3rd and 4.
Here in the 4th quarter, and 3rd down and 4th down, Murray He's been the difference, and that's why that you see the Cardinals in this position to be able to tie this football game. It's because Kyler has really been terrific on 3rd and 4th down.
We saw Cliff Kingsbury hurry up and call a timeout, and then looked like your lip readers basically asked, what are we doing?
Prior to the play clock expiring, Arizona takes the 3rd and final timeout. So we had 30 seconds.
So Arizona completely out of timeouts now. They not only need a touchdown, they need a 2-point conversion to tie. And what's at stake here? Well, we talked about it at the very beginning of the day, Arch. Starting the season either 1-1 or 0-2.
Both teams, really a lot at stake here for the Raiders after starting the first half so well. It looks like they were dominating every facet. But really the Cardinals, they've been able to kind of flip the entire script, and they're the ones. So basically, it's a mirrored image for each half.
3rd and 4. Murray on the slant, diving for the end zone, and A.J. Green didn't get there.
But they got the first down. So you get the first down, so you can spike it. I wouldn't spike it. I'd run a play here.
Look at it. Green with the dive. Oh, ball bouncing a little bit.
Oh, yeah, I don't think that, that's pretty close. I don't know if he was able to really control that, right? Because he doesn't have control there. And then as he's going to the ground, the ball is still bouncing around. And so, I've got to say now, it was called a catch, so it has to be significant evidence to overturn it. But I don't really see at any point did he have clear control of that football.
You're right, it's still bouncing around inside, and then it pops up.
Yeah, I think they're going to overturn this. And, boy, they're fortunate, too, that Rock Ya-Sin wasn't able to intercept that pass. But they're probably going to overturn this, and we're looking at a huge 4th down.
Like we have been there before today.
This is exciting,
Gene Steratore, are you there?
I am, guys, and I agree with your assessments. The ball really was never possessed in that entire process. So you don't have firm control, then it catches that kind of a read. This ball is always running loose and not in the control of the receiver. And we can see once it opens back up to us that the ball clearly hits the ground, and the ground is assisting him at this point right there. I would say they're going to overturn this here for the basis.
All right, Pino, thank you so much.
Well, A.J. Green did everything right, and so did Murray. He won the release. He got inside position. He had a perfect strike from his quarterback. It goes without saying, but that's just a catch. That should be routine. A little slant route should be caught.
So we get back to 30 seconds, a half a minute to play in regulation. Arizona out of timeouts. 15th play of this drive.
To me, this comes down pass rush against Kyler Murray. Who's going to win?
And now the Raiders are going to use their 2nd timeout of this half. We always talk about Arch, how football is a funny game, but you never envisioned this in the 2nd half after the 1st half that we saw it.
Boy, not at all.
David Collins making the tackle and going to the flat.
And credit Kyler Murray, didn't have the best for
Matt Collins has been a bit of everything.
That's what a lot of the illegal formation penalties, they needed him to be at his best. I have to say that he has, in fact, been. Let's see, that one there.
First man.
Murray checked, number 1, and then You know, who's a receiver that's going to step up and
downfield and overthrowing the intended receiver. Incomplete.
Marco Wilson. You got to hold on the Raiders defense. And that flag came early in the down. Boy, oh my, this is a fun game.
Holding defense number 33. Phillies half a distance to the goal line. It's automatic first down.
That's Roderick Teamer, the third-year D-back out of Tulane. And there he is.
Well, now, so here's the question now. The key on that play is if Murray is in the pocket, right, then that's a penalty. But if Murray is outside the pocket, you're allowed to push and shove and hold, and you're allowed to do that as a defensive back. So what's the timing of that play? The flag come early while Kyler Murray is still inside the pocket, or when he was scrambling? Based on the timing of the flag, they deemed that Murray was still in the pocket.
Well, now the Cardinals at first and goal from the 3-yard line. Murray. Throwing. End zone. Incomplete. Ball came out intended for A.J. Green. Second and goal, 11 seconds to play.
That's the second time. I mean, look, that ball has to be caught, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look at Rock Yassin with that hand placement. I mean, he couldn't put his hand in a better place, but there is no doubt that, you know, one of the premier receivers here in the last decade in football, you know, 34 years old or not, that ball has to be caught.
Second and goal. Murray, quick pass. Incomplete. Broken up by Jonathan Abram.
How many close calls are we going to get in the game that just, the ball just bounces a little bit different, and you can't play that any better if you're Jonathan Abram. He reads the eyes of Murray. He gets a break and a jump on the football. He's able to get that right hand in there, but that could have been a huge play for the Raiders. But you
on scrimmage is no more.
You know, sometimes, Greg, football looks very simple. You know, it's a complex game, but it looks very.
Murray, quick pass.
Keeping their safeties back.
Doesn't work. Intended for Ert.
And then when Derek Carr sees that, he says, okay, it's zone. I'm just going to attack underneath. I'm going to attack the linebackers. I'm going to attack inside the numbers and the hash marks because
Arizona, 2 out of 3 on 4th down today.
Yeah, I believe that's Roderick Teamer. He's man-to-man, and we those safeties, and then just go underneath and just go to work on this offense.
Second and goal.
to overturn. So they'll continue to do what we call empty the bucket, and that is take as long as they need to see every possible angle available.
But there is a little bit of movement that does add a little gray area element. Am I correct?
Most definitely, yes. Yes, there definitely is. And I, again, was looking at the right hand because it initially appeared to be under the football, which gives you a little more confidence that he has it secure. But then at the last minute there, seconds or so, that right hand kind of comes and is on top. The left is underneath as he starts to turn, and that's the piece that they're, I'm sure, continuously looking at right now to see if there's anything that comes out where they can overturn. The official's in great position. He sees it closer than all of us. There's no one between him. And that's why this ruling of a catch is so important as this process takes place.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, she's on so much. Gene, thank you. The decision has been made. Here we go. Sometimes somebody gotta own.
After review, Julian Field stands and calls the catch and a 2-point flag conversion.
Sometimes I cry wicked. I love it. I just have so much to cry about. So the diving catch by A.J. Green means that we head to OT.
Both teams really have to possess the ball. Let the first team which scores a touchdown, or we have a defensive score. He shoots it at 2 timeouts, and all replays will look up and good. Good? Good point. Short side his head. Two side his tails. Again, Arizona, you're the reason that he gets pushed. Head is the ball. It is head. The ball is Arizona wins the toss. We'll receive. Good luck, Kellen.
So at 23-23, we will take a break and come back and start overtime here in Vegas. Woo.
Thank you, State Farm. I'm moving with that first.
Get to run this one back and touch back to the 25-yard line. And on the recap, look, how do you recap a game like this? There's a quick touchdown pass to Devontae Adams.
All Raiders in the first half, it looked like, they're on their way to an easy win, and then Kyler Murray started to show up and do some Kyler Murray type things, and the game was on the line when he had to make a play, whether it was scrambling or making some great passes. He came through, and how's that for responding? What a second half for Kyler Murray and this Cardinals offense to get back in this game, and here we go, overtime.
Murray, quick pass to Zach Ertz, and that's completed across the 30 to the 33-yard line. The Cardinals did not play overtime game at all last season. OT. 2021.
Greg, I think it's a big advantage for the Cardinals to win the coin toss because the Raiders have been on, their defense has been on the field 51 plays in the second half, and they just coming off an 18-play drive, so they have got to be winded up front, and that's to the Cardinals' advantage.
Wrapped up by Divine Diablo. 3-yard pickup. And enough for the first down. What a game. Two entirely different football games. First half and second half. The Cardinals held the Raiders to just 3 second half points.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Murray throwing this side, complete and out of bounds. The catch is made by Steven Anderson, tight end out of the University of California.
Look at that, it's almost a mirror image. 51 plays in the second half. I mean, that is a lot of plays. And especially, again, like going up against a quarterback like Kyler Murray, who you got to chase him around and you've got to try and get him on the ground. That is a lot.
2nd and 8. Murray over the middle, and that's complete. Across midfield, close to the 45-yard line is Marquise Brown.
Greg, how fast did Marquise Brown look when he was coming out of his break? He looks like he just shot right out of that break in stride. He didn't have to slow up 1/2 of a step. Ball was perfectly in stride. He's able to catch it and keep running. It's a good thing that Hobbs was so close behind him because that's one of those slants that can go for a touchdown.
First down, Arizona at the 46 of the Raiders. Whistle. And it's going to go against Cardinals.
False start. Offense number 86. Right guard heavyweight. First down.
Veteran Zach Ertz, now in his 2nd season with Arizona after 8 terrific years with the Philadelphia Eagles.
He was on a pitch count last week because of his calf, and this week only 11 targets, only 8 catches, 75 yards.
1st and 15 now.
I say that in jest, Derek. Yes.
That pass is complete. That's Marquise Brown. What a game.
If I had to pick out one thing that's really the difference, it's kind of been a theme that's been the entire game. It's that in the first half, the pass rush was too much for the Cardinals offense. We really haven't talked about the rush that much here in the second half. It really hasn't been a factor. So the Cardinals have been able to figure out how to neutralize that rush and give Murray some time.
On 2nd and 7, that pass is complete. Darrell Williams is wrestled out of bounds by Nate Hobbs. So another of those, we have had a game full of big downs. This is another 3rd and 5.
Yes.
Oh, and that was Zach Ertz.
It's on defense. Really what's kind of hurt you is the penalties on 3rd down. And so you've got to play. Coming out of the middle of the field, watch him how he reads it, and he just takes a perfect angle. A perfect angle, and look how aggressive he makes that tackle. If you chop your feet and you play that soft, well, he's just going to go for the first down. I mean, they almost got the first down anyway, but that was a terrific way of running the alley if you're Deron Harmon. And so Cliff Kingsbury told us last night, look, we're going to be aggressive. We've had conversations with our team. We're going to play to win the football game, and that's why they're going for it here on this 4th down.
4th and 1. And the timeout is called. Now, being aggressive is nice. However, if this fails, the Raiders have terrific field position.
They do, yes. But you look at, what are the advantages? I've got Kyler Murray, who has been exceptional on fourth down. That gives you an instant advantage. It really does. And if you look at the reason why they've been able to come back and climb back in this game, especially in the fourth quarter, is because they've been able to win the third and the fourth downs. And so you got to think that, hey, I've got a defense that's been on the field a lot. We've been able to move the ball. We've got some good rhythm. I've got one of the best, if not the best, athlete at quarterback in the National Football League. And what's 1 yard between friends?
Benjamin in the backfield with Murray. Murray going to throw it deep down the sideline, and he's got a man. He bounced out of bounds. Is Marquise Brown. No way did he hold on to that ball long enough to establish possession.
Oh, man, 2 big plays in a row. Deron Harmon, look at that shot. He comes out, blown coverage. Deron Harmon comes out. Remember, Merrick, their normal free safety, he's out. So Deron Harmon comes in, makes a huge tackle on third down. And then just when you thought the Cardinals had everything they needed, Marquise Brown wide open on the sideline, and Harmon just comes his side of the hash mark and gets that ball out to set up Derek Carr on the 36-yard line.
So Derek Carr gets a chance with 5.5 to play in OT. Looking outside, and that's incomplete. Pass intended for Devontae Adams. It has been a half an hour since Derek Carr has been on the football field.
I'm telling you, it's incredible. The Cardinals have just kept them completely off the field. And so they've got to get back on the same page. It has not been a good second half. I go back to that one drive where they had 3 just ugly plays in a row. And that's really the drive that kind of started this slide here in the second half for the Raiders. They just tried to get the ball to Adams. This time Adams is inside. I think you got to try and start to force it to Adams.
Pass outside, that's Renfro. Brought down about 3-4 yards short of a first down. Isaiah Simmons with the tackle.
And he hasn't seen the field a lot, but when you watch, he's showing all the way up in between the center and the guard at the line of scrimmage. And Derek Carr dumps it outside to the flat on Renfro, and Isaiah Simmons just walks him down and shows that great speed and his athleticism to force the 3rd and short.
3rd and 4. They need the 47-yard line for a first down. And a timeout is called. So Carr will go to the sideline to talk things over with his coach, while we remind you tonight on CBS begins with 60 Minutes and a wide-ranging interview with President Joe Biden. That's followed by a new Big Brother, plus The Equalizer and NCIS Los Angeles tonight on CBS. Can any of those thrillers measure up to this?
Boy, I tell you what, this has been a fun game. It has everything that you want. And remember that because the Cardinals had the ball first, that now a field goal for the Raiders, that wins the football game. Yep. So, they certainly have to convert on this 3rd down, but you've got a pretty stellar kicker who has been exceptional in the 4th quarter. So that is certainly a weapon and something for the Raiders.
Daniel Carlson has been automatic on field goal attempts for the last 28 times. Timeout is called by Arizona. So they have used their timeouts here in the OT. The Raiders have 1 left. On the one hand, you could say that offense of the Raiders is well rested. On the other, is that enough time? That's enough time to fall a little bit out of sync, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. I think being in rhythm and getting a chance to just get out there Certainly. Devontae Adams, only 2 catches for 12 yards in this game, is a major, major story.
3rd and 4. Carr with time. Over the middle. Got his man. That is Hunter Renfrow. Loose football. Who's got it? The pileup at the 40-yard line.
Zaven Collins, I think he's the one who initially got beat, and then he hustles and comes in from behind and then chops the ball out.
Raiders say they have it. Let's see what the officials say. That's Foster Moreau climbing out of the pile with the football, and it belongs to the Raiders.
Look at that chop. Zaven Collins just hustling because he initially got beat, and he let Renfrow get inside, and then he comes in from behind, goes right for the football, and now it's just who can get it there. Unbelievable that Moreau, you know, he's got to outfight 2 Cardinals to get that football. But what a game.
Arch, I've heard that some terrible things can go on at the bottom of those piles.
Yes. I know you like horror movies. Yeah, they're looking at Buda Baker blitzing off to the right side, changing the call.
Carr with time, throwing up the middle. Oh, incomplete, in and out of the hands of Jalen Thompson. Oh, we remind you once again, kickoff, 18-yard pickup, and we have a flag on the play.
Excuse me.
All the opportunities and all the chances that both defenses have had. That ball is not on the same page as with Devontae Adams and Jalen Thompson, who had 3 interceptions. Here's a big improvement from last week is their pass protection, especially by their backs. Buda Baker is coming off the left side, and watch Jacob. And once again, look at the time in the pocket for Carr. Now, we've seen when there's no blitz, he's been able to just sit there in the pocket and find his route, but that was because of the job of Jacobs to hang in there and get that ball out again.
This is Jacobs going one way, then another, and working his way out to about the 48-yard line.
This is kind of the definition of having great... I think that's Isaiah Simmons who came over and knocked that ball out, Greg. End zone. He goes to his old friend Devontae Adams to get the 7 points.
Friendship that goes all the way back to college. Final 15 seconds of the first quarter.
And then Byron Murphy with the scoop and the score. Look at that hit.
That goes Foster Moreau, and that first down will cap a very good first quarter for the Las Vegas Raiders. We've played 15 minutes. Devontae Adams with the touchdown kick. What a comeback by these Arizona Cardinals in the second half. Resilient as it can possibly be. They are still looking at a player on the far side of the field. I believe it'd be Hunter Renfrow who took that hit. This play is being reviewed, and we've had no official word as yet.
Well, as bad as this season, the first 6 quarters for the Arizona Cardinals has been to have a second half and overtime like this. Unreal.
Gene Steratore, what did you see?
See, just a great play, guys, and I was looking for all the different elements. First, it definitely is a catch, so it's catch fumble. Then you've got a loose ball scrambling around there. No players near enough of the sideline to be touching the ball while they're out of bounds. No one down by contact when they possess the ball. Defender comes up, picks it clean off the ground, and a great scoop and score, and what appears to be a fantastic finish to a great game as well.
Great game indeed. He is holding the ball, approaching the goal line. Inside the 5 and across the goal line,
Yeah,
but just barely.
Oh boy, what did that happen? I mean, it was looking bad, right? You go into halftime, and you're the Arizona Cardinals. You're looking around saying, what in the world is going on?
You basically got stomped in the first half.
Again, right? And just...
All right, everybody, it's Sunday, so it's time to learn. Molly has a great question for me for VC Sunday School. What happens when a startup fails? It's the end of life. How do they get shut down? How do they get bought or sold? Or what else can happen to a startup in the final days, in the last-ditch efforts to save it?
It's fascinating, yep. So, but it's a bit of it's a downer than an upper show. I've got a really fun interview today on This Week in Climate Startups with a CEO of a company called Team Wildfire. Former Hollywood stuntman Steve Wolf is building tech to solve wildfire issues, and it is not the tech you're thinking of. Think jet engine on wheels.
I love it. I also love a person going mid-career and going from one career to another. We're going to need more tools to deal with these fires. Sadly, they're not going anywhere, and they're only getting worse. So I'm really fascinated to hear this interview. It's going to be a great show.
Stick with us.
This Week in Startups is brought to you by Embroker's Startup Insurance Program helps startups secure the most important types of insurance at a lower cost and with less hassle. Save up to 20% off of traditional insurance today at embroker.com/twist. And while you're there, get an extra 10% off using code TWIST. Spoken. Finally, there is a way to build culture and connection that is designed for remote. Spoken Stories. It's fast, it's async, yet it's human. Check out getspoken.com/twist to get 3 months free. That's GETSPOKN without the E, .com/twist. And OpenPhone. As a startup founder, a lot of mistakes are easy to roll back, but using your personal cell phone number as your company number isn't one of them. OpenPhone makes it easy to get business phone numbers for you and your team, right on top of your existing devices. Visit openphone.com/twist to get 20% off your first 6 months.
Here we go, Molly. Second half of your first year, triumphant first year as a venture capitalist, a free market monster. You are quickly turning to the dark side. I feel like Count Dooku over here. This is fantastic.
All the way.
Let's go. Let's invest. Let's make some money.
So
what question
we
do
may
you have
drop
for
the
me
barrel.
this week?
Well, so I know I'm still in the honeymoon period of being an investor, according to all the books I read before starting this job, which is like the first couple of years are great. It's all about hatching new babies and sending the baby turtles to the ocean, and nobody's started to pick them off yet. However, as we are entering a downturn and I'm preparing for the time when things are not quite as fun and companies run into some headwinds, what happens? This is sort of a VC Sunday School about sort of end-of-life care for startups.
Yes.
And how they handle it, including what happens when a company wants to buy out its investors.
Sure. Okay. So as investors, we expect, 50, 60, 70, 80% of companies to not work out. Mm-hmm. And if we're doing our job correctly, we're backing audacious ideas that will have audacious, crazy, outlier outcomes. So what that means is you're going to burn the candle twice as bright. It might burn half as long. It's going to be intense, and the chances of failure are high by design. If you're opening up, the millionth pizzeria or the millionth dry cleaner, VCs are not backing you. You want something that's never existed before. That's high risk, high reward. So that's the backdrop. So what happens when things die? Typically, if you have venture capitalists on your board, and you have a board, you've gotten beyond the seed stage. We'll talk about that first, because there's seed dying companies, and then there's proper governance companies with a board of directors, and they're two different scenarios. So let's go with, you have VCs on your board. The company, it's up to the founder to be able to find new investors, to price the company and keep cash in the bank. It is not up to the VCs to do that. It's up to the founder to run the company. What is the VC's job? The VC's job is there to advise you, to make sure you have proper governance, that you're dotting some I's, crossing some T's, and be counsel to you, and to make that bet. They're not obligated to fund the company forever. It's your job, as the founder, to find new funding sources for each round, to price them, and if things are going well, you might be able to get your existing investors to take pro rata. You might get them to give you a preemptive funding offer. These things can happen. So in the good scenarios, your company's tripling revenue. You know this because we look at our portfolio and say, hey, who's having breakout growth? Let's talk about those companies. And hey, should we put more money in? Okay, so we own 5% of this company. They quadrupled revenue. They were worth 10 million when we invested. Now we think they're worth 25 million. Should we offer them 2.5 million and try to go from 5 to 15% ownership? Let's give it a shot. Let's offer that. That's called a preemptive term sheet. So that's when you know you're doing really well as a founder, is when your existing VCs are getting greedy and they want to own more. That means you're in that top 20%, not the 80% that die or have like a modest outcome.
Right.
Now, if you're in the other 80%, Molly, VCs are going to sit there and watch to see what you want to do. If you're running out of capital, if you go to market, you meet with 50 VCs, you get second meetings with 10, and nobody gets a term sheet, we're going to give advice. We'll tell you to cut the burn, extend the runway, all the stuff you heard in the last year when things were hard, right?
Yeah.
But we can't put more money in. The reserves, we've talked about this before, go to the winners. If you're not in the top 20% of the portfolio, then you're in the bottom 80. So you have to accept that. If you can't raise money from the venture community writ large, you have to accept that. So now you've proven to the venture community, your existing investors and your potential investors, that you're not fundable. So now what do you do as a founder? At some point the founder says, I'm going to sell this company or shut it down. Or I'm going to go into zombie mode. I'm going to go into cockroach mode. And so those are the three potential outcomes: M&A, shut down, cockroach mode.
Let's break those down a little bit. M&A seems obvious. You try to get sold. Shut down, pretty straightforward.
Everybody takes a loss.
Everybody takes a
tell
loss.
all your LPs, hey, listen, you put $1 million into this fund. This was 50,000 of it. You now have 50,000 in losses to take out against your wins. Just like if you had a stock that went down or a house that went down in value, you can take a loss, right? So it's nice.
Right.
Rich people don't mind taking a loss because then they pay their taxes and they get some of it back. It's a nice thing.
Okay. And then there's the third option: zombie or cockroach.
Everything else.
Cucaracha. Everything else.
Everything else.
Does that look like? And are there scenarios when companies try to say to investors like, hey, maybe we can give you a little money back?
Okay, so sometimes an investor will say, listen, this has been going on for 10 years. The fund you're in is over. We'd like you to buy back our shares. We put $1 million in. You can buy our shares back for $1. We then take the loss of $999, right? We take that loss. You own all the shares in your company. We're not coming to board meetings. We allocate our time because that's really what VCs are worried about is their time. Now I can allocate my time to something else. We've proven that this experiment didn't work out. Now, if you want to keep going in the experiment, that's fine, but we're selling you our shares back. Now, what happens if that company then turns out to be a winner and they pull a rabbit out of a hat?
Right.
That could be tragic for the investor. And in fact, there's a modern day example of this. There was a company called Odeo. And over 15 years ago, a friend of mine, Evan, or as he's known, Ed Williams, created a blogger, he was like, I'm doing blogging. Hey, Jake Al and Dave Weiner and Adam Curry are doing this podcasting thing. It's tangentially related to blogging, right? It's acoustic direct-to-consumer through an RSS feed, but just with an attachment. I'll create a platform for that. So we literally created a blogging platform before blogging was even built into iTunes, before there was Spotify player, any of them. And it didn't work because it was too early. And then he offered to give everybody their money back, and everybody took their money back except for like 3 people. And then he's like, you know what, in this little obvious corporation, we're going to do a couple of skunk work projects before I close it down. And that company wound up being Twitter. Those, let's say, I think maybe, let's just say 7 out of 10 people. There's a core thread on this with some anonymous information, so we can pull it up if we want. I don't know how accurate it is, but let's just say 7 out of 10 people gave the money back. Those 7 out of 10 lost out on 1,000x return or more. Maybe 5,000x return.
Wow.
The 3 who kept their money in it and said, yeah, you know, I'll keep going. Because Ev had to send an email to everybody and say, hey, listen, I'm shutting ODO down. It was a failure. We have a little bit of your money left. We're going to try a couple of things, but my expectation is low. He was completely honest with people. Some people said, okay, great, I'll take my money back. Other people said, I'll let it ride. So that's the issue, is if you get into the situation, you gotta be very, very, very careful. Because what I like to do in a situation like that is, I'm like, okay, you're gonna give me back 100,000 and then I have no shares? I'll tell you what, I'll take back 50,000, I'll take back half the money, I'll have half in idiot insurance. Some founders who are savvy will only say A or B, no A and B. And then I'll say, no, A and B, I'm JK. I support you early. Do you want to screw me? I want both. And I will hold the line with founder. I'll say, listen, I supported you early. We both know that this could work or not work. I don't want to be the guy who has to go to his LPs and they say, hey, we were investors in Evan Williams' company. What happened? Can you imagine having to explain to LPs that your Uber, your Airbnb, you let it go? And you had shares in it and you gave them back. You idiot. Now, there's also like, and then sometimes, people just let these things go on, and they're just too proud. Founders are too proud to shut it down. I was too proud to shut down Mahalo, so I kept doing inside, and it worked out. So all my shareholders on inside are like, oh my God, this thing's dead, and I was like, not dead yet, and now it's actually working. So people are like, ooh, Jacob pulled a rabbit in that. I'm hoping I can return their money. Maybe eventually return their money times a multiple. I never give up. So I'm like one of those crazy founders. I'm going to quickly explain one of the crucial types of insurance every startup needs, E&O insurance. This covers errors and omissions. That's what the E and the O stand for. And it helps you scale because any major customer will ask you, do you have E&O? If not, you can't close the deal. It's that simple, folks. So if you don't have business insurance, you failed one of the first steps of being a founder. And startups should look no further than a broker. Broker's technology saves you time, it saves you money. Prices are up to 20% lower. And you're gonna get better coverage than the incumbents. You go from sign up to quote and purchase in just 10 minutes. When you work with a broker instead of the incumbents, you're not dealing with large, slow corporations, no. And your sign up will take days, not weeks. The process is completely transparent. There's no opaque pricing. This is a modern service. They treat you with respect. So here's your call to action. Instantly buy custom-built insurance for startups. Go to inbroker.com/twist. While you're there, you can get an extra 10% off by using the offer code TWIC, TWIST. I said this week in startups. All right, thanks, Inbroker. You do a great job over there. They do my insurance. That's all you need to know.
A good question from the note is actually from Francis. Like, how does that work with the fund life situation? If they let it ride, or like ODO turns into Twitter, but it's like 11 years later.
The funds theoretically are 10-year life funds, but you can still hold on to stuff for 20 years. Some people do like to have closure, and that's when those funds, if they really want the closure, will give $1. Let's say buy my shares for $1. There's actually holding companies that will buy these worth of shares from you, and they'll charge you a fee for doing it. So you go to this person and say, okay, here are the 4 dead projects that we have, or let's call them zombie companies. These are 4 zombie companies. We don't know what's happening with them. Founders aren't communicating, We're tired of calling the founder. The website's not being updated. We have 4 companies. These are our shares. We're selling them to you for $100, plus we'll pay a $10,000 fee. You now own the shares. Here's the contact information of the founder. You talk to them. And so there are these, I don't know what you would call them, but they're kind of like the people who would walk down the alleyway and buy dead bodies to go use them for signs. Is that too graphic?
I'm sorry, that's a thing?
There was a thing where people would buy cadavers, cut them up to train medical students. Go get cadavers.
So then what
it's a cadaver train.
What?
No, I've heard, this is how somebody explained it to me.
All right,
and maybe one of them is still alive, and great.
And then what about this pay-to-play thing? Where then a company, is recapping
Right, so this is
table, and they want you to pay to keep your shares.
Great question. This is what we call the old Hail Mary. You go, you meet with 50 investors. Nobody wants to invest in your company because your company has no growth, and everybody's left your company, and it's like 5 of you are left, and you burned for $5 million, and let's just say everybody's kind of sour to the opportunity. You've been doing it for 5 years. You proved to everybody that you deployed $3 million. You got to $10,000 a month in revenue. You've got enough money to keep 2 people on the project. You still have $50K. And it's like, you know, this thing is barely on life support. But these 2 founders don't want to give up. But they can't clear market with new investors. They've got $3 million invested in the company. The previous valuation was $20 million. The company's worth $5 million. They should really just be going to an incubator, right?
Yeah.
Really, like, the cap table is screwed. But they have this one angel who still believes in them. The angel says, I will give you $500,000 for 20% of the business. I'm looking at this business. I see 10K a month in revenue. I see 120K a year in revenue. I, therefore, put the business at 20 times top line. $2.5 million is the valuation I'm willing to spend, and I'll give you $500,000 for price around. I want to own 20% of the business, but all the other shareholders I want to revert common. And I want them to get these new shares, and I want the founders of the company to get, I'm going to get 20, I want the founders to get 70, and then I want all the existing shareholders to be down to 10% ownership in common, so they're at the bottom of the stack. And the existing investors are like, well, that's not fair. And it's like, okay, well, would you like to put a term sheet up? And they say, no, it's the company's set up. I said, okay, so you don't care about the company enough to put but $1 in. And then you say, well, we'll let you participate in this round. So Molly, you had burned $500,000 in this company by 5% of it at $10 million valuation. Now the valuation is 2.5. I'm offering to buy 20% for the same amount you put in. You can put $500K in as well and own 20%. And you're like, well, I already put 500 in. Right. Yeah, but you don't want to put any more in, so that's pay to play. The pay is the money you pay. The play is the new shares you get at this lower price. And if you don't, you get penalized. Now, when a founder does this, they better have met with 50 venture firms and exhausted all possibilities. They better have from every single investor, we do not want to participate. Then they come to them and say, you all said you didn't want to participate. 50 VCs we took meetings with, they all said no. Here's our last-ditch effort. At least you get, for the 5% you own, if it went down to 10%, you would have 10% of the 5%, just 50 basis points. And you're like, okay, I got 50 basis points. If this company becomes 1%, if it were 500K and 1% of 50 million would be 500K. So if this happens to become worth 100 million, maybe I break even. So you have a little bit of idiot insurance in those common shares, so that's kind of how you reboot a company. It's called a recapitalization or a recap. And in a recap, you are forced to pay to play.
Fascinating. Things can get kind of cutthroat when a company is toward the end, it sounds like. How does the state of the market impact how cutthroat? Like how founders behave during this kind of hospice period? Do they get...
Most founders, I look at it as, listen, the founders have, if they've done their best and they don't want to quit and go work at Google and take a salary or go work at Meta and get overpaid to build some nonsense in the metaverse, like, God love them. They love the project so much they won't give up. I have respect for that. I understand it. You don't want to give up. You got a lot of pride. You got a lot of passion. And if you exhausted all possibilities, then it's up to me to make the decision. Now, I don't like when they wipe you out to like 0.1% for everybody. I always like to be a little olive branch. Save 10% for the previous investors, 20%, something in that range. Just so you keep some goodwill alive. Now, if you keep the goodwill alive and you gave this other person 20% who wants to take all the risk and I have to take none, and then all of a sudden the company starts working again and gets to 10 million, and then you come back and you say, hey, Jake, you own 1% of the company in common. We wanted to give you a chance to invest again. I know that this is crazy, but here we are, it's working. So you want to keep, as the founder, you want to keep that relationship alive. As the investor, it's a bummer to get in this situation, but you have to be a big, you got to be an adult. Got to be a big boy or a big girl.
Pants on,
or big they, them.
Big kid pants on.
You got to put your big girl pants on, big person pants on, big non-binary pants on, whatever you are.
And you have to be an adult here.
Adult was, I think, the best non-gender,
That's a good one. Big they, them energy.
Put your adult diapers on.
What? Okay. But so it sounds like there is opportunity, even if it's not coming from the founders, for VCs to come in. Like, yes, they're signaling I believe in this company, but they're also saying this is my chance to wipe out JCal.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're one of those bottom feeders or you're a maniac who likes to take high-risk bets and get high bet rewards, it's fine. I think what you have to look at is, why didn't the founder get this done with $3 million, right? And so what I always say to those companies is, if you're going to reboot the whole thing, go to an incubator, clean the cap table up, give your existing, if you're really doing a recap, give your existing investors 20%, tell them the only offer you can get was to go to this accelerator and get $150K to keep the company alive. You're down to 2 founders. The 2 founders are taking ramen. They're taking $3K a month, $4K a month, $5K a month draw, the absolute minimum. Now, if you see the founders are taking $200K a year and they're just running the company into the ground, you're like, okay,
And they have an assistant.
gals are not taking it seriously.
Yeah.
And that does happen. Sometimes you'll have a founder who's like, okay, I got 800,000 left. I'm going to do this recap with 800K left. I'm not giving anybody a pay cut. I'm going to give myself another 30% of the shares. I'm going to have the new investor anoint me 30 points and then say there's no other offers. And I had that happen once or twice. And when it did, I just was like, you know what? If the founder's going to be this Sharpie, I'm out. I'll write it off. They've basically proven to me that I don't need to be in business with them because they're unethical. So there could be unethical things that happen on both sides. We talked about this, I think, was it last week or the week before, about liquidation multiples.
Yeah.
When somebody starts getting sharp and they're like, I want a 3X and you have nobody else, and I'm going to wait until the last minute and then say, you know what, you're out of cash, I want 4X. And they pull last minute changes like that. They know you have no choice. When I see that happen, I just write the person's name down in my little book.
Mm-hmm.
People to not do business with in the future. And I literally had one of those who pulled this nonsense. And he was like, oh, I'm a big fan. I'm like, if you are a big fan of mine, then you wouldn't be doing this to me. And he's like, well, they got no other offer. And I was like, okay, but it's disrespectful. This is your first deal as a venture capitalist. You're a former attorney, and you're inviting me to your farm in Napa or whatever. He's like, oh, Jake, I'll come to my farm in Napa. I'll open this wine for you, blah, blah, blah. I'm a rich former attorney now. And I was like, I want nothing to do with you. I will never do business with you. Any of my founders mention your name, I'm going to explain to them exactly how you screwed me. It was nice to meet you, and I hung up the phone. But that's me, because I'm a hardcore mother... Oh, sorry. Yeah. I'm a hardcore melon farmer. If somebody wants to, tell me they're my friend, and they're a fan, and then while they're giving me this hug, you're awesome, they just slowly slide the knife in between my ribs so I don't even feel it. And I'm like, hey, pal, did you notice while you're giving me the hug, you're knifing me in the back? Because I'm a Jedi, and I've got a lightsaber,
if you're really
and I'm about to chop you in half.
You wouldn't try it. Also, melon farmer is the best thing I ever heard. It's amazing.
There's a whole thing where they replace Sam Jackson with Snakes on a Plane or whatever, and instead of saying mofo, he says melon farmer.
What's that the show about the ethics? Holy forking shirt.
Holy forking shirt. Anyway, I'm a Jedi.
Yeah.
You want to try this stuff with me, I literally have the lightsaber. Any moment in time, I go, cut you in half. You wouldn't even know the deal that you didn't get into. This is where behavior matters, and being a class act matters, and being supportive matters. Mm-hmm. I try to be relentlessly supportive and reasonable. I'm not saying sometimes I don't get tweaked, sometimes I'm not upset about a situation or how things go down, but I give people every chance. If they're doing this stuff, Molly, I explain to them why I think what they're doing is wrong. I say, here's what I think would be a nice way to do this so we can all feel good about working together. And if they insist on doing it the wrong way, I'm just like, you'll never know that I didn't bring you the next Uber, or that I didn't bring you the next Com, or that when the next great company said, I'm meeting with 5 VCs, this one gave me a term sheet, this one gave me a term sheet, I said, those 2 are great, this one I've had terrible experiences with. You have to own your behavior, you have to own your reputation. I just, every chance I get to examine my own behavior and say, am I acting in the most honorable, long-term partnership, long-term reputation gain? I'm not saying I'm perfect. There have been times when I've been really pissed off at people, and I've told them. But I've never done anything super cutthroat. I've never done anything to screw anybody else. I have said, if you want, I was in a situation where there were 10 angels. This person was like, hey, I believe in the company. I took a pay cut. I was like, listen, I believe in you. And they said, we really want you to put more money in. I said, okay, I'll put more money in, but of the 10 people who did the last round, how many are putting money in? It's like 2 of you. You and Mitch Capel or whatever. And I was like, okay, where are the other 8? And he's like, yeah, they said no. I said, okay, I'll tell you what. If all 10 people who put in the $1 million do their pro rata, I'll do double my pro rata. Mm-hmm. So, my pro rata is 50K, I'll do 100, and then everybody else just has to do their pro rata. And they got 9 out of 10 people. And the one person who didn't was a person who had put a small amount of money in, personal money, wasn't from a fund, and just didn't have the liquidity to do it. And he said that to me, and I said, great, 9 out of 10 ain't bad.
Yeah.
And I said, if you're not gonna get 9 out of 10 to do it, then we should change the terms. And then it should be, maybe not as hardcore as pay to play, but there should be some sort of kicker. And I've had to do 2x kickers, where people got, a warrant for every share they bought to close around. And, when things are, you can see people's true colors, like during a bar fight.
Yeah.
Like, I've been in a bunch of bar fights, and I've seen friends of mine jump under the table, and I've seen friends of mine jump over my shoulder to protect me, right, when I'm getting jumped.
Right.
Like, this is a little story from Brooklyn. Like, bar fight, 4-on-4, 5-on-3, whatever it is. And one guy literally jumped under the table, and I was looking at them like, dude, get up. We're outnumbered. It's 5-on-3. We won. But it was only because the two of us threw down, and the other person who jumped under the table and ran backwards, the two of us were running forward. This one guy's running backwards. It's 2-on-5. You kind of need that extra pair of hands. If anything, just jump on somebody and just get one person out of the mix and wrestle them to the ground. So, anyway, when a bar fight breaks out, you're going to find out who your friends are.
We're getting into bar fight territory, it seems like, and also
Sorry, I don't know if this is
No, I'm happy to have these conversations now.
That's how I look at it.
When the bar fight breaks out, I'm ready. Because
I'm not saying you got to jump over my shoulder and, jump the biggest guy. But if you can't run, that's
I'm pretty big.
You're big. No doubt in my mind that you're going to get in the mix. I do not have any conception of you not getting in the mix. All right, I'm not. Are you a remote worker feeling a little disconnected? Are you wondering about the vibe inside your company, the energy level, the culture? Of course, we all are. Running remote companies is hard. Well, Spoken is a workplace podcasting platform that is loved by some of the great startups in all the world. Those startups include Robinhood, Udemy, and 15Five. As a shareholder in every single one of those companies, I still hold shares in 2 of them. And Spoken just launched a new way for companies to build connection and community remotely. It's called Spoken Stories. On Instagram, only you can answer your stories, but on Spoken, stories are a bit different. They can belong to your company or team. The whole team or a whole unit, a whole division can add stories to it. It's pretty cool. So you can say, hey, here's what I'm working on today. Or I want to shout out one of my coworkers who absolutely did a great job. And now you don't have to wait for a costly offsite or hold one of those awkward Zoom happy hours where people pretend that they're enjoying mixing cocktails together. No. Spoken Stories is designed for remote. It's async and fast, yet still human. This is a way for you to have fun, and leaders, it's a great way for you to recognize your employees. Get 3 months free at getspoken.com/twist. That's GetSpoken.com/twist. Leave out the E because it's so excellent. Getspoken.com/twist for a 3-month trial. I want you to try it. I want you to tell me what you think of it. And of course, feel free to share the link with your team. And let's get started. Let's get started appreciating each other and building that culture. Great job, Spoken.
Oh my God, I have such an Action Jackson this week in climate startups for us.
Bar fight, let's go.
I am interviewing Steve Wolf, the CEO of Team Wildfire, because wildfires are a big problem. Takes all kinds of solutions, including Steve's solution, technology to suppress wildfires, in which he, a former Hollywood stuntman who lit and put out a bunch of fires, went to firefighters and said, like, hey, what do you need to fight mega fires? And they were like, a hurricane on wheels that blows mist and suppressant. And he was like, okay, cool, I'll make that. And so he's making that. And then the video is in his garage with like a hurricane on wheels behind us. And it sounds bananas, but he's gonna lease these as a service with trained
Hurricanes as a service.
Hurricanes as a service is this guy's startup.
I mean, we have to keep iterating on countermeasures.
Yes.
I had this crazy
Fighters
idea.
are not what they used to be, and fighting them the way that we've always fought them is not going to work. And he's like,
they're more intense, correct?
Yeah, they're calling them mega fires. They're so intense that they can't predict their behavior, and they create their own weather. And it's like, you can't just keep digging ditches around these fires. They are.
I
way more
noticed
than that.
in Tahoe this summer there is a major movement to clear debris and brush. So they are on it. Like, and it's amazing to me how much brush those evergreens throw off, and you know all the
Yeah.
you know kind of
All this like underbrush and debris, and then you can use these. It's a jet engine on wheels, right? Like, but it blows out mist, and there's suppressant included, and but like, it's to clear that stuff, which now they're doing with like shovels and picks.
Yes.
But also
literally, I hate to
blow
I hate to-
out a fire.
I hate
Like
to
you-
reference Trump, but like literally in Tahoe, like they have groups of people raking this underbrush, and
Yes,
it is
great,
like a thing.
as they should.
Yeah, it was just amazing to me because there's this one area where I went to one of the ski mountains, and I was watching them do it. I kid you not, like every 20 feet there was a 10-foot high mountain of debris.
Okay, the Z-axis. I'll rotate this guy 180 on the Z-axis. Let's see how these guys fit together. How do I rename this guy? Anyways, log location on this GTAV. Oh, nice. Like that glove. What do we think about the canards? The canards could be better. Getting the paint a little thicker. Definitely not so no pins. Kind of like you can almost land on them, right? So, alright, let's see here. So, it's almost like we can
Gray clouds roll over the hills, bringing darkness from all. But if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like nothing changed at all? And if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like you've been here before? How am I gonna be an optimist about this? How am I gonna be an optimist about this? I was cool. And when I finally got sober, felt
Play a muscle man out. But I mean, but definitely let's see. See what this thing's supposed to look like. That's why it looks like Muscle Man. Except before I get too deep in that. Collector Muscle Man. thing has to be like, well, I think when I start from scratch, yeah, I think I gotta play with it. I'm gonna order food.
Let me down easy. Though your love for me is gone, let me down easy. Since you feel to stay here for long, I know it's all over, but the last goodbye.
Oh my god, I knew I was gonna come. So I'm gonna do 2 sets of cards. Let's see. Yeah, it's gonna be what's up? I don't know, it's just convenient. Alright, I'll call you on the phone. So I gotta scale this thing. Some crazy dimensions. Ooh. Food. Oh, food. a lot more like I kind of know what's going on. Okay, alright. Let's see how this looks on try this again. Let's see how they fit on the barrel. Oh man, that definitely belittles the rocket. I kind of like it. So I'm wondering if it's a matter of scale or a matter of technical length. And then, yeah, once I rotate this thing, I want to be on the x-axis. That's about right. 20. Oh yeah, that's it. I like that glove. said, it's gonna be the final one. Let's get this. I kinda like it. What's this? 360 minus 105 is 255. I think the barrel's a little thick, but I think it's good. I don't know where we go to. One of these things should probably be able to land, but no, it's not like that. There could be, well, I think what's weird about it is these guys are really, really long. I could probably be a little shorter. With more like legs. Definitely gonna see this in my nightmares. Well, let me save this and let's see if we can after those 10 cards. So at least we wanted them longer, but I guess we figured out that I'm gonna say they look better longer. So we want to keep all of this the same. We just want to make it shorter.
Did I say something wrong? Did you hear what I was thinking? Did I talk way too long when I told you all my feelings that night? Is it you? Is it me? Did you find somebody better? Someone who isn't me? 'Cause I know that I was never your type. Never really your type. Overthinking's got me drinking, messing with my head. Would you be about it? Whatever it is, I'm sorry. Coming to terms with a broken heart, I guess that sometimes good things fall apart. When you said it was real, 'cause I really didn't believe it. Did you fake how you feel when we bumped down by the river that night when we fogged at the windows in your best friend's car, 'cause we couldn't leave the windows down in December. Coming to terms with a broken heart, I guess that sometimes good things fall apart. Overthinking's got me drinking, messing with my head.
in there. It's a little bit on it. It's not a whole lot. welcome to season 2 of 21 for being a fat ass. So let's put this bad boy all together here. I'm trying not to get this all over myself. So we want this okay, we gotta get out of this place. Yeah. I'm gonna save this. And I'll always reload it. Oh, no, okay. Get me out of here. There we go. Took me a second. Alright, but I think that's it. There it is. Number 4. Wait, no, it's not like camera. Looks a lot better. So it's on there.
To throw it. Second and 11. Dillon again cut to the outside. Dillon very close to the first down of the 28-yard line. They are running right through the Bears. 150 yards on the ground from Matt LaFleur's team.
I'll tell you what, these guys are just playing some football right here. You'll see Tunyon come across the formation and make a play. You're going to see great block up the field by Elton Jenkins, and I think having Elton Jenkins back in this game has made a difference. There's just a confidence level right now with not just Aaron Rodgers, but everybody running the football here tonight. They are plowing through the Bears.
28-yard line. So fumbled in the backfield. The Bears fell at first. Let's see if they recover. Dominic Robinson had his arms on it. Couldn't secure it. And the Bears do come away with it. So the mesh between the quarterback Rodgers and A.J. Dillon not clean there. It's already been signaled. Bears ball is fighting on the bottom of the pile. Mike Fidel, the former Packer down there as well. The mistake by Green Bay gives Chicago the ball.
Have you seen my new phone yet? I would never switch to Samsung. I love my phone.
Hey man, there's nobody here but me.
I'll tell you how to run routes. I did play in junior high. I'll get that.
It takes a fight to be a full-time fan. There'll be good days and bad ones. When you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. But that'll root for full-time fans. Root for those with a fighting spirit.
Up your game with the big new Samsung, LG, or Sony TV from Best Buy. The first ever Corolla Cross. Let's go places.
There's one
That's better.
With the catch, a bear is injured on the play. See a flag as Tevin Jenkins, the guard, gets up.
Doesn't like my chair.
His back towards his huddle in his right guard spot, but a good pass by Fields.
I'll send mine over here.
For a gain of 18.
Caught the Packers completely sleeping on that one. They had no idea what was going on. Snap to the line of scrimmage right down here. I think they should have gotten a freebie out of that too.
Still a completion to the 31. Montgomery and a very good opening drive. Fighting for yardage here. They'll get to 29-yard line.
Well, let's talk about Justin Fields a little bit because he's learning something new. He's learning to see the right foot forward, tonight the left foot forward. They're trying to time up just like Aaron Rodgers does with that two-step drop. And then if you want to make a throw, you take a hitch up and another route times out with that. You see how effortless it is for Aaron Rodgers, and it's something that Justin Fields is getting better doing.
Second and 8. Here's Montgomery. He'll go forward to the 22-yard line. How hard is that for a quarterback to change that footwork that he's been using his whole career until this year?
It's hard. And have you ever taken dance lessons with your wife or anything?
Long time ago.
Yeah, right. Your wedding or whatever.
Right.
And you're sitting there and they're trying to teach you and you're going 1, 2, 3. But that's, you're thinking too much, right? But when he's in play action or he's outside the pocket, he looks like one of the great athletes in the league.
Absolutely. Third and 2, the timing is a little messed up there. Fields trying to use that athleticism. And he will finally chase it down by here, Alexander. Trying to stop it. It'll be 4th down. And the Bears will bring the field goal unit on. Little confusion on that snap there.
Yeah, it's read option, and I guess he's reading out there, but if he were reading out there, maybe he just never saw it. I think when the snap surprised him, he lost the read and they lost the play. It just was a total breakdown.
Yeah, one here, the guard's looking back at him, right? The ball snapped. Preston Smith is there saying up. Carlos Santos for 44 yards. Bears turn the turnover into 3 points. As Santos notches 14-point game. 5:11 left here in the third.
Hey, sweetie, I'm not seeing the life jackets.
Well, you should. You packed them.
No, you packed them.
No, you packed them. You said I won't forget to pack the life
You
jackets.
packed the life jacket. I'm sorry, I have to challenge that.
Well, you do have 1 month, so.
This What Really Happened replay is brought to you by Progressive. One thing no one would challenge, protecting your home and auto with Progressive.
You know, my favorite part was when you said, obviously, I won't forget to bring the life jackets.
Compare yourself to nobody but the kid in the mirror. The one who goes all in, all out, and has the crazy confidence to know that who you are today is just a piece of who you're going to become.
They say a good steak shouldn't be covered in sauce. That's why this prime rib is covered in fire-roasted peppers and provolone. But if you want sauce, it's in the bag. Arby's, we have the meat.
Meet Google Pixel 6a, a smarter phone for a smarter price, powered by the Google Tensor chip. So your camera can see in the dark with night sight. Fix your photos with Magic Eraser. Photograph all skin tones accurately with Real Tone. And last up to 72 hours with Extreme Battery Saver. It's all you want in a phone. Google Pixel 6a. Save up to $150 on an unlocked Pixel 6a with qualified activation.
That's good.
103rd time in the regular season. 2 playoff meetings on top of that. It is the most played rivalry in the history of the National Football League. It has been one-sided of late, dominated during the Favre and Rodgers era by the Packers. They plan all year for what you're going to wear for this one. Carlos Santos, the kickoff. Amari Rodgers will bring it back from 1 deep. Rodgers cut it up the middle of the field and be brought down at the 24-yard line.
Well, let's take a look at our next-gen stats powered by AWS. And these 2 running backs, what has been the magic so far? Well, they put them on the field together. 11 plays tonight, just 7 in all of week 1. But why do they do that? The reason is you want your best football players on the field, and it just happens to be both of them.
I think this thing is done. I think it needs to be, I mean, the barrel needs to be scaled down. I think it's pretty much perfect.
He was the lead dog last week. This week it's
Probably like these cards get shorter yet. Might look a little weird after that.
They're both good at both running it and catching
So,
After the turnover, Rodgers throws it to Robert Tonyan on the sideline. Brisker takes him out of bounds. We go down to Melissa.
Mike, I asked A.J. Dillon about this relationship, and he looks at Aaron Jones like a big brother, on and off the field. They have such a good relationship. He said, we push each other, we always point out what the other could do better, and we take pieces from each other's game since we have different body types. He said there are no egos between us. And Dillon said, we don't care if people consider us to be the best rushing duo in the league. We know we have the talent to be that.
And one thing Matt LaFleur loves is the vibe that he just described in that running back room. Ben Servant's a running back coach, really sets a great tone. And these guys bring it to life on the field. This is the one who's been here longer. 50-year man Jones.
so let's we'll continue with that later date.
He was taken in the 5th round back in 2017.
But you know, he averaged 9.5 yards per touch last week and only got it 8 times. And it was funny talking with Matt LaFleur. The first thing he goes, I know, I couldn't believe it. I don't know what happened to me. It was all my fault.
It's a little bit different on the offensive side. Remember, Nathaniel Hackett was the offensive coordinator. He's in Denver. Got win 1 as an NFL head coach. We'll see him next Sunday night against San Francisco. And Luke Getsy, the quarterback coach, is now on the other side, the Bears offensive coordinator. 3rd and 6 here. Rodgers on the incomplete on the flag. The coverage was good by Nicholas Morrow. We have 2 flags down on this play. 1 there and 1 12 yards farther down the field.
If I had to bet, I would say it was on Vildor down here at the bottom of the screen. Sammy Watkins had a pretty good release.
There are 2 fouls on the play, both by the defense. Pass interference, defense, that penalty declined. Holding, defense number 22. That penalty accepted 5 yards, and an automatic. First down.
We'll catch the bet for you.
There you go. Well, you're going to see Vildor right here. Nice release move that time by Watkins and grab the jersey, right? We've heard that a million times over. And every time you pull a little cloth, you see a little more cloth.
The Bears who desperately needed a 3rd down stop, get good field position just to try to get every game feels like 8 or 9. He's averaging almost 10 a carry here tonight.
Yeah, it's always fun for me to watch these big guys move inside, and they're just pulling every time. Josh Nyman out here, he's going to pull in front. The center gets out in front. Josh Myers, and these guys are athletes too, you know. They like getting out there. They like running around and me talking about them on television when they're not holding and all that stuff.
That O-line, it's been an offensive line that hasn't been settled. A lot of bouncing around, but they are performing well tonight. First down, right? You know, Chris, it's funny because we hear so often coordinators say he's athletic. It just hit me like he's 6'5", 313, and we're talking about guys who are really good athletes to get out and do that.
And can run. And I'm going to add one more guy to this offensive line, and that's their tight end, Mercedes Lewis. He is a stud. He can not only run block, you'll see him here. He can pass protect. He's been doing this a long, long time. He's coming up on a couple of longevity records, but he can handle big defensive ends, and there aren't
Mark. Angela Blackson inside there for the Bears. Well, this is year 17 for Lewis. And Jason Witten and Tony Gonzalez are the only other tight ends that have played this long. You were talking to him in practice the other day. He's really proud of this longevity.
He is, and you know, he was, I think, a first-round draft pick. Came out, played in Jacksonville, had some good years receiving, but now at this point in his career, he knows what his role is. And I tell you, you get somebody that's as old as Aaron and can do that, that's pretty good.
238-year-old. Oh, bad snap here. Ball on the ground. Rodgers tried to get to it. He couldn't. But the Packers come up with it. Whoa. Rodgers wondering what was going on there. That snap came firing back from Josh Myers.
It did come firing back, and it hit. That's exactly what happened. It hit Christian Watson, and so sometimes the timing of those plays, and who knows, is that on the rookie being a little late, but knocked the ball right out of the way, and the Chicago Bears, who just hung around last week, right, and then all of a sudden made a little run, but they have to get off the field here.
The Packers have to get to the Bears 45 for a first down.
So I made a test WAMP server in Windows using WAMP.
Chicago able to get a couple of stops here.
Which is working.
Packers off the scoreboard in this third.
That's what like many else requires this.
They practice fast. They don't practice long. They only practice about an hour and a half every day, but they expect everything to be full speed. And this defense will not give up. They will not give up regardless of the score.
Packers do not have
So we have to figure out how to get ourselves unlocked out of our own application. So if we navigate to all the hosts, you'll see that it does not like us.
You think I'm lovely? I would love to coach you. Oh my!
So we're gonna have to figure out how to get this page to render something.
You guys want a beer first? It cracks itself open whenever something exciting happens in the game.
And then we're gonna deploy it to PCB on a LAN server. But until then, we have a lot of work to do.
The city is focusing heavily on backflow prevention to protect you, your family, and your community from contaminated water. If you have an irrigation system, chances are you have a backflow device. These backflow devices are required by law to be
So what we're gonna do is instead of just being food around,
failure to comply could result in your water supply being shut off. Don't delay. Call us today. 265-1776. Benjamin Franklin.
Make this our WAMP or WAMP
lubrication provider. B&B is the leader in providing automated lubrication systems for all types of equipment and industries. Our systems are specified as factory fit by major OEMs. B&B offers top-notch customer satisfaction. We install custom systems that fit your needs, saving valuable time and resources for you and your employees. Lincoln Systems takes care of the work while you're working proud to serve the Midwest. Contact B&B Engineered Loop Systems.
I got a tip for you. Always go with your gut.
I like that. Let's go with our gut.
Alright, so what we're looking at here is this. We have no tutorial from. So let's just figure out where exactly this is coming from. So I think I already have a heading on this, but we're just gonna go through some troubleshooting steps.
Sunday Night Football and the Bears and Packers. Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth, Melissa Stark down on the sideline. Packers going to start this fourth quarter, kicking it away to Dante Pettis. With the NCAA record 9 returns for touchdown as a punt returner. With fair catches, one back at the 10-yard line. Long field
Excuse me.
Coming into this game, one of the guys we were going to keep our eye on was Kenny Clark. He was tremendous a week ago. Nobody could block him, but the Chicago Bears apparently got the same scouting report. And these big guys inside have done a nice job on him. Cody Whitehair, Christopher, Devin Jenkins, Lucas Patrick. Let's give them a little credit. At least they're hanging around in this game. Not getting blown up inside, which could easily happen.
Clark starts on the sidelines of this drive. It's a first effort for Montgomery, and they're also run blocking well here in the second half, like they did in the opening drive of the game. First down for David Montgomery.
I couldn't really understand it. I mean, they had the great running game going when they did the 70-yard drive. They go 3 and outs, and it was a lot of shotgun stuff.
Did you feel like they got away from it?
I don't know why. And, you know, there were a couple of offsides penalties and a couple of, you know, first and 15s and some things like that, I guess. But they have been effective running the ball here tonight. And Justin Fields can come up with another one of those magical plays like he did last week. We'll have a ball game.
There he is, where he's comfortable out of the pocket. He's going deep downfield. He's looking for Darnell Mooney, and it's incomplete. Step for step with him was Eric Stokes.
Okay, so
That's exactly what they were looking for. Their deep shot, they get in behind the safety, just strictly one-on-one to their
this
best
thing runs
receiver,
strictly
and
to
they just
other
cannot hit
public.
it. That's all you can ask for. He flipped his hips, flipped his head.
So this could possibly be what it's looking for. It's probably fine. Are we building this somewhere? Building it.
Second and 10 is on the inside run, and Montgomery.
Good.
Good pass, good second effort into the secondary.
Awesome.
First down to 35-14 on that carry.
Fine.
You know what a jump cut is, Mike? You know what I'm talking about? Coming here and you jump out there. Well, David Montgomery's one of the best jump cutters that there is in football. And he was in college. He forced more missed tackles in college than just about anybody. And he has brought that to this game as well.
Really good at Iowa State. Pretty solid his first 3 years in the league. Play action Fields, not fooled. And going down, Preston Smith all over that. He's got a couple here tonight.
Last week it was a bootleg play by Justin Fields that basically won the game. You think
These are static files. Static dynamic.
Nice long fake, sort of that Aaron Rodgers thing.
Database, switches, MySQL, all my migrations. So I'm trying to migration.
No more Smith brothers. Zedarius is in the division of Minnesota.
B1.
Preston still working here in Green Bay. Second and 20. Montgomery tries to get some of it back. And he will. A lot more. He's going to get the first down. What a run by Montgomery for 28 yards. And he'll go over 100 yards on this night. First down Bears. On a second and 20 run.
Big Lucas Patrick that time coming out, pulling right out in front of him. And watch the jump cuts. There's one. There's a broken tackle. There's a whatever that was. And a first down. There aren't many times that you come out and you go, okay, it's whatever it was, second and a mile. And you go, let's hand it off and pick it up. Bears are in this game.
Montgomery up 14. He gets a break. Herbert's back. Can he do some of his own? Yeah, he can. Look at Herbert knifing through to the 20-yard line. Wow. 27 on that carry. And the Bears got something going on the ground here in the second half.
Yeah, what? Out in front. And able to make that lane.
Oh, we are back.
The offensive line of the Chicago Bears is taking over this football game. Give them a chance to win it now.
Let's give a shout out to Kari Classic game as well. Fullback. He's had a couple of nice blocks. False start. Byron Pringle got over here, couldn't get set. Offense, number 13. The 5-yard penalty. First down.
You know, it just kills you. It makes your offense different. But I don't think you're going to see Matt Eberflus change anything with the runs he just saw. You might bring Justin Fields into the mix and let him run one.
There you see the guys who are matching what's at this moment. Plays to the Bears, Joe Barry matching with the defense, and Barry just sent Kenny Clark back in there, and you saw LaFleur, as we see him often here in Green Bay, reminding these fans, big advantage, big noise. 50, perfect. Get the penalty yards back, +1.
So that time, Mike, we had just the same sort of zone run, but with a pullback in there, and the ball is always intended.
Oh man, I'm tired. I'm freaking cooked.
Interesting there. I'll get the ball stuck out to where the ball is once he crosses out of bounds. Right on the marker.
Oh, I gotta ask Terry about that one.
Big challenge. Big challenge.
That's a big call right there.
His challenge flag has been thrown. So that Eberflus will challenge here.
Chicago's challenging him, going on the field that the run was short of the line to gain.
All right, so they'll take a peek in replay. New York will be involved as well. Was that ball when he crossed out of bounds, crossed that marker at the 10-yard line, and a first down?
So, I just switched to Verizon Business Unlimited. It is just right for my little business.
We switched too. 5G ultra wideband in more cities keeps our project teams on the same page even when we can't be in the same place.
Unlimited premium data, unlimited hotspot data.
My point of sale is on point. You know it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
You know, you get up to 10 times speed at no extra cost.
Switch to Verizon Business Unlimited today and get the right plan for your team from the network America relies on.
So Wendy's Biggie Bag is all this food for just $5, and we're not calling it the Reggie Bag?
Oh, no.
What if it's the Reggie Bush?
Definitely not.
The Biggie number 5 Bush?
No way.
Reggie Bush number 5 bag.
Oh, no.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Nobody knows what Hulu Plus Live TV is.
Yeah, because of over 75 live channels, plus football, plus Disney Plus, plus ESPN Plus.
What do we call it? Hulu Plus Live TV Plus Plus Plus. That's dumb. What we're gonna go with?
If you're always asking, where next? Capital One has the travel card for you. Venture X. Earn 10x miles on hotels and 5x miles on flights booked through Capital One Travel. Venture X. What's in your wallet?
Sheldon, what do you think of our new Pistachios football campaign?
I hate it.
What is he doing?
I'm storming out.
This was an orchestrated, coordinated attack.
These monsters will be punished.
I'd like to combine forces and work this case together.
Just like old times.
Murder, domestic terror.
I'm gonna help you, I promise.
I'm coming for you. We need to get this conviction.
Evacuate first, ask questions later. Get out of there right now!
to play these three really important downs. There's Dean Lowry, there's Jaron Reed, and there's Kenny Clark. All the big dogs in there.
No completed passes on this drive. And they're going to keep running. Montgomery brought down at the 6-yard line. Rashawn Gary joining the veteran at Northwestern, Dean Lowry. So it's a 3rd and goal.
Yeah, it's amazing to have fresh legs underneath you at the end of a long drive like that. Here we go, and for Matt Eberflus, he's going to have to make the decision basically now as to whether or not he would go for this on 4th down. I think he will.
See now, so the play caller knows you got 2 plays here.
Yep. In the slot.
And on 3rd and goal, Fields, pressure, got away. Fields scrambles to the pylon. He tried to hit the pylon. The ball comes out. It's picked up by the Packers. When the ball hit the pylon, was it a touchdown? The conversation between the officials was he out of bounds with the ball, and he reached out, touched the pylon.
Did it come out before the pylon, though? Let's take a look at that.
It's called on the field a touchdown, and that will automatically send it to review. See. Down short.
Yep. It's going to be 4th down.
Contacted and down.
Right there.
Yep. Looking right down the line. Great shot, guys.
Now there's no doubt, right? You're going for this.
After the play, and Adrian Amos, former Bears veteran, he saw Fields, went right for that ball. As he went to the pile, there's the knee. That was a great shot. Thanks.
I'll tell you what, Mike, we are going to... Mike, this is going to be one of the great scrums in all of football. So you've got Sam Mustipher in there at 332 pounds, and you got Kenny Clark on the other side, about the same size, about 314, and it is going to be one big pile, but you also have Justin Fields, a massive quarterback. I think you're going to see somebody come behind Justin Fields on the quarterback sneak and see if they can push the whole pile across the line.
Shotgun. Fields runs, pushes towards the goal line. Looks like he's short. He is. And there goes a little scuffle, a little pushing. And there go a whole bunch of people in Chicago saying, shotgun. Why? Clean and edges. See on replay, this push close to the goal line. But they say no, and Packer ball.
Oh, would you look at that?
Jerry, you guys see this?
Saying it.
Josh, we have to get 2 walks.
Yes, a little.
I really should be retired by now. Wish I had rested when I had the chance. To the moon. Unbelievable.
Stop waiting. Start investing. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley.
Terry, it looks very close that he broke the front of the plane here. What do you see?
It does look very close, Mike, but it is not clear and obvious to me that the ball breaks the plane.
The ball
It may
is in his
very
left
well,
hand.
right
Right
there.
there.
We see the wrist right there. We see the ball right behind it. But does it break the plane of the goal line? Is it clear and obvious? It isn't to me from this angle.
And we've looked at about 6 angles, and that's the best of it in the pile of arms and everything else. He just has to get to the front of that white line. Just touch the front of that plane to be a touchdown. Greg Rolstad, a long look and on with the league headquarters in New York. What a big call this is, too. The 8:07 left. Matt Eberflus has decided he thinks it's clear and obvious. As that freeze that we just showed you is being looked at, and here's the big call.
The ruling on Bill stands as called.
And Terry, does that fall under the, we think it is, but it's not certain that it is?
Absolutely. I think it is too. I think the ball may just break the plane, but we can't prove it with video. It's not clear and obvious, and that's the standard we have to reverse a play.
Yeah, I'm still wondering why they were shotgun. So, I mean, you got a 225-pound quarterback, right? He's only got to go an inch. That'd have been clear and obvious.
So not winning the second challenge means they are out of challenges for the next 6:07 until we get to the 2-minute warning. A.J. Dillon is the back. Rodgers hands it to him right up the middle, and they get breathing space out to the 5-yard line. The Bears defense has held their own in this half. They've gotten them back in the game. They ran it down the field. They just came a blade of grass or too short. If that.
Yeah, I thought we might, since they went shotgun, I was thinking, well, maybe Fields is going to dive over the top.
Alright, I think that's the stream. They're going to pick up here next time. I can probably do a little bit of work in here before I fall asleep. I'm about to fall asleep here. That's another thing that I want to do.
Jones will run it for 4 to the 9. 7 minutes and change left in this final period.
Well, let's take a look. Now you're
do
goal line insteed of 1 inch. And, you know,
I want to do it.
but that looked like a shot right there.
Let's see. Is there another file?
You know, you're backed up and
Let's see here. We want nice content. We're looking for this. I believe just the 404 message. Section handler.
You think he's really reading that? You think he's really reading this in-man on the line of scrimmage? He just sees him duck down inside.
One from files. Another from
that'll be in Buffalo. Packers at Bills, right? Right before Halloween. Think that crowd will be any good in Orchard Park? The 13th, Dillon, nowhere to go. Shut down quickly by Justin Jones. And we have a timeout taken by the Bears, I believe.
I tell you, I'm not
Bears going to take time here.
so
49
tired.
trying to preserve some time here.
Wherever we come from, we all have one thing in common. We all want the incredible new iPhone 14 Pro.
Alright, let's see.
T-Mobile gives you Apple TV Plus included. So watch your favorite Apple originals on the most advanced smartphone display ever. Get iPhone 14 Pro on us with Apple TV Plus included now at T-Mobile. Peaceful state. Full fleet. Wait, are you my blind date?
dancing crew, a trip for two. Now
So what happened when we navigate to this file? Go to this public EP index.
give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. Boosters designed for COVID-19 variants are now available.
Just earlier about going for our load and our band there. I would check out, and it will initialize illuminate.
Hey guys, this is just my workout stuff.
We know you can
Small bender.
It's bananas.
You're still wearing your mask, dude.
If you have a secret identity, you need to keep it secret. And if you want to save by bundling home and car insurance, you need Geico.
I'm not the Green Hawk.
Delivery from the Green Hawk.
See how much you could save by bundling with Geico.
I will bring it to
Which
you.
will load our
You're early.
Didn't want to come late. Missed the Bud Lights.
What are you guys doing?
Getting ready for the game.
loader.
You know I like it crispy. Oh, we made room for Bud Light. Seriously?
Fine. What the?
Yeah, gas prices rise. You realize how fast 10 cents adds up.
Can you believe the?
And up.
That's probably what I'm gonna have to close it
Save 10 cents a
Alright.
gallon at Exxon and Mobil.
Alright, let's stream. I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Catch you later.